And so we are now live, and let's take a look at what we have going. We're going to go to, first off, see if we're connecting on live stream, and then we're going to ask everyone to tell us about our quality of sound. Aristides will, every once in a while, say something in the background so that people will,
Hello, everyone.
yeah, be able to quantify, qualify whether or not he's. So say something again, Aristides.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are.
Excellent. Sounds good. And it's being received by these online broadcasting software. We're going to try and contact Aaron Tice
Okay.
now, see if we can bring
Okay.
him on
We've got
first. And
Marky Milk says loud and clear.
excellent. Good man. All right. So we'll try and bring Aaron Tice on first, and then everybody will follow after that. Let me try and breathe and censor myself, even though it's impossible.
Yeah.
And right now it's spinning. The circle is spinning. We're waiting to see if Aaron Tice responds.
Mhm.
And I'll provide a shout out to T Tank Berry, who dropped by my home within sometime during this opening hour. And we'll gradually take it from there. Things are not looking hopeful for Aaron Tice right now. He's not
What's he
responding.
doing?
Well, he's a family man and he takes his
Yeah.
job seriously. I don't know what it was like when you were raising your child, but it must have been hard. I don't even want to think about it. I mean,
Yeah.
did you
Yeah.
have much participation with the wife, or?
Uh, uh, um, yeah. 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 It's not a wife, but not a marriage.
Okay.
But
Uh,
yes, we were both present. Although it was, it gets crazy. It gets
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, it sure does.
And
Well, Aaron checked out. It says he's active, but we'll try others now,
mm,
and
mm.
one of them will be Marky Milk, since Marky Milk did respond. We'll press Aaron, but
Okay.
he'll just be in league with everybody else that I'm going to hit. So let's see what we can do here. Going to look down the list, and everybody is going to hear me just kind of how would I say it? Not particularly committed. It's just been outrageous. There's no describing how everything, absolutely everything, goes completely wrong. As soon as I get back into the crypt and try to establish myself, there's nothing that will not happen to prevent this transmission from taking place. It's beyond supernatural. It's just, honestly, if it weren't for the fact that my very life depended, my quality of life depended on this transmission, I just wouldn't do it. It's not worth it. Nothing is worth this. So aside from that, I'll just click on Brendan Zokit out of respect for the dead.
Sure.
And,
All right. Well, that being said,
yeah,
everyone, I recently, when I got paid, I donated to Douglas, and
thank
I
you.
think you should consider doing so too. I'd like to say, in the several months, better part of a year now, that I've been listening very intently and regularly, I feel like I have downloaded several college courses worth of knowledge,
Bless you.
and I think that's more than worth the small amount of donation that you might be willing to spare. I spent thousands on college courses. I don't remember anything. So this is far better than that,
Thank
and definitely very worth it. So please consider donating to Douglas at the PayPal link on the front screen.
Bless you. God bless you and keep you. Honestly, he truly is a keeper. Our man Aristides contributed 100 United States dollars. Every single penny of it is available to me because he actually used the correct channel with which to contribute, which is on the screen, and it's PayPal slash me or PayPal.me slash Douglas D. Dietrich. So it's right there on the screen. We are in the middle of Japanese ghost holidays, so it was on the eve of that beginning, the holidays in which we respect our dead ancestors. that I came home, of course, after the initial celebrations, already crashing, already coming down and decompressing, and just confronted with any number of things, some of them positive. There is such a thing as eustress, just like eudaimonia. The ancient Greeks had the term that is incredible, that we should try and retain these traditions and these concepts that otherwise we've degenerated in our ability to ascertain or discern nuance in our world.
Hello.
Hey, honey, whoever you are.
Hi, world.
It's Michelle Carmela Saldana. God bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your contribution the other day, and she contributed $250 United States dollars and 25 US dollars. A wonderful human being, and I'm so glad you could join us. And you're welcome to tell us about anything that's been going on with yourself lately. We're going to see who else can join us. I do believe Amy Como has joined us. She's so shy she doesn't assert herself the way Carmela does. So, Amy, learn from Carmela. Assert yourself. And by all means, say hello, honey. Say hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi, Amy. So who's all here? Who's all
And
at the
also
party?
Brandon Young. And Brandon Young contacted me about potentially sending the Gerald Steiner? Gerald Steiner mineral water. And he showed me the price of it. I was floored. I bought 7 cases and probably the equivalent of maybe about 3 more cases in loose bottles the last time that I had a full dump on my food stamps. But that was like a payment that was what do they call it when they load up all the years that it goes back to when you qualified for it, and then it was kind of like a lump sum payment, in which I had the ability to do that. So I suppose the price might have been between $200 to $300. I didn't really notice. It emptied about half the card or a good part of the card, but not more than that. That price seems outrageous to me. He showed me a bottle of a case of 15 bottles that looked like it was basically $100, 50 fucking bucks. And granted, it's important.
How many ounces?
It's 16-ounce bottles, I believe. No. Wait, larger than that. 20. Yeah, our man Brendan's got it. So do say hello, Brendan. I mean Brandon. Brandon Young. Do say hello and introduce yourself and let everyone know you're here.
Yeah, hi everybody.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah. And
Brandon. It's been a while since we visited.
yeah.
Yeah.
Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, he's so enthusiastic. It's like, is everything all right? Is there any new developments, Brandon, we don't know about but should?
What do you mean? I've been trying to get the water thing figured out
Uh-huh.
the past couple hours.
Oh God.
And, the problem is well, the cool thing, there's good news and bad news.
Mhm.
Good news is I can send water to you
Yeah.
by tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Spring water, great water, could be Poland Spring,
Yeah.
but you don't want that geyser water from California, the Seattle Nevada mountains. They melt this. No, this is what they do. They melt the snow,
Yeah.
and they regurgitate the piss from the home LA and Venice Beach, and down all the way through Southern California, Northern California, and into Nevada, Reno, Las Vegas, and even Black Rock City, which is where we know Burning Man. They save up their piss, and that's where they dump it. Anyway,
You know what? I have a friend who's an actual rocket scientist by day and a musician at night. So he's a rocker and a rocker. And he goes to these facilities, and he's told me the same thing because he works for OSHA.
Oh my God.
His rocket science part, he works for the safety of these facilities, these water treatment plants, and for the oil refineries and all this stuff. And he's like, I don't drink tap water. I don't drink. If the bottle says from California, I don't drink it.
Oh my God. Thank you for that knowledge. I appreciate that profoundly. Just another thing for people, even though I'm not one of those people who buys into these stupid conspiracy theories, and they are conspiracy theories about it changing your sex or something like that, but try not to use the plastic simply because the plastic does melt into the water when they're transporting it, because it goes in these trucks that get superheated on the highway when they are driving under the sun for hours and hours, and the plastic molecules just leach into the water. So if you buy the plastic bottles, and you can squeeze the plastic bottles in particular like that. I mean, think of it like you're going for fruit and you like the squeezable avocados or tomatoes or whatever. That's the last thing you want with plastic bottled water. If the bottle is squeezable, like it can yield to the pressure of your fingers, you don't want to be drinking that. That means half the plastic's in the water. And it really does.
I have a water filter bottle that I do use tap water. So, but I fill up my bottle. It has a filter straw thing in it. So I just go by faith that it works.
Yeah, no, I mean,
hopefully that it actually that it holds up to its actual what it promises,
standards,
that it does filter out all that.
I mean, we have to rely on faith. In the end, we just have to rely on faith for so much. And honestly, thank you, Michelle, and to you, both you lovely ladies, Amy and Michelle. I want you to get to know each other a little bit better. I'll formally introduce you both as ladies who are dealing with multiple challenges in your lives, and this, of course, has to do with a lot of the women I know are women who have time to listen, and usually they have time to listen because they're dealing with so many challenges. Now, Michelle has got herself involved with all kinds of projects, and Amy's looking for a job, and so they're both extraordinarily busy right now. So I wouldn't say that either one of them has, and they've been busy throughout their lives, so I wouldn't say that either one of them has had all that much time. But they had time enough to get somewhat acquainted with myself. In the meantime, Aaron Tice has joined us. I do want him to introduce himself briefly, and then what I'll do is yield the opening hour. I'll check in as often as I can this hour, but I'm going to yield the remainder of this hour in general to these fantastic, fabulous five. And that's because I'll cathart and vent in just a second. But
who's all here? I'm here, Amy, Brandon, and
Aristides. Yeah.
Hello.
Aristides. Okay.
Yeah, I'm new.
And okay, I've just come across your names. I haven't listened to the recent podcasts. Yeah. But I've come across your names with you being in the podcast, and somebody told me that at least one of you has some very interesting stories about SRA and maybe.
My impression was that was the Australian individual who calls himself Mr. Gozaimasu, and he's. He was a victim of satanic ritual abuse while growing up, and I gave you the link to the episode in which I brought him on. Were you able to review that, or was there no time?
I've been dealing with
so much.
So I have like 2 or 3 weeks before my hearing.
Right.
I mean my trial. It's a trial. It's not hearing anymore. It's a trial. Mm-hmm. And trying to get the businesses going, and that I didn't listen to it yet.
Okay, so that would be if you have the link, I can send it again. But if you have the link, it's in your messenger. Okay, go on.
But is it the one podcast I listened to Mr.
By the way, the only reason I'm chuckling is because
Aristides.
Yeah.
Is it Mr. Aristides and what is I'm sorry.
Aaron Tice? Aaron Tice?
Oh, and Aaron Tice.
Yeah.
And I caught a little snippet of, I think it was Aaron that had mentioned about a lady that he knew who had some very interesting stories, like scary stories or something. So I did listen a little bit just so I could get a little bit familiar. But I was working on something at the time, and
Yeah, I mean,
but
yeah.
I'm so sorry
Oh
that
no, no worries, honey. Brandon Young and Aristides and Aaron
it's
Tice,
so
they're all scary in their own way. And so what I'm going to say,
I was paid a compliment that I'm scary too.
Yeah.
So I like that. I mean, we all need that certain little bit of the sweet, the salty, the cuddly, and the scary.
Yeah. But by the
we
way,
need all that.
yeah, just a few seconds here. I do want to Aaron Tice to introduce himself before I fade for a little bit. So and I might cathartic vent because I just can't resist even after that, but I'll try not to. In the meantime, Aaron, please introduce yourself in a general sense. Say hi to everyone.
Hello, everyone. I hope everybody's having a great night.
Sounds great.
No worries.
Yeah.
And I've had some scary friends, but I think when you have friends that are scary, you don't know they were scary until years later, and then you cherish the stories. So it's always hindsight.
Interesting.
Hindsight's 2020. You know.
I think we're all interesting. I think we're all interesting is mainly it.
Well, we can be. Some people just don't know how
Yeah.
to tell their stories. And so when it comes to live stream, let's see what's going on here. Marky Milk says, for both gentlemen, it's loud and clear. All loud and clear, says T-Tank Berry. David Fitzsimon says, hey, Doug, you're good. Thank you, sir. T-Tank Berry says, God bless these authentic transmissions. He says the knowledge given is more than worth its weight. God bless you, T-Tank Berry. So I want everyone to know usual admonition has to be given out. As soon as we start these transmissions, we get hit by a swarm of Autobots. And these automated little bots, they press down votes. And this keeps us off searches. And so the only way to combat this is to provide as many upvotes as you possibly can. And this means whatever different IP addresses you've got. Anything that you've got, a PC, a laptop, a tablet, or a cell phone that might have a different IP address, hit and upvote through that for the program, and that will put us back on search engines. Unfortunately, YouTube works through a popularity aggregate, so the more popular you are, the more you're disseminated. And so the intent of the enemy is to make certain we're not disseminated at all. So they start as soon as the transmission starts with probably around at least 100 downvotes, and this is ultimately filtered out by YouTube, but it takes about an hour or two. And in the interim, we need you to hit as many upvotes as possible. And it's a dirty way to fight, but you have to fight dirty because nice guys finish last, and it's a dirty war, and it is your war. You've got to fight it, or you're never going to win. The enemy, of course, being explained in great nuance and detail over the many years, the deep state, essentially, that I was a public informant exposing. And, of course, they are out to make certain that nobody hears me, and I am the most suppressed and censored individual. And by the way, I do want to give credit where credit is due at this moment to a number of people. Aristides is this wonderful individual who, when he shares the hyperlink to these programs, he does so with these incredible little blurbs. So he actually is very talented in the way he writes.
I'm doing it
them.
now.
Yeah, bless you. And he's so talented in what he says. He always says something
I
extraordinary.
should be a producer.
Yeah, you should be. And,
You should be.
yeah.
I've seen. I've even though I have not been participatory or really in touch, I have like the lightest little bit of familiarity, like maybe a little butterfly flitting back and forth. But I've been trying to stay connected and familiar as much as I'm able to. And yeah, you should be.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go for it.
Yeah.
And this is somebody who has training as a producer, so go for it.
Yes, thank you, honey. Yes, he needs to be encouraged to do a little bit more than just engineering, which engineering's fine, of course, has its own mystique. Now, that being said, credit as well to T-Tank Berry, who dropped by today. It was so wonderful to see him. He saw me at my worst, crashing, decompressing, really looking bad, and just coming home and not wanting to be here, and putting out the food bin for the Meals on Wheels delivery, which would come tomorrow morning, but I have no time to put it out tonight during the transmission, so that's how he caught me. And we spoke for a while, hugs, all the rest of that. And T. Tankberry is one of these most wonderful guys you'll ever meet. Looks the spitting image of an SS officer, thinning blonde hair, piercing blue eyes. Honestly, all dressed in black. And should have been in that organization, and is a wonderful human being that deserves to be part of the new order that we're going to have to rebuild after the people that I constantly expose tear it all down, which is what they're in the middle of doing right now. And that being said, of course, credit as well to Brandon Young, who had this wonderful desire to send me water. And honestly, Brandon, just send whatever you can send in a glass bottle. If you can find something in a glass bottle, because we try to avoid the plastic. Any mineral water or something, water in glass bottles would be fine. Just even straight water in glass bottles would be fine, as far as I'm fucking concerned at this point. Something to hold me until I get the Gerald Steiner. But what does blow my mind is I'm multiplying. If I had purchased 7 cases before, that at $150 each, plus the equivalent of 3 cases beyond that, should have been around $500, maybe $1,000, and it was nowhere near that much. So I don't know what the hell you're looking at in terms of, Trader Joe's couldn't possibly be selling it for that much, but maybe they are. Maybe this is a Boston thing, or maybe he gets a special link because he's blue-blooded or something. But other than that, what I'm going to ask everyone to do is to speak and communicate with each other before I take off for a few minutes, and I will be back checking in repeatedly until the top of the next hour. I'm just going to ask Amy, how is your job search going? How's the job search going? Your job coach and all that.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. First of all, it wasn't a man, Douglas.
Okay.
It's a very fine woman, and it's through the Vermont Works for Women program. So it's all women, but everything's going great. I still don't have a job. It's fine. Everything will work out.
But by the way, I do want Aaron, he may not have much time with us, so I do want Aaron to speak a bit and, maybe interact with everybody else, Aaron. I'm going to do my best to just tidy up and get things ready as soon as possible. Everything that could possibly prevent that from happening happened, and there's no need to have everyone suffer through that right now. So, Aaron, perhaps lead the conversation and just ask everybody how they're doing, and I'll go mute while you do that. And it's just good to have you here to help with that. Before I go, anything you want to bring to my attention publicly, aside from the fact that you left me a message that Peter said he'll try to be on tonight? He's always welcome.
No, he said he said he'll try to get on tonight, and I think when he came on last time was around 11-ish, 11 p.m., and I think that was around 6 a.m. his time, if I remember correctly. So we'll see if he can do that.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm so sorry about any background noise.
No worries.
I'm outside in the city, so there's noise.
Right, and Brandon dropped off as well, so I hope he's all right. And but we have these 2 lovely ladies and Aristides, and 2 ladies men with us. So, Aaron, aside from what Peter said, in general, with whatever you're comfortable sharing, you're doing okay? You had a really busy time with your family recently, I know.
Yes, and it's continuing this week. It's just the schedule is very packed, and lots going on. Nothing terrible, just very, very busy.
Understood. Okay.
As things get busy.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
That's so true, and but I'm glad you have a family, and
Yes.
So then what I'm going to do is go mute. This fantastic 4, these wonderful people are going to keep everybody company and talk about. By the way, I wish Holly Coditis Kiefer. She's been on in the past, so she must have had Skype. I have no idea what happened with her ability to download that. But shout out to Holly Coditis Kiefer as well. I was talking to her because somebody from the past was trying to break back into my life, and I don't know if I'm prepared for that at all. I do want people to know that there is another person, Judith Ager, who this was not the individual trying to break back into my life, but Judith Ager, I was asked about her. And she is, of course, in Hawaii, and she is not on the burning island. So I've been very,
That's good.
Yeah,
That's very good.
Don't make me respond to that. don't tempt me.
Douglas, it's good.
Yeah,
Any life that's still here is
yeah,
good.
yeah. At any rate,
Look, I know the history. Believe, right? I know. Right? So, if I can say it's good, you can say it's good. She helps mold and
shape us. At any rate.
So,
okay.
Go
Michelle,
take your break.
I'll take my break. And Michelle, I love you. Do want people to know that, yes, this has turned out, unfortunately, for all the people who are on Maui, I'm sad to say that this has turned out to be the deadliest wildfire in modern American history. And provide a few extra details of that later as well. I'll just leave it to Aaron and Michelle have a natural tendency to kind of dominate. Amy and Aristides, I want you both to assert yourselves. I love you all, and I'll be back.
I love you too. I love you, brother.
Aaron, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I missed not being here the other night, but it's just been you kind of get into your routines, moving and grooving, and then you shift something around, and everything else kind of suffers. So it's tough.
Yeah, for sure,
especially in the evenings. But because that's the only, with a little one running around, that's the only quiet time.
Well, I'm glad you're back.
Yeah. So what's new and exciting? What's happening? Hawaii is heartbreaking. It's hard to even talk about, and it doesn't. It doesn't appear to be a natural wildfire, but I'm sure we'll get some feedback in the next few days, just like we did with the Canada wildfires and the videos that surfaced.
Did we ever really find out what happened?
Well, no, I don't think we ever really get anything definitive. No, but I think we get a clearer picture. As time progresses.
Even when they try to say, it was a piece of glass the sun shone on, or it was a piece of foil, or it was somebody's cigarette. I mean, the more they put out and is not said, you can get a clear picture.
Yeah, if you look at statistics, let's take food production or even chlorine, for pools. So I used to have a pool, and right around COVID, Aristides, you have a very keen sense of memory. I remember one or two of the chlorine production facilities burned down, and instead of being a $20 acquisition to clean the water, it turned into like $300 for a bucket of chlorine tabs overnight. Mm-hmm. And I was so incensed and so furious that it was propagated that because one factory burned, we had to pay 5 times the price, and there was a shortage. And really, when you look at the last 3 years, especially in America, in the last 3 years, each year, I think it's 200 or 300% more factories have burned down, whether it's food production or chemical production, which has led to increased prices, which has led to shortages in many items and food. And that is alarming enough in and of itself. But if you factor that along with the safety measures that have been implemented with, OSHA coming in and making sure that there's, smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors and sprinkler systems, all of a sudden, you realize it's not possible for those things to happen on their own. And then it gets even more frustrating. So I'll leave that topic there. If anybody wants to run with it, you can. But, I don't feel all of these things happening are accidental in any way, shape, or form. I feel it's corporate espionage and corporate terrorism at some level. I'm not sure who exactly, but that's my opinion of it.
Yeah. I
yeah,
agree.
who read the trade agreements, read what the World Health Organization and the World Economic Organization, the UN. I can. I read those trade agreements. I read their bylaws. So it is corporate espionage on a global scale.
Yeah. And yeah, so it's frustrating, and the chlorine thing really got me because, I mean, it was such a basic, and it's in everything, a basic component. And it was like literally something that ended up getting traded on the black market. I mean, there would be one or two, it used to be pallets in Walmart or the hardware store. And then it was literally like a couple buckets. And instead of a $20 bucket, they were $150, $200, $300. It was insanity. And then I think recently the pig, I think the pig farm burned down with all of the pigs in it. The chicken farms were burning. And, along with interest rates, all of this adds to inflation. So not only are chemicals more household chemicals, but the food items are way more. So everything is increased a lot because of these little ditties.
What really upset me was when this was going on with the baby formula.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't just the United States. There was other countries too. But what was going on in the United States was making more news than the other countries.
Interesting.
So
Now was it making more news here, or was it, like, I find the U.S. has horrendous news coverage. Were they reporting on it in the other nations and we just didn't know they were, or were they not reporting on it in the other nations?
they weren't really reporting on it. So because of my work against organized crime and with human trafficking and children's rights and family rights, I've been doing this for so long that we have an international network of survivor activists.
Okay.
So we cover everything from school teachers and house and stay-at-home parents to people who are in politics and economics and this, that, and the other, or people who come from very corrupt families and they will find me because they want out or they want to not do what's going, be a participant, or they're like inside spies.
Sure.
So I end up, that's actually, I did that for years before I actually left my abuse and my family and all their corruption and stuff. So but I learned early how politics and the government works.
Sure.
With religion and economics and education and just I used to do this training in all these speaking forums of how integral the organized crime was in a person's everyday life, from their hairbrush to going to bed, brushing their hair in the morning, all the way going to crawling into bed and going to sleep. So, and that even covered the school food. How food is actually chosen for children per country, and how organized crime is fits into all of that, and then how that translates into child slavery and other different types of abuse. So, and I also did another lecture of it's 20 different ways a person could be exploited from their birth to their death per country. And it's it has so much to do with primarily our economics, but economics right now is what's steering everything from our health and family decisions, and our, of course, our politics. So then that micromanages back down around again to our health
Sure.
and to our family. So
Well, yeah, because you can only buy to the level of health that you can afford, etc. Did you see the recent supposed cover up of I forget what story they used to cover it up. It was some stupid story, but the one of the hotels got caught having like a wire in the closet and floorboards removable for passageways to traffic children. Did you see that?
oh, that's very common. That actually
Yeah.
is very common. That
Yeah.
I
And
actually
it was all the major
Yeah.
major carriers too. I mean, like it was major hotel players, and I forget what story they used to cover that up, but I mean, when I saw what was underneath, I was like, wow, it's getting interesting.
Hotels used to have child porn and snuff videos.
I did not know that.
Yeah, there was a lobby. It used to be very easily. You could flip through a hotel channels, and find the porn channels, and then just like if you were flipping through your TV at home, but there would be porn channels, and if you landed on the porn, you could end up paying like 2 or 3 times for an hour, 2 or 3 times what your room rental was, just to watch
Wow.
that for an hour. Well, we survivor activists across the nation lobbied to have the child porn removed, the snuff videos removed, and then safety on the porn, so that and there was quite a few people who protested, because in order to get the porn channels, you have to actually call the front desk or enter a code, or you have to actually make effort now. It's been like that for a good few years, to actually make effort to access the porn. And we also had so I'm proud of that. And I'm also proud of I'm also proud that we used to have, for libraries, if you were a pedophile, you couldn't just easily get on a computer. You had to sign in to use the computer. So if something was accessed that just was, especially if you had a kid sitting right next to you, because some of these computer labs are so close together, computers, you have to sign in. Well, now how things are kind of has done a lot of that, but we caught a lot of registered sex offenders that way.
I'm sure.
That they were underground. They didn't register, because every time a sex offender moves, they tend to stay homeless if they want to be active, because that way they don't register.
Yeah, that
Because
makes sense.
if they move from town to town, they need to find the authorities, or make arrangements with the authorities and register. But if they stay homeless, it's a lot easier to fall through the cracks, stay visible and hidden.
I'd love to get your opinion on this other thing too. With your background, the current movie, The Sound of Freedom, with Jim Caviezel.
I was about to ask her about that.
Yeah, with Jim Caviezel, and again, I don't know if you caught. It was several transmissions ago. I'll just catch you up to speed, where I brought up Hollywood, and Douglas went into a beautifully enlightening tirade on Hollywood. And one of the men he mentioned, I happen to love a lot of his movies, is Mel Gibson. And he mentioned that, Mel paid the price that many people pay to get into these high-level productions, to be famous. And there were some very odd advertisements that Mel Gibson did for Jim Caviezel's movie, Sound of Freedom. And now I'm seeing a lot of things that are making these guys not look like heroes. It actually looks like they're just part of normalizing this thing. I'm curious to get your take on this because of your background.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of contention with, if you go back maybe more than a month of a tirade that I did on the show.
Okay.
About Tim Ballard. So Tim Ballard has an organization called Our Underground Railroad, OUR for short. Once upon a time, there was an organization with those letters and a very similar logo that was for people who were persecuted around the world for whatever religion they believed in. Most of them Christians, but not all of them. It could be anyone for religious and political reasons. And it was a international network founded by somebody within the UN. That there's a lot of good people. The UN might not be a good entity and organization, but there are a lot of good people who are.
Sure.
That are working within there. In other words, it could be a lot worse if it weren't for these people.
Yeah,
so one of
understood.
them has she did this. So in an international network, the one of the main houses was in Culver City, and our funding started getting dried up because they took on our initials and a very similar logo.
Yeah, that's a very common practice. Yeah.
Yes. Well, the same is going on with this movie. Anytime these movies come out,
it's a funding frenzy, right? It's a funding frenzy.
Like, thank you. And it's like, oh no. And I quote, nobody's talking about this. Excuse me. All the way back to the start of Hollywood in the 1920s, where the villain falls in love with the underage child woman, and ties her up to the rope in a rope and puts her on the tracks. And if she doesn't marry him, the whole family goes homeless. That's sexual exploitation, everybody. That's sexual exploitation. That's
the other thing is Jim Caviezel. I tend to run like when people get super like religiously zealous, and he seems to be so sincere about his religion. It's a very insincere look, so to speak. And so I'll say that for him. And he also looks like I won't go that far. So I'll just say I find him currently to be very insincere, and now I'm having to go back and rethink the sincerity of the movie they did, The Passion of the Christ, because it was a beautiful story of how they got shut out of Hollywood and Mel did it on his own dime. But in reality, was that the case? Now I don't know.
It's a marketing ploy.
Right.
Do you know how many movies? So it took 5 years or so. This movie got made. It got made independently. It maybe took 5 years or more to get out to the public's eyes. But you know how many movies take 15, 20 years to even write?
Oh yeah.
15 to 20 years to to find the cast.
Yeah.
or to find a director, find a producer, find just the right ABC all the way to Z and the formula for this, that, and the other, and then get scrapped and
Sure.
turned into a whole other
Yeah.
project,
Yeah.
or kept. But the
Right.
writer and the original creator gets completely shut out, and the production company takes it,
Yeah.
hires their own writer to tweak it a little bit, gives it a whole different name so they don't have to pay the originator,
Oh yeah.
and then or the distributor. Right now, there's the lady that played Stacy or Stephanie from Full House. She's done this like Hallmarkish romance,
Yeah.
and she's upset that Candace Bure, that her company has the movie. The girl that played Stacy or Stephanie, she supports LGBT plus. Candace does not, and so Stephanie, I would just go to call her Stephanie, has, and even though Stephanie is a character, not the actual actress, she says, I'm not even going to take a pay. I'm just going to take out of my stance of supporting LGBT plus, whatever profits or whatever I'm paid, I'm just going to put to the LGBT community in support. And that's going to be my stance. Because why is she doing that? Is because in a way, she's making Candace support the LGBT. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of politics in Hollywood that just like everything else.
So you're saying that from what you've researched, the Sound of Freedom is well marketed and it's not as honest as a marketing thing as they would like us to think. Is that your stance then?
It's plausible what they're saying, but it's also very plausible and probable and most likely that it just was a independent film that got marketed to one company, purchased it, and then Disney purchased that company, and then whether Disney was interested in it or not, I guarantee you there's a whole bunch of other movies that Disney has up on a shelf that either they get around to it or they don't, and either it gets to the marketing another company or not. Angel House or whatever it is, Angel Studios, happened to buy Sound of Freedom, and said, "Oh, okay, yeah, this is a pretty good movie, or fits for today's day and age.
Yeah,
we'll get it out to the masses."
Yeah,
but they too, every production house has movies that are either in somebody's head or in somebody's computer, somebody's printer, through the stages, or even in the can up on a shelf, may or may not get to the masses at all.
Yeah.
Every production house
it's
has
sad.
them in some stages.
Yeah, it's sad, but your ability to control your own creative work is based on your ability to find the best contract lawyer around, because these studios have phenomenal contract attorneys, and they put clauses in that you can't even fathom, and that's, I mean, it's the way it's always been done, but I mean the contract between these studios and these individuals with the creativity has always been the issue, and whoever has the best contract attorney usually wins that.
Exactly that. Another point about the Sound of Freedom is that it's we need it for today. It's good politically because we have so much controversy right now about people want a good old, people want a good old fashioned Jean-Claude Van Damme, Bruce Willis, Steven Seagal, God bless that soul, and these action movies. I love a good action movie, but I won't watch this one because it's too close to me.
Sure.
I know some things about Tim Ballard. I've known for a long, long time.
And for myself and the audience, Tim Ballard, what is his connection with the film?
So Jim Caviezel's character is based on Tim Ballard's story and character.
Okay.
Tim just does not have a good reputation in the child anti-trafficking children's rights movement.
Really?
Something that has not made it public. One of the things that they're also using for marketing is Hollywood wants to shut us out. LGBT plus is shutting us out. Pedophiles are shutting us out.
Yeah.
So has nobody's acknowledging that the survivor activists from the beginning, when we first heard about this movie even trying to be made years ago, we were like, no, not a good idea. No. One, because you don't give away all the secrets to the pedophiles. Two, you are not a survivor, Tim. So when you say stuff and put certain information out there that isn't cleared through We Survivor activists who have a very strong international network, you're giving away our secrets. You're giving away a lot of different functionalities that isn't always necessary for the public to know. It's more necessary for the public to know how to actually stay empowered, that your family. So
no, I understand that.
Actually, if he stayed and think about this, he was working for what was it, DHS, or government agency. We'll say government agency. Okay, government agency, even if they're corrupt, there's still a paper trail. There's still accountability. There's still superiors, even if they're corrupt. The same could be said for police, because yes, in the system, there's corrupt, and they contribute to these crimes. But yet, there's also good people, and in order for the process to actually have effect, you need to trust the process. You need to go through the system. You need to work the system to your favor, and because then you find the loopholes, or you find the holes, and then you write a tighter law, or you find out what laws actually already existed and are not being enforced, and you bring them back into the reality of here we are now. Because just like any religious text, even the law is a living entity and always changing for the times. So you've got to allow that process to happen.
Yeah, but it gets lost. Life is so busy, and these networks are so adept at preying on poor parents, and nurturing these horrendous relationships, starting in a friendly way and then branching out. Like it's such a playbook of actions to get from point A to point D for these people. It's like it's a script, and it's well done, and they keep their secrets close to the chest. So it's sad because they take advantage of situations that happen based on inflation and lack of cash and broken homes and people in let's say you're in a big corporate job and you want to move up the ladder. I know people personally who were sacrificed on that totem pole to get so their parents could get moved up the ladder in a corporate structure. Like it's I don't think laws do much in that particular arena, but I know what you're saying, and I understand, and I agree.
No, they don't. But there are laws that do in certain ways, in certain areas, and then and in most cases. What you're describing are worst case scenarios where people like myself are usually we're called there's a group of us within the survivor activist community who are designated voices, which I'm one, and there is a group of us which are last resource. What is it? I'm so sorry. I haven't slept very well the past couple days. Last resort resources. So if one has tried everything and nothing is working, or there is no other alternative, maybe somebody's comes from a high profile family, or some kind of situation of authority, or I don't know. There's a number of different. I've given an example of a case out of Australia where there was a photographer from National Geographic who contacted me to help him with his family. And it wasn't just like his household, it was his whole extended family. We're talking about, I had a council, about 50 to 60 members of his family. And 30 of them, which was through very intensely throughout the week for a while, based upon one of his relatives who was dying in the hospital from anorexia, and it just opened a can of worms. There was there's people even from like Hell's Angels. I found out one time while I was traveling that my website, the Hell's Angels, were using it because they couldn't go to the hospital, so they were using the information. Those who were born into it were learning how to live and prepare to actually move. They were learning to deprogram themselves while they were in the situation so they could up and move. And those who didn't want to be it anymore were learning how to get off drugs. And so there's people in politics. There's been people from the IMF who have contacted me to help them out. Years ago, when the young girl in India got raped on the bus and then pulled off the bus and was killed while her boyfriend was being beaten, a group of lawyers from India within their parliament, I became their advisor and helped them write laws. And it wasn't just me. I pulled in some other survivor activists to advise them. I've contributed parts of my story to different Hollywood movies. There was one movie where the plot was a teacher kidnapped a little child who was a protege, and she just kind of went off the deep end a little bit. And I was one of the advisors for that. As a teacher, as a mother, and as somebody who works for the children's rights. And I mean, it's not just me. There's a number of us that have contributed. I was an advisor for Jada Pinkett Smith, for Gotham, and there were 4 other survivor activists, 2 of them who were lawyers. But we're working to get ourselves very involved in Hollywood so that these feel-good revenge movies and these rescuer movies, they don't empower the public. There's enough awareness movies out there, but there's not enough educational empowerment movies out there. There's so many heartstrings. And this is another thing that Sound of Freedom does. But it highlights what's going on. It highlighted what was going on in that country, which happens in a lot of countries, including here. But even Tim Ballard said, I did not address the slavery that happens in the United States.
Well,
I took it to another country.
yeah,
I'm
and
slave
most
here.
do that. Yeah, and most do that. But
You know why? Because United States handles the trafficking in persons report.
Sure.
But the United States is also the fox in the hen house.
Sure.
We procure the most people. There's the sex tourists. Most of them come from the United States.
Yeah, Super Bowl Sunday and such. But even Aristides just shared.
Corporate.
Shared.
She's touching upon some of the things. I took a bunch of screenshots a while back, and I just dropped them in the chat. And some of it could be kind of deep end, okay, but some of it is touching on what she's saying. That really, it's manipulating the public perception. It's not really. Now you think, it's something that just kind of happens in a third world country and 20 kids at a time. And of course, we're not telling you the worst of it and who does the worst of it. And just, it's just, what did they call it? It's a revelation of the method. So it's getting this idea out there. It's pulling people's heartstrings. It's not really solving anything, and then some of the people involved with it are in addition to what she's already said, I don't know. It seems like some of these guys are tied into Freemasonic type organizations, and this, and then the funding, this Carlos Slim guy. It's like, you start seeing this and go, okay, all right, what's really going on here?
Exactly.
And
it's like what I like to say is it's like at home. Like if you have an issue, let's say you need to eat better, so you buy better food, you eat better, you exercise, whatever it is. Like there's action that's to be taken to fix the problem. Highlighting a problem and putting it in everybody's eyes nationwide on theater screens with zero actionable steps to change the problem, to me, is just making everybody feel dead in the water and more isolated than ever. So there's no action, there's no fix, there's no cure.
If you find a movie that has action and cure in it, or some kind of empowerment in it that's practical,
right?
For example, staying married, even if you're not getting along, but working through, fighting for each other, so your family isn't torn apart, and so your kids aren't on drugs and plucked away. Actually building rapport with your children, actually building rapport with yourself as a human person, and all together, and this, that, and the other, and acknowledging that alone cuts down on a lot of not just child slavery and child abuse and predatory behavior from the outsiders, but a lot of humanity's problems come from the home. Home is, individuals at home make up society at large. So I would like to point out, I kind of give Mel Gibson a pass because he has, not a complete pass, but somewhat, he has called out Hollywood. He has called out the Catholic Church.
Yes, he has.
Okay. So I could give him a fair pass.
Okay. Just checking in at the top of the hour. It's a few minutes past the top of the hour. I want to say shout out to Clarice Claudette, who's in the chat room. God bless her for her care packages and her attempts to help me through these past few months and past few years, really, and beyond. you've all been here for about a decade now, except for Aristides, he's new. But when it comes to everybody else involved, numbers are up, and I want everyone to know I'm definitely still part of this. Was taken care of a lot more than expected coming home as I did. You leave the place a few days and everything collapses, especially in a hoarder's crypt. And so aside from all of that, you're doing great, honey. And our man is acknowledging you, Mr. Aaron Tice. But didn't Mel Gibson... I thought he was originally quite a militant Catholic, like a kind of fanatical Catholic, almost to the point of, medievalist. Did something change in that regard?
No, he is, and here's what he
He
did.
is.
And
That's why I say I kind of give him a pass. I don't
Well-
give him a complete pass.
Okay,
He
so
called them out
Aaron,
and
yeah,
resurrected.
yeah.
He called out the church and resurrected a dead sect of the church. Like he literally restarted an old dead version of the church under far more ancient rules and regs, and he did that because he didn't find what they were doing was accurate or to the nature of purity, and
or militant enough for him. Go on.
Yeah. So to finish my thought,
Yes.
I grew up Catholic.
Yeah.
I have called out the Catholics to the point where I was on a research team for lawyers who brought the Catholic Church to the International Criminal Court. We made Benedict step down.
Okay. And,
Wow.
but
Called
honey, weren't you
out-
excommunicated?
Yes, I was excommunicated at 10 years old. But even after that, I was still abused by the Catholic Church, and not just the Catholic Church, but a number of the different religions within this small town.
And thank you for clarifying that. That's very important to qualify that. I appreciate that.
Two group. Oh, geez, I have been abused. Like I said, everybody from the parents next door to all the way up to the governor of Pennsylvania and the state senator for Pennsylvania.
I mean, talk about a bad day. There was one day
for the wash house.
Yeah, there was one day she woke up from a coma with some guy raping her. I mean, it just doesn't stop.
That was a church that was a hospital in Kentucky when I was still doing. I mean,
by the way, I
still
kind of feel like that happened to me today, but it didn't. But you get my point. Anyhow, so continue.
Okay, now to finish my point,
Yes.
if Jim Cadizel wanted to actually make a difference, he would call out the Catholic Church, especially because he is such a faithful, militant Catholic himself. If Tim Ballard wanted to make a difference, Tim Ballard would call out the Mormon Church.
Right.
I helped keep Jeffers, what's his face, behind bars, and called out that that he was running an international human trafficking ring because some of the girls and young men he was sending up into Canada and making them get married, or they were going through some kind of more conditioning, which means torture, and then brought back down for until they were compliant, and then they were being brought back down to be child brides or child grooms, or if they were in their 20s and they didn't want to marry somebody that was in low teens because they had common sense and conviction, they were still forced into some kind of compliancy unless they ran away. And those who wanted to run away, they would find people like myself, or they either find myself or other people like myself. And we survivor activists, because of Pizzagate, we came out of the shadows. I was like, because of Pizzagate, I was like, I'm part of a shadow. I didn't realize I was a shadow entity or part of a shadow entity. I guess we are. And we had deep discussions about how much do we speak publicly, reveal ourselves, and what do we say. And we nearly got shut out from our voices nearly drowned out until we started saying, hey, if you don't stop these people who mean well but don't know what they're doing and are cyber sleuths, and I started calling them pizza gators as a pejorative, and even going on their, torturing myself, going on their podcasts. And they were like, next thing I see is t-shirts and hats and merch that says pizza, I'm a proud pizza gator, or pizza gator mafia. And I'm like, oh shit, I should have been quitting. I should have been marketing that, because I coined those phrases, but as pejoratives. And if they wanted to actually make an effort, they would call out their own communities.
Well,
And
that's
I'm like,
never, yeah. It just speaks to the nature that they're not trying to make a difference, and you
Thank
are, yeah. And if you look at Jim Caviezel, he's obviously so sincere in his statements that he's very insincere, because he's overplaying the hand.
Another statement. One of his first interviews was like, we are calling for survivors to come forward. No, survivors don't come forward out publicly like that. Survivors either handle their pain inwardly and process, and it's a long process, and go through all the grieving and all the counseling or whatever, if they're brave and with it enough to go ahead and do that. And then they might find somebody like myself, or they find somebody within their organization within their community, a domestic violence shelter, or family therapy. Somebody. They'll reach out to somebody, a trusted friend, neighbor, somebody, and then if that person could get them to go to the police, or maybe they do go to the police, and then the police ideally get them into the community resources. And if there aren't community resources and they happen to reach somebody like myself, I find out what their zip code is and help them find their community resources. Everything from how to pay their rent. So, because it'll shut your brain down. It'll shut,
Sure.
There was a school teacher that she was in her early 30s. And one day she taught like second or third grade. This little boy, she taught in the inner city. And this is relevant to the story. This is why I'm bringing this in. She was a Black woman in a city that was not, in an area of the city that was not very interracial, and it was unusual for this little a white family to be in this neighborhood. And so she had a student who was a white student in a predominantly Black school, and he just came up to her the one day and gave her a hug and said, "I love you. You're the best teacher ever." It unlocked something that he looked at her or said or something. She became a little girl in front of all these students. One of the students had the wherewithal to go run to the principal and said, our teacher, we don't know what's wrong with her. So he comes in. They're telling me that they contacted me. They're telling me that she was hugging and cowering under the desk and sucking her thumb. She did not know where she was because something triggered her to unlock this flood of memories. Up to that point, she had been a very functioning, high functioning woman. So I worked with her for a year. So she gave up, I'm making a very long a very short story shorter. So worked for her a year to how to do all these different coping skills. And for the past, since past 11 years, she went into drug and alcohol counseling. The majority of her patients, SRA and CA, and she never did drugs. She herself never did drugs, but she went into the mental health field as a result of the process that she went through with me. She wanted to help other people go through the process. She is considered a survivor activist in the field. Somebody like me, I've helped people like Tim Ballard, like the Tim Ballards. There are rescuers, but the most of us who are rescuers are the people who are survivors. We end up getting mental health training for our own survival, and then we help our brothers and sisters. Or social workers on Skid Row. I helped for years. They didn't go through this stuff. And there was one social worker, she was like, oh no, there was this one lady that all the social workers thought she was crazy. And she would get passed from social worker to social worker. Nobody wanted to deal with her because anytime they would suggest housing in a certain area, she would go berserk. And I was like, do you guys know that there's high-level prostitution and sex slavery in that area? They didn't know. I said, I bet she was kidnapped and sold and passed around. So I asked her in front of her social worker at the time. And she cried. She goes, yes. And she just poured out the whole story. She got up, gave me a hug because she was like, you do this? And here she was in California. She was a soccer mom from New Jersey. That she was coming out of the grocery store with birthday cake and birthday stuff and balloons for a birthday party for her child, her little boy, and his last day of soccer, the last soccer match. His birthday gets ruined. All he knows is mom's gone. Where did she go? And she had been disappeared for a lot of months. You know, all that took was me talking to the social worker, me giving allowing her to use my cell phone to call her husband to let her know that she was alive and at least somewhat well, and to use the California resources, for public welfare resources, to get her back home through Greyhound or American Airlines, whichever she wanted to do, and then arrange with her husband for family counseling with a qualified counselor in New Jersey. I did all that. And the social worker, the public welfare office social worker, and the homeless social worker, it was just a team of 3. And we managed to crack this code, took her over to the police station that was around the corner. She took them to the house that she was held captive, busted up the chain. The police got the credit so that I could stay anonymous. The police got the credit, the social workers got the credit, and I got to stay anonymous so I could help other people. That's how it actually works. Are you guys there?
I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
that's how it actually works, guys. Or a neighbor notices something that just feels a little bit weird. You know, there's the weird neighbor, Or did they have a child? What happened to their child? You know, getting to know your neighbors, build a community, plotting out, you know, keeping your. I had to sneak food. If it were from my neighbors sneaking food to me trying to concentrate on my grades, me trying to learn all I could about different things, I would not. I got up and left. There's more of us who either help one another or we're alive because somebody or a bunch of somebodies have contributed to our survival along the way. And, we end up moving as far away as we can. But for those who stay in their abuse because they're they're bonded by economics, they're bonded by physicality, they're bonded by trauma bonding, they're bonded by just outright fear, or brainwashed. They find their ways. Sometimes they stay in it so they can help other people, or maybe they feel like they can't. There's no hope for them, but there's hope for other people. There's so many levels to all of this. There's so many layers. These rescue movies do not address those things, but if you find movies that even hint to any of that, I guarantee you there was a survivor activist involved.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm glad when this came up, the Sound of Freedom thing, that you were here to give that perspective on it, because
Thank you for allowing me that. And also, I'd like to say and clarify something that was brought to my attention last night. There are, and I've said this before, there are so many Michelle Leslies out there. Leslie, Leslie, or any version of Leslie. Leslie is my maiden name, but the Leslie is my actual family name, maiden name. There are a lot of Michelle Soldatas out there. I couldn't find the Australian porn star, but I found locally here in California, there's a 33-year-old Michelle Soldata who will accommodate whatever fetish you have, and will travel. And there she, free marketing for her. But there is only one Michelle Carmela Leslie, who is me, and there is only one Michelle Carmela Soldata, which is me. Both of them. If you type in Michelle Carmela Leslie, Michelle Carmela Soldata, you will get me. No, I'm not selling myself. No, I'm not a lawyer. No, I am not worth. There's a celebrity generator that if you type in somebody's name, it will show how much money they're worth. I am not worth anything but right now 23 cents that's in my bank. Yes, I still have medical issues. Yes, I still can't afford now to get the medical clearance to travel to Chicago because I can't afford it, so I can't get the clearance. Yes, I am still facing a trial in a few weeks through Social Security because my doctor says there's nothing physically wrong with me, when actually I have a genetic condition that causes me to die, often at the most random things. Because of severe allergies, I go into anaphylaxis. And yes, I have to be my own lawyer on it. I am am just an example of hundreds of thousands of survivor activists around the world that we are in such a situation, yet we still help our brothers and sisters, our local neighborhoods, our cities, our communities out. One family I could think of in Minnesota, her dad was instrumental in building the shield for the space shuttle when she was a little girl. She is so tied. Her family is so tied into science and politics. And for business, like you said, for people to go up in the corporate world or promoted in politics, corporate world, and continue up the ladder, they will sacrifice their children. This happened to her. To the point where even her children, her youngest, never knows when she's going to get kidnapped at school, on the way to school, and then she gets dropped off. And they have no semblance of real life. They can't go to the authorities because the authorities are involved. And then when she's trying to pull out outside people, they're like, you have to be crazy. Because it's such an absurd story. It's such an absurd, ridiculous story. Right now, there's a case on the internet where these two twin actresses, one is accusing the mother of abusing her through technology. Well, it turns out that it's through the virtual reality. Their older sister has devised this corporation that may or may not be real, but is using virtual reality as therapy. And soft white underbelly, which a lot of us in Skid Row do not like this guy, because we see him as an exploiter. And it turns out that, I was watching this at random, just background. But when it's just weird how close to what some of us activists on Skid Row were sensing about the photographer for Soft White Underbelly. And I intend to bring that to the activists that are able-bodied to do something about this. Well, I'm not currently able-bodied, and I already have too much going on.
Congratulations.
To do something. I'm sorry?
I feel like that's an important thing that you can mirror to people, is that you have a good boundary and you know what you can sort out and what needs to be somebody else's job.
Well, with this trial coming up so quickly now, they moved it up a year. I keep getting pressured now for almost 2 years, maybe 3, pressured that if I say none of the abuse from my childhood ever happened, or just go ahead and use my spiritual gifts and all the other knowledge acquired over the decades to certain entity, I could have my health back. I could have a car. I could have a house with a lot of land by a lake. I could have my children back, restored to me, all the programming that was ever in harassment given to them, done to them. They'll just magically tell my sons, oh yeah, everything we said about your mother, we lied. Yeah, right, they're going to do that. All the harassment that they ever gave my sons, they'll say, oh, we're sorry. Here, let's make restitution. Right. No.
Somebody was trying to sell you this? Somebody was trying to sell you that this could happen?
See.
I'm back now, by the way, just so people know. Really back. So I want to thank Aaron Tice for the time he spent with us.
Everything from my parents.
Come on. Yeah.
So my parents, a guy from Texas that was sent to come and recruit me back, And other people, like, I'll be in a restaurant and somebody will come up to me, when are you going to give in and let this all go away?
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck away from me. When are you just going to, look, you know, and me telling them, oh, yeah, even in the hearing office, even in a social security
You mean
hearing
recently?
office.
You mean recently?
Oh, yeah, within the past year.
Go on.
Like, isn't that bribery? I told her, isn't that bribery? What? Like, yeah, what? I said, well, aren't you glad that I'm not going to say anything? Because if I do, no one's going to believe me. But you know what? I do have a handful of people that know me well.
Right.
That if I said something like this, they would be like, oh, Lord, are we okay? Like, yes. And that's the other thing, too. I have a family of friends that I have cultivated, because there's a family that you're born in and there's a family that you cultivate. But I've learned over the years not to really care if anybody believes me. But what I do care about is keeping my work and my chaos away from those I care about. So, but that brings me into the other projects. There was
By the way, our
something-
numbers are good, and I do want to ask before you go into the other projects. I do want people, first of all, to know that Aaron Tice apparently got signed off the Skype, which is Skype has been behaving very bizarrely lately, and but other than that, he had to go anyway. What with his family responsibilities, we certainly thank him for the time he was able to spare, and he thanks Carmela, of course, for her sharing. And I do want to say that Clarice Claudette says that all therapists have you take human trafficking classes to renew their licenses. None of those people are going to make a difference. That's why small people like us have to, through healing trauma therapists. So basically, we're the ones to heal the trauma therapists, I guess, is what she might be saying. She can correct me if I've misinterpreted or miscommunicated. The other thing I wanted to bring up was Aristides entered some images into our text box here in Skype. Aristides, Aaron says he's seen some of these images before. Apparently they're relevant to what Carmela is describing, no doubt. Could you explain some of this? I don't know if Carmela herself...
could.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's some screenshots from various accounts on Instagram, but when the whole fuss about this Sound of Freedom movie came out, some people were offering their perspective as to why this might not be entirely genuine, as far as an effort to, really reveal the face of human trafficking. And I think this Michelle Carmela has confirmed, some of that, and that that the real stories behind that, we're not going to see in a movie in a theater that Mel Gibson tells us to go see. And so.
Oh, so he's behind this Sound of Freedom.
He was marketing it. He was, which he seemed to be under duress in the commercial. I don't know.
Yeah, most of it was.
Oh my God! All that coke went up my dad.
No, most of it was Tim Ballard's camp, Douglas, and Tim Ballard's getting paid now 5 different ways from this movie. So he even has a podcast to do more fundraising.
Wow,
he's doing more fundraising through a podcast now.
So you're from. Now, I'm going to go with what you say. I don't know this guy. Is he some kind of sleaze? What?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he's getting 5. Here I am struggling. If it weren't for you and some of the other podcasters over the years that have given me platform, I mean, look how it's been a struggle for me to have. Yeah. And there's other survivor activists, too, with my degree of knowledge that look, I do spiritual warfare for governments. I advise governments. I help write laws. I help write rebuttals for laws. I didn't finish business school.
Just
I only have
to
some
reinforce
college education.
Right, just to reinforce and validate what our dear Carmela is saying, she was contacted by some people who were involved with the government at the time was it Uganda or Kenya, where, of course, that horrible Scott
It-
Lively pastor was doing all his damage with his homophobia campaigns leading.
India, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Gu- Guyana, South Africa, South America, like Argentina, pick a country, Peru, Colombia, Uruguay, El Salvador, pick a country, Canada, UK, Spain, Russia, Siberia, pick a country. Pick a country. I either Australia, we have a huge network. Once Upon a Eden, pick a country. If Once Upon a Eden, which is primarily me, and almost all the 50 states in the United States, pick an area. If I'm not somehow involved to the point where people think they have physically met me when I have not stepped out of the United States or the Western Hemisphere, I will know somebody who's there actually helping, or who is a native who has gone through this. Native to their area, who has survived, and who is embroiled, and as thickly or more so than me.
Okay. Thank you.
And I do spiritual warfare for governments because there is a lot of spiritual element in this, and even if it's psychosomatic or what is the placebo effect, it's still, because it's still important to utilize whatever helps break down the effectiveness of these horrendous atrocities. So I've even acknowledged in my own self that some of this could be could even be false memory or conflutation of what is the word I want?
Conflation.
Yeah, conflation of memories, or even condensing down memories, or it's whatever my brain needs to function. But at one time, I was more than 26 different personalities.
Wow.
And one of them, or a couple of them, were trying to get me out of my town. One, I didn't even know. I've told this story on your show several times over the years, Douglas, how one was engaged to an oil baron in Texas. And I'm like, what? And the day that he happened to come to propose to me, I was me, as everybody hears me. I am Michelle Carmela, who's on the birth certificate, the one that God named, through my parents or whoever. And I had to learn. But there was a doctor, 3 sessions. He had 3 sessions with me, and he decided that he was going to write a book. And I'm one of the first post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis patients in Pennsylvania. And I was 19 at the time, and there was only 2 other women who were in their 40s, and I was like 18, 19. And when he was just too gleeful, when I told him I was dreaming in black and white, and the things that I was going through cancer treatment at the time, and the things that I was seeing during the day and all of this stuff, he was just like, what do you got to tell me today? And then he was recording it, and he goes, do you mind if I write this in a book? I said, yes, I do. Don't you write this in a book? What did he do? I go back years later, and I'm given my story at a shelter that, because there's not a lot of shelters in Pennsylvania, and the pastor goes, you must be, and he shows me the book, and there, everything that I said, word for word at that podium, was there in that book.
Wow. Well, that's really distressing.
Yeah.
What did you do at that point?
I wanted to sue him. I wanted to do all kinds of things.
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't because family members were in on it, and other people who were in on it all protected him. And then they moved him out of the state, and there is no record of him ever counseling at that facility. So it just makes me ever look like a liar. But if I tend to put that in a movie or in a book, I will put it in the process. I am very much willing and perfectly at peace with looking like an outright liar, an outright charlatan, because it will give other people who are in the midst of this, they'll know that they're not the only ones. The public, a lot of this is entertainment, so I see a purpose for Tim Ballard's movie because we need the feel good. We need, Denzel Washington's, it's similar to Denzel Washington's movie. It's similar to Taken. It's similar to John Claude Van Damme and Bruce Willis and Jason Statham and all that. So, I watch those movies, but because I know what the shyster and charlatan that Tim Ballard is and how he siphoned money from the underground international church that was rescuing people and even they pulled me in. This entity pulled me in because they wanted to save the children, and they were wanting to save whole families the best they could. But because there were certain laws that they didn't know how to enact for the rights of children, that's what they were pulling me into, because they wanted me to train them on what words to say or what process to go through or who to contact, this, that, and the other. So, but I've said a lot. I always say a lot on your show, but
no, that's fine. I was only cussing under my breath about something else. Go on. Yes.
I want to thank so Douglas. Every time I'm on, and even the one time I took the liberty to ask for money, and you were very gracious about it.
Oh, thank you.
You had a listener.
You're well worth it. Go on.
Thank you. You had a listener who donated to my PayPal, and I'm very to keep their privacy. I'm not going to say their name, but I want to thank them for this publicly. I think I've already thanked them, but before. But I am very thankful. But
could we remind everyone how one might do that if they wanted to, or where how to find your PayPal?
Well, I don't have. I'm outside talking on my cell phone. If they look up michellesaldana.saldana@gmail, or message me on Facebook, or when I hang up from here, I'll type it into the Skype, and you all can give the address out, because at this point I don't think I'm going to go to Chicago anytime soon, and we're still setting up the organization. I'm still setting up the production house. It is possible that I could do it from here. If I do it from here, it'll be thousands of dollars less because I won't have the travel costs. I won't have the area where my friend was stays and was going to have me be a roommate. It would cost me at least $2,000 or $3,000 a month, but I pay $650 here, and so at least if I could pay, if I could have about like $780, which pays my rent and for the roof over my head, and also pays my storage fees, because there's like 37 years of research, documentation, and other information that I've been working really hard to compile into books and libraries and stuff, and use it for the production house that I would like to keep. So if we could at least do that much, because there are people in Hollywood that are helping me get the LLC. Some of them are waiving the fees. Some of them are doing this at cost. I do have a small group of people that keep me fed, help me when they can to go to the doctor. They paid for my trip to go to UC Irving in January. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got any. And that required a 3-day hotel stay, which was over $1,000 between the hotel stay and the meals and the travel. I mean, they paid for everything, and they took me down there. And then when I lost my phone because I had a nervous breakdown because of what the doctor said, they bought me a new phone. They bought me a computer. They keep me alive. They take me out to dinner. They check on my mental health. They're everything that my family is not. And then, talking to you guys and how you listen, and then knowing what Douglas has gone through, and then finding out weird things, like we happen to know people and we have like similar, either we had the same abusers or we had abusers who knew each other. It's just, he's as wackadoodle as I can be, or helps me feel normal. And I had the conversation with Peter, and it gave me such a huge validation to talk to him, because I respect him so much. And it was just, I get so much out of these podcasts. And when I put out the SOS about my cancer and what the doctor had said, Douglas was like, we're going to have you back on air. And you're going to have and it's that huge support. My boyfriend, I still claim him, even though we haven't dated for a long time, but I never had, he comes from a similar background. He knows a lot. He goes through a lot of things, and he took it upon himself to understand me. He's a character actor, so he even took several weeks to act like he had anaphylaxis, and to understand what it's like to have to be so strategic and careful. And people like that in my life, my international group of survivor activists, the people that, boy, I sound like I'm doing an award show, but the people that come alongside of us and understand that we survivor activists are the generals, are the major generals, are the ones that the corporations, if it's not for children and families, it's the survivor activists who have actually survived this long, that we get targeted. I can't even go to the hospital. I had a heart attack and stroke because there was an assassination attempt on my life. So I mean, I can't do what I do without the big team. You know, without all these people, without all you guys that I've all mentioned. Once Upon a Eden is all of us together.
Yes, that's right, honey. Thank you. And by the way, Ian West.
We're not registered. We're not a 501c3, so I talk freely, and I don't have to worry about biting the hand that feeds me, because the hand that feeds me is all of us humans working together against the entities that aren't human.
Yes. The powers and principalities of the deep state that rules. So, darling, Ian West in the chat room has pointed out what the way we can support you. It's at hashtag I Stand With Carmela. Carmela spelled C-A-R, like a car, M-E-L-L-A. Hashtag I Stand With Carmela. There we go.
What is this?
That's what Ian West developed for you. It's like the GoFundMe.
You know what? He developed it right now.
Oh.
I'm gonna call you out, Ian, because you know the other thing last night. Thank you to bringing my attention about all the Michelle Leslies and Michelle Saldonas out there, and then it just happened that Douglas called me, and I took the time to remind all the public. But you know what? I know you've been busy. You've been busy over the weeks.
Yeah.
But you know what? No. Don't anybody give it to there.
Okay.
I'm going to give you my PayPal.
Okay. Great.
Send it to my PayPal. Ian, I am not going to allow you to appease your guilt. Especially, I'm not even going to go into our conversation, but it was I had a delayed reaction, but it didn't upset me. It did upset me to the point where I couldn't concentrate the rest of the night. I couldn't go to sleep until like 2 in the afternoon. I did a bunch of artwork. I distracted myself as much as I could. I processed. I talked to some friends and stuff. But one of the things I do like about Ian is he is irreverent. Do I think he meant to be disrespectful? No. Do I think that he meant to be insulting? No. Do I think that he meant to be negative? I don't know. I don't think so. Really, I don't think so. Overall, Ian does have a lot of respect for me. But you said more than a month ago that you would set up this fund, and you're just setting it up now.
Yeah, he takes his time.
So that's the point I'm going to fall on.
Yeah.
You said weeks ago, a lot of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So you're just setting it up now.
Yeah.
And no, I'm going to have control over this one.
Thank you. Yes.
Especially
I'm proud of you.
when you are still in the Tim Ballard camp.
Yeah. I mean, that's right. Thank you, honey.
And even now, there's somebody that I'm kind of, sort of, not really counseling, but helping to keep buoyed and encouraged, who was abused as a kid, who was fractured with multiple personalities, and losing their family, and just having to, is on the precipice of losing their family.
Yeah.
Because they've been self-medicating over the years. The personalities have all been introducing themselves to me right now. So this person only knows about 6 for sure.
Right. Yeah.
But I know about almost 20. I know almost 20. this person is really trying to keep, they have no idea. They have no idea what they're going through. They have no idea why they're going through it. They just know that they are. They know that they love their spouse. They know they love their children. And they're, they know they're fragmented, but they don't know how fragmented they are. And they're really trying. I see improvement every day. But what the main person has told me, according to the main person, they grew up in such a Ozzie and Harriet, Leave It to Beaver life. They have no idea, because the other entities or the fragments of this person have told me things that just make me cry. When this person goes away, I just cry. And this person was told by their family, this person recently attempted suicide. And their family was like, you need to come here. You need to come here. And I said, it's up to you. I can't tell you anything for decisions, but do you have peace going back? Or do you think you'll die? Because me, I think you'll die. And as a matter of fact, I know you will. But you got to make the decision. And I see this person every day. And sometimes in the course of 5-10 minutes, I might talk to 13 different pieces of this person. All who have something to say. And then I pray, constantly pray. This isn't. The spouse was ready to give up, and I was like, I believe in you guys. Could you just hold on? And so the spouse. Today I heard the person came to me and said, my wife says that we're going to check in 4 months. But she's going to keep calling me every day. And we're not going to make any decisions within the next 4 months, depending on how I do or what is. I'm like, that's beautiful. Because they were on the verge of divorce. That's why they were losing their kids and everything. That's why they were. That's why they tried to commit suicide. And this person has already. This person used to be a very. When they told me, the main person told me, this person used to be an internationally known, famous person. And it had a very thriving life. And then all they knew was they were an alcoholic, a drug addict. But they had a good life. No. This person is really hurting. An international person. So, I mean, this is why I get angry about the Tim Ballards. Well, Douglas,
yeah,
I'm not really going to put out our conversations, but there's stuff that like before, years ago, when I was on your show, and we would have the after conversations, and you and I would get into deep conversation.
Yes.
And you would allow me to do work on you. And I know that you don't allow just anybody to.
Thank you.
And I still do. And I still, will always defend. Because, I don't know. But I mean, one of the entities was trying to hit on me, and I'm like, you can't do that because he's married, so that means you're married too.
Right.
And, well, you want to be the mother, and you're not the mama. It's like, I'm going to get a T-shirt from the dinosaur show. Not the mama. But you know what? That entity was the gatekeeper. And the gatekeeper told him and everybody else, you trust her, talk to her, I won't stand in the way. Because that gatekeeper tried to physically come at me. And this guy's big, but he's a gentle giant. He tried to, I said, not here. Holy Spirit lives here. You got to go through the Holy Spirit to come deal with me. You know what? There was only inches of airspace between this guy and me.
Right.
He could have easily crushed my head. But what I said, you got to go through the Holy Spirit. And I was like, do you guys believe in Jesus? Every single one of them do. Ironically, I have one or two entities. Because, yes, I'm a multiple personality still. But the agreement that I have is my personalities can talk to me in my dreams. And they can give advice. They can help me see things from different points of view. But none of them act out. Not in my dreams. They're not allowed to talk. So I don't talk in my sleep. And they're not allowed to act out at all during the day. So everybody who hears my voice, they're hearing me, Michelle Carmella, who's on the birth certificate. And I got him to this point. So he's been around me a month. I got him to the point where everybody that deals with him in the house is dealing with the main person. When he's at work, they deal with the gateway. When it's just he and I in private, any one of them could come out who feels like to talk with me. And then I pray for them throughout the whole day. And if I feel like getting up in the night and pray. And today, several of them acknowledged me, that thanking me for praying for them. And that two of them said that they felt comfortable, that they were going to go rest. And I said, what does that mean? And they were like, he doesn't need us anymore. We're going to go rest. And I said, well, you could still talk to him in your sleep when he's sleeping. Okay, thank you. So that there is huge. Two of the entities melted away.
Ah.
The other thing I want to make public before I go is that, Douglas, it was a while back I told you that I was doing work for Haiti that I couldn't talk about.
Yeah.
But there was, and I'm not going to say who, asked me to do spiritual warfare for Haiti. And we got the people now that have, because it's so overrun by the gangs, the people turned on the gangs. So they're even killing the gangs. So they now have the upper hand. You know, the people are taking the upper hand, which was needed.
Yeah.
And eventually, what I and the people that I have helping me spiritually with this is that we're believing that a different religion is even going to come about in Haiti. It'll take time, but what they've been operating under hasn't been working for them for a long, long while. Hundreds of years. Probably even longer than that. So I don't know what it's going to look like, but it's going to be something in love. So that's the thing, is it doesn't have to be Christianity. It doesn't have to be the Bible, but it does have to allow love, aka the Holy Spirit, freedom to operate strongly. So, well, with that, I'm going to be quiet. Sorry that I've dominated so
Oh,
much.
wonderful. I
It
certainly
usually
needed.
happens.
Yeah, we needed you to help, and you certainly have. You've helped with just expressing a lot of the pain and the conviction that's necessary to really contend with the phenomena that certainly I've spent a good deal of my life exposing. People need to hear this aspect of it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well,
Go on.
one last, yeah, another last thing I should say is some of there's been some lawyers and some designated voices that have been on daytime TV to express the danger that movies like Sound of Freedom pose,
Mm-hmm.
and they've been shut down by mainstream. One was actually asked, well, don't you want people to know about child abuse and child sex abuse? She's like, well, of course. Well, don't you? Well, why wouldn't you support this movie? Are you really against help that greatly? That wasn't the case at all. The case is, and this is a lawyer who for family court and children's rights, and it has helped write international laws, being accused of being on the side of pedophiles or possibly being a pedophile herself. But that couldn't be further from the case. It was that she was chosen by us, by, we survivors, the greater wilder community, to speak, and so were a number of others, and most of them lawyers or in the entertainment industry. And so the consensus has just been, we got to get our own movies out there. We got to. I was at one time, a couple summers ago before COVID. There was 5 movies in the cinemas that I had contributed to, and that's how I was funding I almost said Operation Freedom. There is Operation Freedom something.
Iraqi freedom is what it reminds me of from the Gulf War. Go on.
Yeah. So, but that's how I was funding Once Upon a Eden's international support for the orphanages in these different countries.
Yeah.
And the orphanages were building up. We had vocational centers, and we had we were putting kids in college and starting gardens and all kinds of stuff. But anyway, yeah, I was having them so I could keep my health insurance, through the state and my Social Security. I would have them give to the orphanages directly, because the production houses weren't necessarily very keen on that idea. But I told them, I said, you pay me $45, $50 something $1,000, that I'm going to lose my insurance. And one hospital stay for anaphylaxis, for 2 or 3 days is $50,000. I won't be able to pay that. My money would go straight to the hospital bills. So they were like, really? So because I explained that to them, they went ahead and just would give it to Kenya, Uganda, or Kashmir, Nepal. So, or, wherever.
Yeah. And so, darling, you know that you're welcome to go on for as long as you can last. And I do want both Aristides and Amy Como to participate more, to join in with conversing with
Yes,
you.
please, guys, because I
Right.
already talked for hours.
And certainly,
I'm sorry.
both of
It's
you have
becoming
done.
my podcast instead of Douglas's, which is
Okay,
not.
no,
No, that's
thank
fine.
you.
This was the night it should have happened. This was the
Yeah,
night it was meant to happen, really. And obviously, a lot went down on my side, so it's almost like it was preordained. So this is what should have happened, what needed to happen. So, but Amy and Aristides join in,
Yeah,
and
yeah. Thank you, Michelle Carmel, for sharing all that. And I'm sure as many times as you've told your story, it's still never easy. And I think what's pretty clear is the people who can really tell the story. They don't get the fame of a big movie or millions of dollars. They get the raw end of the deal, and I think Douglas is familiar with that too.
Yeah. You think that dad or those kids are getting much out of all this?
Right. And, I guess I did bring up the Sound of Freedom in the previous program. And I guess you should say, like, nothing against people who are excited about it, and thought, think it's a good thing and like this. But I think it's important to note that with these type things, they know how to harvest people's good intentions and redirect it, and often it's toward another layer of deception, and you think you're finding things out, like, oh yeah, we're gonna find out the truth, and it's just another layer of the of the puzzle of the of the control. So, and I think it's like that with a lot of things. But
I went out to dinner last week with two of my friends, and there was a girl that she was trying to get an Uber. It was like 2:00 in the morning. So we went out to Denny's. There's a all-night Denny's close to where I am. And so I went into the restroom to wash my hands because I hate flies, and a fly touched me. So I was having a stoic freak out. And I was washing my hands, and this girl looks at me and she goes, "We have the same shoes." Like, okay, yes, we do. And then she goes, "You wouldn't happen to have a charger, would you?" And so, long story short, we help her charge her phone and get in contact with the Uber. It took us 3 extra hours. But in that time, we had a conversation, and she brings up, "So what do you think about the Sound of Freedom?" And I was like, I'm not going to talk about it. Right? And I looked at her, I was like, "Why are you saying right?" And she goes, "You know what? Last week," and so she tells me how she had to escape and save herself from a situation. And then she goes, "And here I am. My phone dies on me." And I was just like, "God, I am not going to go in another situation. Nobody is going to put me back." And that's whatever happened. I don't even know how I got in that situation last week. I was just trying to go for a job interview, and all day long I end up in a hotel, and I have to break out. She goes, from the daytime, somehow I go to a job interview in the daytime, and I end up in a hotel, waking up in a hotel and having to escape out of it. And just in time for somebody to see somebody pay somebody this other person to
Purchaser?
do whatever with me. And
Yeah.
I was like, "Hell no." And she goes, and I bolted myself out of there. She goes, "Because I wasn't going to have anybody rescue me when I could do it myself."
Wow.
I was like, thank you.
That's pretty ballsy. Yeah, not many people think like that. But of course, people should think like that because how else can you get out of there? I
Well,
take it that her
reason
cell phone
why
was
that
confiscated.
movie's dangerous.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
another reason why that movie is dangerous. But it did teach all of us, all four of us ladies,
Mhm.
to make sure when we have our charger to have the wall prong
Yeah.
in there too, because she had the computer cable, but she didn't have the wall prong part.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah, that's something so simple.
Mhm.
She was like, I almost put my life in danger again. And I was like, Lord, I can't have this happen tonight. Send somebody that is just low key and wholesome to actually help me. She goes, but you know what? She goes, you know what? I've been asking people for an hour. And you know what? I looked her up.
Mhm.
I looked her up on the internet.
Uh-huh.
She's like this. She's very down to earth.
Mhm.
She has this permanent sales position in this company that sells home decor. She's like in marketing and distribution for this home decor, high-end home decor company. She travels the world with this company.
Mhm.
I was like, she goes, we're going to do lunch. We're going to do lunch or brunch or whatever time you get up. We're going to do something. Oh. Well, I mean, that was just a random thing. You know, I live life and I still come up with, still find people or stumble upon people.
Yeah. Right. By the way, I like this one critical review of The Sound of Freedom here. How to make a fortune with a mediocre movie.
Oh, did you guys hear about the pedophile the movie? Now, I can honestly say that I own up to the fact that on my page, especially my Michelle Carmella page, I know there's pedophiles on there. I've known that for a long time.
Oh, yeah, of course.
call
Yeah,
them.
as a matter of fact, a number of them are those who were calling you about me, but go on.
Yes. Oh, Nicholas, do you remember? Oh, no, this might be been before you. Yes, this was before you. So in 2014, when I was traveling from Montana to California back and forth because I was relocating to Montana. But Target had swiped some of my information, and it was causing a conflict with. So I had identity theft. There was remember that class action situation with Target. So I was part of that. I didn't do the lawsuit, but I did resolve it. So anyway, I'm in Utah. And I ended up going to the ER twice while I was in a layover. Excuse me. And I was in a layover. And so the doctor had told me that my bone marrow was bad.
What? Oh,
And
bone marrow. No?
Yeah. So I wrote something. Nobody used the word cancer then. They used it this January, but I mean, my bone marrow was bad. So he had to explain to me why it was bad and how it was bad. So I wrote, or how it was bad anyway, in what way it was bad. So I wrote about that. I got so viciously attacked, even death threats and rape threats, because I said my bone marrow was bad. I'm like, what the hell? Why are people rating me? And it was almost all men. There was a couple of women, but I was like, that's okay, whatever. So I talked to a friend of mine who was a psychologist about it. He goes, okay, some of those are pedophiles. And some of them, they had this Wonder Woman syndrome, superhero mentality about you, fantasy about you, that you just shattered it. You just became a real human being, and they're pissed off at you for being a human person.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's the part of the insanity of whatever people might think that they have gotten somehow to know you, or they've glommed onto you, and By the way, I do want to get this to you and have you respond. I'll while you're responding, of course, I'll take just a short trip to grab some more refreshment. But I want you to know that what the critics are saying, it sounds like there's a lot of good output about how bad this film is. Basically, Sound of Freedom film is profiting off disinformation about trafficking. There's one article. And it says glorifying vigilante justice may sell movie tickets, but it doesn't help trafficked victims. Or
people aren't even seeing it. People aren't even seeing it. It's not because the air conditioner or the film projector isn't working, or the iPad went down that the theater uses, or the internet went down. It's because ticket sales, the pay it forward program. Trinity Broadcasting Ministries did the same thing when they did the Omega Code and Megiddo and One Night with the King. And I know that because I was an extra in those movies, and I was also part of some of the marketing through the mega church that I worked with at the time. And the founders of Trinity Broadcasting, I could go on and on and on, which I won't, about how corrupt they were and how intertwined, or they try to adopt my kids. They try to how they interfered in my life. But yeah, I saw that buy these tickets. The whole church buys tickets or pay it forward, and all that does is drive up ticket sales. It's not like people actually put their behinds in the seats or their eyeballs to the movie.
Right. And aside from that, the other thing that was said, two more things at least to relay. One of them is an individual wrote an article here that there's an editor's note with a disclaimer, meaning that there's a forewarning that this article contains descriptions of sexual assault, etc., basically warning people that you may not be able to handle this. But it's introduced by the individual writing it saying, I'm a sex trafficking survivor. I have concerns about Sound of Freedom. And as for Vice has stated that Tim Ballard has stepped away from Operation Underground Railroad. So they follow up with the introductory sentences
to have his podcast and do fundraising. And he's
for himself. Yeah. Tim Ballard, founder of Operation.
He hasn't stepped away.
Yeah.
He hasn't completely stepped away.
Okay.
It's that he has...
Well, it says here that Tim Ballard, founder of Operation Underground Railroad, has quietly parted ways with the controversial anti-trafficking group, meaning that if he's the founder, he's abandoned them. So this is very bizarre.
No, he hasn't. He has only taken, stepped away as one step, maybe two steps back, but completely out of the picture as a way?
Right.
No.
And it says he's also a board member of the Nazarene Fund, which seeks to save oppressed religious. It's just very strange. This is an individual who.
I could give you. I could give you one of my
wait, before you even go, I do want people to know. We know that this film is shit because it's being sponsored by QAnon. QAnon supporters are promoting Sound of Freedom. So, so at this point, it's shit. There's nothing good about this film. Apparently, there are deep QAnon ties that are being exposed now. So here we are, anti-trafficking group with long history of false claims gets Hollywood accolades for basically a false story. It's shit. The whole thing is shit. So, when our man Aristides asked me about this, tell me if correct me if I'm wrong, Aristides, did I not tell you I never even heard of this shit? That's pretty much what's my response, right? That I never even heard of this, right? I think. Is he with us? Are they still with us, or is it just you and me now? Okay, yeah, good, Amy. Thank you. So Aristides, maybe they got him. There he is.
No, I was on mute. On mute. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, now the first time I brought it up, you didn't even know what the heck this was.
Yeah, thank you. That's
Yeah.
what I thought. And so,
Douglas,
thank
do you
Yes.
remember when
Yeah.
back during Pizzagate that I was on your show pretty regularly, and we called out QAnon as a psyop and as a cult,
Yeah, yeah,
and I kept saying we need to know who's behind this.
Yeah.
They allegedly found the 1, 2, whatever, but I still don't think that they really know
well, it
who
was
was
Michael
behind it.
Aquino. It was Michael Aquino organized QAnon. It was the Q was for his name, Aquino. He loved the Q, and also he was doing that as a personal strike against myself because he knows that the Q is in Japan. It's like their word for X. It's like in terms of Japanese mysteries or science fiction, if they want something bizarre or intriguing, instead of using like X Files in Japan, it would say like Q Files. And so it's like a personal kind of spite, remark, kind of like what you'd call a troll blow. And aside from that, it was his upping of himself as one-upmanship because of his always wanting people to pronounce the Q in his name as Aquino, the way he loved it. That's the way he wanted it. But, a lot of people wouldn't honor that because it's like he had so much power already. Nobody was anxious to give him any more, empower him any further by just catering to his every whim. But such being said, it was certainly his psyop. I mean, it began a long time ago. It began while he was still alive. It began when he was working with the NSA, and at the time, he affiliated it, weaponized it, politicized it, with his political attacks against liberal progressive leftism by making the radicalized right, with its obsession with pedophilia, claimed that all the Democrats were baby-eaten cannibals, baby rape and Satanists whose sauce was basically their sexual fluids that they were spilling into these kids before they cooked them, which of course is another thing that Ian West promotes, is spirit cooking. He'll claim that there's little black kids being cooked in big boiling pots under Disneyland and shit. And
I'm not going to discredit. Honestly, I'm not going to discredit that, but I always say when you focus on the sensational,
thank you, the lurid,
the lurid, the sensational, the over the top, it takes away from helping the child that is just in the closet or being held captive at home, or having to live a double life, or having to, it's hurting the child next door.
Yes. All the concentration on the graphic detracts from the norm when it comes to human trafficking, which is children who are perhaps not even quote unquote technically trafficked, but being sexually exploited by their families, or it's a terror. Go on, take it from here.
A lot of the time, traffic. I even hate the term traffic.
Understood.
But,
and explain that. I'll be back in just a few minutes, but take it away, and Amy and Aristides participate with her. Is there something you needed to say to me before I left for a few seconds?
No.
Honey? Okay, so I'll go for a few seconds. I'll be back in just a few moments. Michelle, take it right away.
Okay. I'm still here.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Recently, I was reminded that the term trafficking actually comes from the 1800s. But it wasn't really into vogue until the UN started getting involved with writing laws and getting very instrumental in their marketing or educational programs. And the reason why was because we survivors back in especially the 70s and 80s and early 90s were getting together and setting most of the community programs. If you have a community program for domestic abuse or food banks or any type of resources, unless it was started by some church organization or the Quadas or something like that, and yes, I know their fronts, yes, I know their cults, yes, I know their systems and lures, but they still provide some community services. Unless the unless those community services already existed, like the suicide hotlines or the calling out abuses and stuff, or setting up some kind of, like I said, domestic abuse shelter. Those were set up by survivors. And the rescue networks originally were set up by survivors. The holding authorities accountable all the way up to the highest echelons. We were using laws that already existed, and we were effective. We were so effective that they had to take control of the situation. And there you got the human trafficking or anti-trafficking movement. So they could take control. So the anti-trafficking movement through the UN has these scholarship programs that if you can tie your gardening, if you could tie in your food bank, your gardenings, community gardening project, your tiny village project, your computer programming project to help, quote unquote, human trafficking survivors, then you're guaranteed a grant sum. And then once a year, the UN provides like a lottery and will award, not provide, but award $500,000 to the one that they like the best or seems more inventive or this, that, and the other. So it started creating infighting because instead of people working together, they were competing. And then you got the Catholic Church was like, oh, child sex abuse is soul rape. And I was like, yes, it is soul rape, but you are the abuser. You do not get to tell us what our abuse is. Because at that time, we survivors, there was so much infighting. I said, listen, I have talked to enough survivors around the world that we use very much the same jargon. So let us develop our language. And if it's different per region, it's different per region. If it's similar, it's similar. But we are the ones. We cannot have the equivalent of having the Catholic Church or the UN say what this is the equivalent of going to the ER with all kinds of physical signs of trauma and our abuser speaking for us and saying, oh, they fell down the steps. Oh, or taking on their verbiage and saying, oh, I'm just so clumsy. I tripped and I fell and I hit my knee. Because that's the story that the abuser told us to tell. No, we are the ones that suffered it. So we have to tell it in our language. So for years, I have developed this mantra that has permeated, and not just me, but other people say it, other survivor activists say it in their own way. My story, my way. And I've actually had non-survivors tell me, oh, it doesn't work that way. Oh, yeah, it does. I lived it. I'll tell it. And if it changes, it changes. Because for whatever reason, it's going to change. But the core of it is going to be the same. And sometimes I remember new things while I'm telling the story. So it's going to change. It's one of the reasons why we survivor activists are not really good at trials. Because we might seem, what's the word? What is the word?
Michelle,
What's that?
I don't want to interrupt you because I know once you get going, you have so much that you can add to the conversation.
No, I'm stuck on the word.
Yeah, I want to say like you're not really improvisationalists. Like you don't improvise as well, and I don't
No,
know if
'cause you
that's
know what?
even
My
what you're
brain
looking
gets
for.
part of it is expressive aphasia. Plus, I haven't slept very well for a day or two. Well, actually, it was just basically a day, but it feels like longer. Um, so,
You were saying about
accountable,
trials or not being good at
accountable and
trials.
accurate. And I do have. Uh, I had. I've had so many anaphylactic episodes and then I had that stroke in 2015. So it affects my cognitive sometimes, especially if I'm overtired or
You're doing great. You're doing great. And
so.
you were saying. So, do you think with the trials and
Accurate,
such,
accurate, accountable, and what's the word that I was looking for? Like consistent in our story or something like that. But uh, one of my friends, she uh, she is a designated voice, and she was interviewed by uh, CNN, and she was just crying because she's like, the reporter tells me that they can't find the building where I was held captive, and that there's so many holes in my story. So I told him, I said, she was drugged, she was blindfolded, she was bound, she was driven from one area to the other and from across different states. Now, you tell me, if you were in those circumstances, even without the drugs and alcohol, would you be able to tell where you were? I said, and the blindfold wasn't removed until she was in the storage unit where she was held captive. The blindfold was put on her before she left the storage unit. So the fact that she could tell you any little thing, and he was like, well, I still don't believe her. Okay. So you don't believe her, but you can't discredit her. In the meantime, they had a known pedophile on their payroll that they were paying for his trips to Southeast Asia and calling him the uh, uh, what was it, slave hunter, which was pretty accurate considering he would go in as a hero, but on their dime, on their videos, he was, oh, this is how the predator goes to these little karaoke bars. This is how the predator gets a Coke and picks the girls. This is how the predator has dinner. And then the predator leaves with the girls, and then the cameras go off. And we're like, ha, ha, ha. But yeah, famous Mr. Aaron Cohen, an authority who, when we were working on Naked My movie, uh, he he was like, he calls me, he goes, I'll market it all over the place. I was like, no, I know you, Aaron. I know enough about you. And no, absolutely not. And when I told him my movie, my way, because he was like, you're not going to ever get this movie off the ground. I'm like, if I don't, it's going to be because I choose not to. You're not going to say anything, and neither is going to the cinematographer. And I said, I'm the one who's funding it. And even a predator from Las Vegas at the time, she was like, where's the money coming from? Because I was doing podcasts trying to raise money. 99.9% of the money was coming from my pocket. The 1%, that 0% was coming from a couple people from the podcast. But I was the one that was putting up the money. And and I didn't trust the cinematographer, and neither did the other survivor who was part of it. And sure enough, I mean, I had an invitation to go to Sundance and to stay at I can't even think. But we didn't go. We didn't go because she had a porn production company edit the movie. I have no problem with adult porn. I have no problem with it. I do think it belittles some things, but I also think it has purpose in other areas. And I've helped with Shelley Lubin and some other people to make the porn industry safer for actors, and also have rescued people who were underage out of the porn, even sat on porn sites. So, but I wasn't going to have a porn company edit my story. I thought it would just took away from I thought it compromised my character to the public. And so I didn't go to the Sundance Film Festival. I had a friend of mine, a mentor from CBS Studios. When I asked him what to do, he goes, just don't go. Because if you don't go and the other person featured don't go, they're going to take it as a boycott. She'll have to explain herself and it won't sell. And sure enough, it didn't sell. And we had HBO, we had Cinemax, we had Showtime, we had Discovery Channel, we had TLC, even the History Channel, because of the organized crime aspect. The History Channel offered me a series. HBO offered me a series. I was like, I turned all of it down because I didn't want to be associated with her. And I felt exploited, but I kept control because I put the finances in. That's how I had control. It's because the dollar rules. But she approached me. She goes, I had already, over the years, I've donated some aspects of my story to different charities to help them fundraise. And so I did that with her for people who were abused by the Catholic Church. And so she called me up a couple weeks later. She goes, I have enough right here. I could make a movie on your life with or without you. I said, nobody's going to make a movie about me. If I do it, if a movie's going to be made, I'm going to be involved. And it's going to be me to do it. She goes, oh, good. Okay. I said, what do you mean? She goes, well, we already got the footage. We'll start. So I said, I don't want you making this movie. And she goes, well, I guess you're the funder then. If you fund it and you pull the funding, then we'll just have to. So it was a way for me to keep control. While I learned from my mentor and a couple other people that were, because my mentor had been with CBS Studios for 45 years. And the other people mentoring me, all together, they probably had about 150 years combined expertise. And they were advising me how to handle this situation. So the movie never got made. And it did hurt her credibility quite a bit. She had to change her name of her organization and a bunch of other different things.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think, thank you for all that. I think it is important what you noted, going back to how you said, once they kind of standardized and they started calling it trafficking and they set up, these organizations, I think it kind of describes just how many ways they have to control the narrative, control the language. There's probably, not great luck with trials because they have ways to control things through, the justice system, and probably because so many of the people involved are tied in, and that's how they exert that control. So they keep everything within very defined boundaries that they can, they can dictate that narrative. It sounds like. Is that reasonable?
Yes. And then
Yeah.
if people remember when Ashton Kutcher testified before Congress and it was John McCain that was questioning him. So DNA, which was Debbie Moore and Ashton Kutcher's human trafficking organization, they were after me to be on their board and to be their spokesperson. But I kept saying no. And at first I didn't know why. But then at some point, footage, which is now pretty much mainstream, but 5 years before it went public, or was revealed to the public, actually more than 5 years, the video was shown to be the St. Elmo's Fire after party, where Debbie was kissing on a 13-year-old boy in front of his parents, and his parents were just perfectly fine. Everybody was perfectly fine with it. But I had already called her out. Anytime I talked with her, I said no, because I feel like you're a snake. I feel like you're a pedophile. Not really sure. She's like, what are you saying? I said, yeah. I said, but I'm not. I said, she goes, I can get you for slander and liability. So I'm not saying it publicly. I'm saying it to you. And so even for a short time, a few years later, before that, I had a publicist, and she was trying to connect with me through him. He goes, this will be huge for you. I said, she's a snake. She's a pedophile. And she goes, just call her. And I told her on the phone. I said, Ashton left you because you're a pedophile. He realized he was groomed, and he's moving on to somebody that is more age appropriate. And you can't have kids because you're midlife. Your womb doesn't work anymore. Come to terms with the fact that you're not 20. So stop being a cougar. Be real. So, or if you're going to be a cougar, be more realistic. So, so there was that. But back to John McCain. So, John McCain and George Bush Sr. actually set up a bunch of orphanages worldwide, where they had some of these schools and orphanages are actually child trafficking centers or in sex abuse grooming centers. And McCain was known throughout the world, especially the third world countries, to propagate these. Like Dick Diesel said that he didn't know until watching the audience watch Sound of Freedom that he didn't know there was other Epstein Islands. But yeah, not only are there islands surrounded by water, but there are islands surrounded by land. So, of course, I've said over the years, children are currency. Human beings are currency. So, what we saw when Ashton Kutcher was testifying before Congress was actually a business meeting, because Ashton Kutcher and Senator McCain were on the board, or it was like, I think it was McCain was on the board for DNA, or he had some kind of involvement with DNA. And as a result of Ashton Kutcher being there, DNA received no less than $50,000 to several hundred thousands of dollars. And I know this because everybody that was invited to testify, including myself, we were offered this for our testimony. And I turned it down because I said that it sounded like a bribe. And I told him that if I was going to testify, I was going to talk about how Arlen Specter and Congressman Klinger, who was also Pennsylvania governor, were my abusers. And so I said, so think about whether you really want me to testify or not. And they were like, no, we'll be happy to have you testify. I said, oh, well, then that translates into I'll never return. I'll be kidnapped and disappeared from Washington, D.C. Why would I, with this inflammatory information, go into the dead alliance? Why would I go? And then under Obama, I was offered, which is now a advisory position, but to set up a human trafficking enforcement agency. And they offered me $175,000 salary, a townhouse, a driver, a cook, and a butler, and total health care. And I said, that just sounds too much like keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Because they were like, you'll be 3 seats from Obama. Well, since that, I was like, I didn't even finish business school. As a taxpayer, that is just fishy. And why would I do that? And I'm not going to go to before Congress. It was like 3 times I was summoned before Congress, and I kept saying no because I was advised by a lawyer that I could say no. But I said, I don't want to have to be in a situation where I shake hands with snakes, because snakes don't have hands. And every politician in Washington that I've seen that has anything to do with human trafficking are snakes. And when I said this to Obama's chief, I told him that, and a week later, it was in the headlines that the basement of Washington had snakes. So I was like, well, there you go. There's snakes in the White House.
It's so much to take in.
Yeah.
It is. Well, the person that went in my stead, my friend in Chicago, that was an intern, and now he's an activist in his own right for a number of years. And one of the first things he did was he took my place for Congress. And the first thing out of his mouth was, "It's good to see you all again." And he addressed them all by name, when in fact it was his first time presenting or testifying before Congress. But when he was addressing all of them, he used to be a rent boy or a call boy and be sent to to the as a pizza delivery. So he was actually a sex worker for a number of them, and he knew them that way. And so when he said hello to them by name, he was actually addressing them as the irony, and also calling them out at the same time for the frauds that they were. I was so proud of him.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd love to have you come in and testify that a state governor was involved in all this. Because, I mean...
It was so what he did was the same thing that I would have done, but he did it more discreetly because he's still alive. But he ended up calling out a whole bunch of them. And every time he went there, he was like, good to see you under these circumstances. Do I remember the last time we met? And then somebody would like quickly shut him up before he got to talking.
Lord.
We survivor activists who knew about the and prostitutes, who knew how the government uses prostitutes and child sex slaves. We all love that he did that. He did that for us, and for himself.
Yeah, and so I think that one of the important points that was brought up by Michelle Carmela Saldana, though she did not express it as such, is that in this Sound of Freedom fiasco, this farce, what basically, apparently, the movie message is that this big, strapping white guy who's built like the Hulk is going to come and save you. And apparently this is what happens in the film, is you've got this big, strapping, white guy in a muscle suit who's going around and rescuing kids. Almost, this vigilanteism implies that he's going beyond his parameters of duty as a officer of the law, which apparently he was somehow involved with the DEA or something. I mean, I'd have to look at this more thoroughly, but he was supposed to be, according to these various how would I say it, reviews that I'm looking at, I'm getting these different weird ass acronyms for all these fucking like non-governmental organizations, which already is just sketchy as hell. And it's supposed to be some guy who officially was a government agent. So if he's involved with establishing like non-governmental organizations, okay, that's already suspect. It doesn't make any sense. Like this shit I'm seeing right now. Basically, he's a former government agent who quit his job so that he could complete his mission and rescue more children. Okay, probably the story is that he was fired. The idea that, I'm so obsessed with what I'm seeing and the law's not doing anything. There is an action that someone could easily take. All you need to do is become a public informant. And so if you become a public informant, you can tell people, hey, look, the tax dollars we're spending for this service, we're paying for law enforcement to basically protect us. You're not being served. And that alone would enable you to publish some books. It's not like this guy doesn't have inborn advantages. I mean, he's white, he's big, which is, size is a prize in this culture. It's just take a look at Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It has an impressive build, so people think he can run for president. And basically, you could see the logic behind that. If you stood him up against Putin or other world leaders, he'd be intimidating. So this individual has social points that he can take easy advantage of. And if he's working as a government agent, he's got the authority behind him. All he needs to do is say, look, he could quit. And he could say that I'm exposing corruption and the inactivity and your tax dollars aren't delivering. And he'd get book contracts and he could probably become a pundit. It's not that difficult with his inborn advantages. But
he's actually a leader within the Mormon Church.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
that
He could call it
doesn't
another
that
church.
explain everything?
And
Doesn't
Dwayne The Rock
that?
Johnson, there was people who thought that he would run for president because he did a Saturday Night Live skit of a
Yeah.
child predator robot.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Well, or something like that, or a mad scientist who built a robot that raped children or something. It was some bizarre
Yeah.
skit. Yeah. So the idea that okay, so this is what I'm getting now. If I go back a bit further in this guy's resume, Tim Ballard, apparently he was a special agent for the Department of Homeland Security. Again, this is a very suspect position because a lot of people don't understand. Department of Homeland Security is supposed to be an umbrella organization. That means that the Department of Homeland Security is supposed to be bureaucrats who are coordinating all of the other departments that have been extant for generations before the Department of Homeland Security existed. The Department of Homeland Security was born yesterday, as far as history is concerned, because it was born pretty much after 9/11. It was created after 9/11 as a direct response to 9/11 to coordinate other departments so that they would finally begin to cooperate and share information and therefore prevent terrorist acts in the future. So it has its own quote unquote police, but the idea of it picking up special agents, if it's done that at this time, that wasn't its original. That would be mission creep. It wasn't its original mission objective. It was to have bureaucrats coordinate between the departments that had agents. But if it's starting to employ agents, which already sounds suspect, and if this guy was part of that and then he quit, first off, they're anti-terrorism and they're trying to coordinate other departments to combat terrorism. Human trafficking does not really fall under the Department of Homeland Security's forte. Believe it or not, even though you or I could argue that human trafficking is a threat to national security or international security, that's not how normal states of governments.
Yeah, it's not really seen that way. It's more falls more under trade or domestic abuse, like family issues.
Thank you. So then if they glorify this guy
more
by
human rights issues, mainly not
Thank you.
to the level.
Thank you. I mean, because basically first off, even under Obama, who is seen as this paragon of liberal, progressive threat to America in the sense that he was viewed as overly liberal and overly progressive, he was the guy who, because they had him by the balls, because basically he wasn't born in the United States, and I never say that as a cut. I'm not a birther who says he shouldn't have been president. It's about time they had a president who wasn't born in the United States, but they used that against him, and as a result, he signed off on everything. And one of the things that he really
tried to use human trafficking to take over Uganda.
Thank you.
And he signed the same day that he signed the anti-human trafficking that gets signed every year in January, has been for a lot of years.
Yeah.
That same day, he signed, or at least that same week, he signed funding for the Congo and the District Republic of Congo, where Comey actually was. So he tried to use let's make Comey famous, which was another organization of a non-survivor that was being used by the government and the UN for nefarious reasons, mainly to start a war and take over the minerals and everything else that was valuable for in Uganda. But while they were doing that, they were actually sending funding to Comey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, there you go. And in terms of
in the best interest of America,
yes,
to a warlord who was using child.
But by the way, for those of you who don't remember, just to kind of put this into perspective, during the time of, if I remember correctly, and people need to help me out here, during the time of Comey as understood by Americans, that was during the Obama years, I believe. And what had happened that blew my mind was that I was basically still kind of readapting to life after the death of my parents and trying to come out of that care provider mode and the horror story behind that, which I've, our dear friend T. Tank Berry, who visited today, was talking about, alluding to that horror that I had suffered from and talking about how much he had heard about it on air, which is quite true, but people really, really have never heard the full story because simply it's too painful to go into. But having, was decompressing from that. And what blew my mind about these anti-Comey commercials was that they were involving a crazy white guy who had a scar cleft into his head that was so deep it looked like he shouldn't be alive. So how do I even look this fucker up? Guy responsible for anti-Comey commercials. And this guy had this whole campaign going that was the most bizarre campaign I ever saw, and people will remember it if they see it. They'll remember it instantly because once you see it, you never forget it. It looks like there's not many great matches for your search. Now, if I remember the name, the warlord's name was Komi, right? How was it spelled?
Or EY, I can't remember.
It might have been EY, yeah. And it was so long ago. But this is the point that I do want people to understand. Is that it basically Comey was no longer active when those campaigns against him were all released.
Uganda, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was like he was using like child soldiers like the decade before those commercials came out, and this white guy was making all kinds of money off of raising this anti-Comey shit, and he had Comey compared with Hitler and Osama bin Laden. I mean, he had Comey up there as like one of the great villains of history. And
I think it was Invisible Children, wasn't it? His organization.
I don't remember, but I do know what.
And a filmmaker, and if people analyze, there's a lot of similarity between the Tim Ballard situation and this guy.
I was going to say that, yeah. But what happened with that white guy was he wound up after raising all this money, I mean millions and millions of dollars, because people saw this shit. And yet, it was really funny that anybody with a single brain cell that was left active would look at those commercials and say, this doesn't make any sense. Because you had all these white people doing this like revival dance talking about we got to stop the warlord Comey and shit. And it was like, why are all these white people making it like a music video?
It took the world by storm, Douglas.
Yeah, it
took
did.
The world by storm.
It did. I had people sending me footage of this shit saying, "Oh, Douglas, what do you? This is like child exploitation. What do you think of this?" And I said,
"It was also during the time that I had to deal with Frick Frack and their twin brothers about the homosexuality laws."
Thank you. That was the Scott Lively, the stupid pastor.
Yeah, I even hate saying their names.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, these are the guys.
Dr. Spock.
These are the guys who claim my biological father Adolf Hitler was gay, and they wrote an entire book on it called "The Pink Swastika."
And everybody, this was like almost 6 years, 6 years before I met Douglas.
Yes.
That I was dealing with these two bastards.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And this is why when she says she's worked for other countries, it's true. She was.
Also, my computer, everybody.
Yeah.
I don't have a visa or a passport because the Italian mafia would not allow it.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, I was in these countries. This is what I couldn't understand about these commercials. By the way, the guy's name is spelled Kony, Coney. So this guy Coney.
I said Mousc.
Right. So this guy Coney, He was the leader of the Lord's Resistance Army militia group in Uganda. The funny thing was, he was active at the time that I was in Africa. By the time that these commercials came out, this guy was gone. He was like at that point in retirement, basically a fugitive, semi-retired. He took the money and ran.
Yeah, he was under Bashir. I think the guy's name was Bashir.
Bashir al-Assad
in Syria. In the Congo and Dominican Republic of Congo.
Well, he was just traveling the world. Basically, he became like a world traveler in retirement, so to speak. Just couch surfing with various dictators.
And it was so wild that the general from Uganda contacted me, and it was like, somebody needs to say something because your government is about to wage war and we're going to have to defend ourselves. And I'm like, wait a minute, were you really contacting me? And so, like the other day, or I said about last week, this girl in the bathroom was like, oh, we got the same shoes. Okay. On Facebook back in 2010, 2011, one of the princesses from the royal family, she befriended me because we had the same name, Carmela.
Yeah. No,
it's something so trivial.
But she was contacting you because she didn't want to participate in a cannibalism ritual. Tell us about this.
Yeah. So at first she was in boarding school, and when I found out that she was in boarding school and how old she was, I was like, I have a rule that if you're going to talk to me and you are under 18, your parents have to approve. So I have to meet at least one of your parents. So she put me in contact with her mother, and we were having a group chat. And the mother then shortly after contacted me and said, I believe that you're a woman of God and that you speak strongly. And I'm going to ask you to pray for my family because my father just died. His brother, my uncle, is throwing a coup. And I said, okay. And I'm thinking, okay, he's just like going to step up and say, hey, I'm king. She's like,
if only it were that simple. Yeah.
So she goes, my mother wants to have a burial because we're Christians. They're not Christians. And our customs dictate
ancestral cannibalism. You devour the ancestors.
But he died of Ebola. Oh. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I put out there, I put on Facebook, there's a SOS prayer. I asked her permission, of course, first. And she's like, whatever you could do. And so I started making it so public about the Ebola aspect. And I said, so if they die or they travel and there's more outbreaks, we know where the Ebola came from. And then it started, there were politicians and there were businessmen who travel and Hollywood people that were seeing all of these posts. And so it started putting pressure on the the government to crack down on cannibalism. So it was the parliament or they already had a crackdown law, they already had laws, but they didn't really enforce them, and not for something like that. And quite frankly, forgive me, royal family, but of Uganda. But right. The truth is, they are more ceremonial than they are legalistic. They're more for ceremony and
it's a constitutional monarchy. Yeah, it's a constitutional monarchy.
So the parliament enforced the law. Yeah. And said you can't have this ceremony. And some people they still went and had it, and they got really, really sick. So
I would imagine,
yeah. So that enabled his wife to go ahead and marry her husband, because they didn't. So the compromise weirdly was they took a piece of him
Uh-huh.
and they ate from that piece, and she got the majority of him. And but
Yummy.
they got sick, so then they gave her all of him, the rest, for her to have a proper burial. But and look, I didn't even have at that time. I was 5 months quarantined in my house because my lungs weren't functioning. I still managed to affect somewhere in the world.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. No, it's very important. Yeah.
There's people who swear that they saw me in even in Romania and different parts of Russia. And so, I promise you, I have since the 90s, early 2000s. I've always stayed on the Western Hemisphere since the 70s when I was born in Taiwan, and and since the late 1990s, I have been in the United States. I've traveled the country, but
and also
I don't have a visa or passport thanks to the Italian mafia.
Right, but let people know as well that when you went into the Air Force, even though you were essentially in boot camp for a period of time with the United States Air Force, during that brief period of time, you were essentially singled out by Michael Aquino. So at least relate to people that encounter.
Do you like that story?
Well, it's an important point. It's an important point because he knew of you. He knew of you, and I have no doubt he knew of you because you were born in Taiwan.
I didn't find out until the first times I was doing your podcast.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, it's been a lot of years ago that I came across a photo of Aquino with Klinger and Spectre.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what weird names? One's Klinger, Ghost, Aquino, Mr. Dr. Spock, vampire wannabe. I cannot. Well, you know what? With all my abuse, I just cannot
take these people seriously.
I take them seriously, and I would like to think, this is my hubris, but I would like to think that I'm somewhere up on that high echelon, of power. I mean, if governments contact me to ask me to, there was one world leader that he lost his election, and we had a mutual friend, and the mutual friend contacted me. I had never been contacted by this world leader before, but had my mutual friend is like, so our mutual friend, he's like, so I'm with my friend because he suffered a great loss, and you're really good at consoling people and praying for people. Could you talk with him and help him through this? And then all of a sudden, it's this world leader, and I'm like, what? I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, whatever. But okay, back to, so yeah, I'm in the Air Force, and I'm proud to say I got such a good score on my ASVABs. It said that ASVABs are designed not to have a perfect score, but I had such a high score that I beat the the one of the students in our school. He won intellectual Olympics, and I beat him out. And my math and calculus were so good. I wasn't doing physics to the book, but I was always accurate, and nobody could tell why. I didn't even know why. I was always guessing, and I would look at the problem, and I would have the answer, but I had no idea what I was doing or how I was solving it.
Cool.
So, and I was the same with calculus. I was doing calculus. I didn't even know I was doing calculus.
Wow, and all of this without nanoplasma. Cool.
Hey, by this time I have no idea, because I was used for experiments, so I have no idea.
Oh,
you know,
there
just
might
like,
have been then. Okay, got it.
yeah, that's something that you and I have had in common for a long while. I don't really talk about it, but
Okay.
I just allude to it,
All right.
like that time that I was trapped at that storage unit.
Yeah.
And later that night, I had a delayed reaction when I went to sleep all night long. Every time I closed my eyes, I was remembering any of the experiments or some different aspects or sights, sounds, and smells and touches. And I was at a friend's house, and I thought I had to stay awake because I thought if I go to sleep, I'm going to lose my mind.
Mhm.
So I stayed awake, but I still, when they woke up, I was hugging a pillow. All the blankets around me,
Oh,
my clothes were clinging to me because I had night sweats all
wow.
night because I was so traumatized.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
it turned out that it wasn't by accident.
mhm,
It was some pimp on Skid Row
mhm.
or drug dealer, whatever, that I had made angry and pissed off. His sister, cousin, something like that,
Mhm.
got the job at this. They found out that I had a storage facility, and they found out about this part of my past.
Mhm.
And this is something else, you know, guys. We survivor activists have all kinds of enemies that a lot of time we don't even know about. We just live our daily life, and then they sabotage us. It's not enough that we have mental issues to self-sabotage ourselves, you know.
Right.
So, but it wasn't anything that I could pinpoint or address or whatever. And yeah, it turned, and everybody told me when we went back, and I tried to get information because my friend's son was like, "You really need to pursue this. You need to pursue this." And he goes, "I don't know about your past. You live a very wild, weird life, but the fact that you were kept for more than an hour in a storage unit facility,
Mhm.
and nobody came and checked on you, and the only reason why you were out was because you already had an appointment for somebody, and she heard you. You said that you were in there and not to lock the door, and she answered you, and she locked it anyway. File a police report. Pursue this some way, somehow." Well, when we went back to question the employees so I could get her name to put on the police report,
Mhm.
everybody said she was only there for that day, and nobody liked her.
Mhm.
I'm like, holy. So and they got the girl that usually held who held that position,
Mhm.
was fired, and then they later found out that she never showed up, or she never missed a day before, but she was in the hospital with a freak accident. So, you know, but what happened with Okito was I was marching on my way to church, and
Wait, by the way,
Akita-
just to put this into perspective for people, she was marching with other recruits. They were being marched by effectively the drill instructoress to female recruits. These are all female recruits.
This was a male.
Oh, okay. It was a male
Yeah.
drill instructor, but you were all female
Yeah.
recruits, right?
Yeah. Yes.
That shouldn't
I
even be
did have
allowed, but
some-
go on. Yeah.
I did have some female. I had 2 male instructors,
Uh-huh.
and I had 2 female instructors,
Uh-huh.
and one major who
Okay.
was a male,
Okay.
who was over them, who was a male.
Right.
So
And just
Yeah.
so you know, they were being marched to church, which is allowed kind of like a vacation. I mean, it's much more lax in the Air Force than it was in the Marine Corps, of course. But just so people understand, Michael Aquino was on site because he's given access to any military base at the time he was in the military, because he wrote the chaplain's handbook and was considered the universal satanic chaplain for all branches of military service, and therefore had access to all military bases quite freely without any bureaucratic problems, because he was just the man. And so go on, honey. Yeah.
So, so we were marching at ease, and we passed, so that means that we were allowed to be relaxed, but we still had to be step in time and march as one unit. But we were allowed to have low level conversations, and if we were going to, we could talk quietly within the person in front of us, catty corner, and to the side of us, or either side, if we were in the middle. So and it also meant that we could turn our heads if we wanted to and look around a little bit, as long as we could keep our cadence and our uniformity. So we turned and looked to the left, and there was this really weird UFO looking building. And, we commented a little bit. But while we were marching, we saw this family, if you will, that looked very strange. The kids looked like little Leave It to Beaver, a little boy and a girl. The mom was kind of like June Cleaver-ish, 1950-ish looking people. But the dad looked like Dr. Spock, even with the cape, and his hair so black and shiny and looking plastic, like a plastic helmet was on his head. And
yes.
His eyebrows very, very sharp, and just pasty. I mean, this is Texas.
Yeah.
People were getting suntans, just being out in the sun, and he was pasty, crazy pale. You could tell that he had a little bit of sun, but he was still, compared to everybody, he was crazy pasty pale.
Yes, unnaturally pale, because he actually wore makeup. Go on. Yeah.
Like a grayish, bluish, grayish, weird.
Yeah,
So,
he wanted to look like Herman Munster. Go on. Yes.
Oh, yeah, Eddie Munster, more like it.
Yeah. He wound up looking more like the uncle who was the vampire. I don't even remember the fucker's name. Go on.
Yeah. So, we locked eyes. It was just weird how we locked eyes. I pulled my gaze from the church and scanned my head to look forward and noticed the kids, noticed the woman, and he and I locked eyes. And so once we locked eyes, we were still marching forward, but he now made a diagonal, and we ended up converging. And as where he stood is where my instructor stopped us, and he stopped us because, well, he was a
higher ranking officer, right?
Well, he was a lieutenant of some rank. I forget how many bars he had.
Mm-hmm.
But he had quite a few on his lapel.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, you notice he has a lapel because of the guy's wearing a cape. Who wears a cape?
Yes, he got to go around. He got to go around wearing a cape on military bases. Yes, go on. He said that was part of his religious uniform as a satanic chaplain. Go on. Yes.
So, yeah, we ended up. By the time IATI told us to stop, because he saw that Aquino was moving towards our direction in a diagonal. By the time it takes a couple steps to stop. It's not like you stop right in spot. It's when they say halt, there's at least one or two more steps, depending.
Yeah, it's like a ship with drifting. It's like a ship that has its drift. It can't just turn. Go on.
And especially if you still don't know how to march right, there's going to be that. So, but it just turned out that where I stopped and he stopped, and at the very same time, was right there, a literal convergence. And he told me, Airman, and I was canned. That means I had my name on my uniform. And he goes, Airman Leslie, come with me. And I said, Sir, Airman Leslie, permission to speak, sir. And he said, speak. And I said, sir, no, sir, I'm to move forward, sir. And I'm like, why did I say that? And on top of that, I am disobeying a direct order from a high rank, and I'm talking back to a high rank. He pivoted away, made another diagonal, and by this time, the family was at the gate, or like what would lead towards the building. And I remember the wife figure, because the pictures I've seen since, there's no way she was really his wife. She turned to look for him, you know, or like to wait for him to see he's coming. The kids didn't go far, but they were a little bit farther ahead. So the TI came to me and he goes, do you know who you were talking to and what you just did? He goes, what did you say to him? So I told him, and he goes, why did you say that? I said, I don't know, sir. He goes, we're going to talk later. So when I got back from church, all four of my TIs and my major.
TIs being technical instructors is what they call drill instructors in the Air Force, right? Yeah.
Correct. So they were in the office, and they were like, we want to know about your story because there's not much in your file. Why does he want anything to do with you? Do you know who he is? I'm like, no. Well, why did he want to talk to you? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the big deal is other than he's just weird. And so the TI that was there, he was what you call a born-again Christian, and he was also a famous comedian in Texas. And he would go to the nightclubs, and he was called what they call a clean comedian. So he would do stand-up every chance he got. But also know that he was somebody that I leaned on a lot. And he goes, that guy, he later, he called me in the office. He goes, let me sit you down. Come in here, sit down, and I got to tell you some things about this guy. He goes, you're on his radar now, and it's not good. And I'm like, I don't know that I am. I don't know what this is about. I don't know what. And when he was telling me stuff, I'm like, well, I had been through satanic rituals and all this stuff. So I was like, when he's telling me what he knew, and he really wasn't telling me anything. He was just telling me, this guy's scary, this guy's strange, this guy's powerful. I was like, okay. He goes, so none of this is affecting you. I was like, so I said, sir, all I know is in him I live, move, have my being, meaning God, and it's God who orders my steps. And maybe that's why I said no, because I didn't have peace, and God orders my steps. And, you know, if God didn't punish me then, I mean, the guy didn't punish me then when I said no, because I saw people in my flight, including myself. We wouldn't recognize the lieutenant right away. So because we failed to salute, we were given chores or some kind of punishment, made to write essays or, you know, yelled at or whatever. So, but that didn't happen in this case. This was just, he pivoted away. So I didn't think anything of it. until years later, and I was doing some research and I wanted some background noise for my to help, So I'm looking through YouTube and I see the guy and somebody sitting next to him. Like, oh wow, this is interesting. Somebody knows this weirdo. I turn on the video and I see Douglas Dietrich, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like, oh Lord, he worked for the guy. Wow. I had a less than 15 minutes, or like 5-10 minutes with the guy, and I still feel disgusting. Well, and my heart broke. My heart broke. I had to hold my pillow for a while and just turn off the sound, turn off the video, because I was like, Lord, if I feel like this years later from my short encounter, what is this poor guy going through when
Thank
he
you.
worked for her? Wow.
But by the way,
Because
go
I
on.
didn't see any body language
Yeah.
within Douglas that was like promoted or comfortable, maybe familiar with the guy, but the body language was like slightly positioned away. The arm that was closest to Akito was like holding Douglas a little bit, like even though he was next to next to Akito, it was clear in the body language that one hand kept him seated on the seat and the other hand was like, let's get out of here.
Right.
And so I noticed that. And then I'm listening for a while. I forget how many weeks or months. And then one day came across, I came across a notice. What are the podcasts? I heard that you were on Facebook. So I friended you.
Yeah.
But that was just so I could know what days or catch a podcast.
Thank you.
And so I would have it in the background and I would hear things a little bit, but I was mostly concentrating on my own work. And then when I saw that you were on Michael Basham and it was live,
Right.
I was like, oh, wow, we'll get it right now. Okay. And then you were talking about China. And then I had mentioned about God's Chinese son. And you were
Right.
like, that's right. I mentioned it in comments. And then after the show, Michael says, well, you know so much about different things. You want to come on air? I'm like,
Right.
oh, that probably won't be right because we had Douglas. And by this time, I esteemed you.
Thank you.
And I was like, oh, no. Even me commenting, I felt like I was intruding. But I still commented anyway. But then when he offered me to be on, I was like, are you sure it's okay? And then Michael had sent me a message that says, Douglas, what's to do a show with you?
Right.
I'm like, wait, what? Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure? And then yeah, you had you I heard you because Michael had put me on and you were already on.
Michael Basham, not
Yeah.
Michael Aquino. Go on.
Yeah, and
Who
I
was
couldn't
teaching
say-
English in Taiwan at the time? He was
Yes.
teaching English in
Yes.
Taiwan. Go on.
And I heard you say, well, is she here yet? Where is she? What do you mean she won't come on? What do you mean? Is she coming on or what? I'm like, you really do want me on. Okay. I'm here.
Yeah.
So that's how
Yeah.
Douglas and I met.
Yes.
I guess that's one good thing to thank Akito for.
Right.
If he ever did anything good in his life, it was that.
By the way, so about the family that you saw, One of the things that Michael Aquino, of course, was aware of, because he tried to make himself aware of everything and was very fondly attracted to myself in what bordered on almost... there was an intensity of his affection for me that bordered on the sexual, probably passed into that territory. But when it came to his fascination with the way I handled life, I don't know exactly what year that you were in the Air Force boot camp, but
1990.
1990. Okay, so that was definitely, I was out of the military by then, and by that time, I had already picked up on the young girl that would become essentially my son after her sex change, which was, a bit into the future as the decades went on, that she was dealing with her gender dysphoria, and I was struggling to accept it. But when it came to Michael Aquino, I have no doubt that with what few communications were maintained after we severed, and 1990 was pretty close to the time that we were still had been in communications until maybe maybe a year or a few years before then. So he had essentially mimicked or aped, I would use the term aped myself. My parents used to use the term monkey, to parrot somebody, to mimic them, to basically copy them. We would use the term aped or monkeyed in Asia. But when he acted the ape, he adopted a surrogate family. So the lady that you saw him with, what you're trying to say, and to let our audiences know, I presume you're familiar with Lilith Aquino, and she was definitely not Lilith Aquino. This was some woman who was like this all-American suburban housewife.
It looked like Rent's a Family.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. It looked like Rent's a Family, because once I left the Air Force, there was some kind of movie or something about somebody who rented a family, and I was like, I wonder if that's
thank you, the Rent a Family. Thank you. Well, and for years later, and I had showed this to people like Gary States, who worked with the Veterans Administration, still does, got a promotion for helping us shut down a operation of double dipping with some of my pedophile gang stalkers. In this case,
please.
Yeah, in this case, it was Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier of the U.S. Army Green Berets, who had converted to Satanism under Michael Aquino, because Michael Aquino effectively controlled the U.S. Army Special Forces through Satanism. And he was, of course, a Special Forces man himself. And some of the things he did were pretty unbelievable. I remember what I thought was so strange is that Peter Moon sometimes responds in ways that are unpredictable or puzzling to me. One of them was, there was a photograph of Michael Aquino firing a bazooka, which was not in Vietnam. He was doing that here in the United States, but Peter Moon automatically assumed that was a somehow photoshopped or not a real photo, but I explained to him it most certainly was. I had seen that photo myself while working at the Presidio, so I told him that's most certainly a real photo. So it's just, people are odd, and they go into denial mechanisms at certain points, and I don't know why. And it's about strange things. But when it comes to, I suspect something that I can share in the future about that. But when it comes to Michael Aquino, one of the things he started was a Facebook page with a false son. And this was just this white, all-American looking guy who was like... named Damien, of course. What else would he be named? But he had the dog, the golden retriever, or whatever it was involved with sports. Just every stereotypical sign of normality, just projecting so much normality that it stank. This individual was just like a fantasy child of Michael Aquino's. It was... there was a longing in Michael Aquino for this other life that he could never have, and it was very similar to what they portray to a degree, and this will be like, it takes a real geek to really know a lot of these comics, because the comics industry, their challenge is they've got to constantly basically kill and renew their heroes, and they will put them through various kinds of manifestations where they show them in different worlds or parallel universes. So when it comes to Marvel or DC, any of their main characters, you have like multiple alternate universes or parallel timelines, and in many of these characters actually get killed or turn into zombies or various other stupid stuff, whatever's trendy. But when it comes to the Joker, several times they have portrayed bizarre alternate situations in which he's gone normal. And that's kind of like almost become a kind of trope with the Joker, is that there's various scenarios in which he goes normal and is living this middle-class life. And that it's almost like a secret longing or a fantasy of his that was more expressed by Harley Quinn, but that sometimes he falls into. So when it comes to Michael Aquino, there was this element to him, and for whatever reason, he felt that having this artificial non-existent son that was supposed to be a product of this rent a family, this was part of his pathology, was to have this other self that was normal, that was not the Satanist, that was not this, it was like the human life he could have had if he hadn't become a baby raping, child selling Satanist, that if he had become instead just a normal human being. So when it comes to the other thing, that the other factor of this is that I have always had the feeling that was kind of hinted at in what few communications we had, that he was emulating the fact that I had this child that I had effectively adopted. But I had sexual relations with her effectively until she came of age and used her savings as a prostitute to basically become a boy, or basically a young man. So, so my relationship.
Douglas, I just want to clarify something.
Sure. Yeah.
The reason why I support Douglas in a lot of different things, as unconventional as he is, this is only speaking for myself, it is because the relationship that he has with his now son, it speaks a lot that this person chose to keep Douglas in their life.
Thank you.
Also, because I have studied the culture in this area for a long time, and plus I have already explained how I met and was mentored by a geisha who became very powerful and prominent. So when I was a teenager, still in high school, and ran the Chinese
basically a restaurant.
Chinese restaurant. Yeah, Chinese restaurant. So
that was involved with human trafficking, but go on.
Yeah, well, it's because of this relationship that it speaks a lot to way that Douglas treated this person during the time when now he was a her, and in that relationship.
Yeah.
And now as a son, and with this relationship, it speaks a lot to the good, positive of Douglas. And no, the life is not conventional.
Thank you.
Most of us in this world of, the darker parts of humanity, we don't live conventionally. So, and quite frankly, there's so much of my life that I think is just like easy peasy, whatever, that Douglas can't even fathom. It gets under his skin. He worries for me. He's like, don't do this. Carmi, please reconsider this, reconsider that. I'm so glad you're not going to do this. I'm so glad that this didn't work out for you because you're safe, And I'm like, so it speaks a lot to the good character of Douglas. It wouldn't work for anybody else. If somebody else did it, especially if they came from a Leave It to Beaver home, I would be like, what the fucking hell is wrong with you? What kind of weirdo? And I would be on them to like probably want to throw every law against them. But that's not the world that Douglas comes from.
Thank you.
So in the world that Douglas comes from, and this relationship actually makes perfect sense and elevates him in a very high regard, actually. And I dare say, not just with me, with other people in this element that we come from.
Bless you, honey.
Yeah.
I so much appreciate your explaining that, putting it in context. And it's one of these things that people may have trouble understanding because they don't have your background or mine. Such being said, I do want to point out that Nemo has joined us, and that's deeply appreciated. And before Nemo says a word, I do want people to remember that I did bring up Comey earlier, and this was the point I wanted to make. Because our dear Carmela, has been very astute in bringing up the fact that there are parallels between this Tim Ballard fellow and the anti-Comey campaign that was run by this individual. Now, our man Nemo actually also brought up the warlord's name. It had been so many years, and this was not an extraordinary name. It wasn't like an African name, and it was just basically the warlord's name was, as our man Nemo put into the chat room, Joseph Kony. So it's a pretty lame-o name. It's not very threatening, and it's not very memorable. The most memorable,
quite a white name.
Yeah. His surname is Black or African, Kony, Kony, but the first name Joseph just came from the fact that he was a militant Christian. And so he was actually organizing a Christian religious army that he was basing on the Children's Crusade. By the way, I'm not trying to rationalize this individual or put him into a positive context. I mean, he was a theologically motivated warlord in Africa, and Africa has plenty of those: Muslim, Christian, and shamanistic, or what we would call spiritual religions in the African pagan tradition. But he was a Christian in this case. But he was active when I was active in Africa, and by the time that the campaign against him started, basically you had some white guy who was just making money off of this shibboleth, this artificial figure that he was creating out of nothing. And so this was around 2012, and it was literally called Kony 2012, this campaign, like Kony was running for president. It was like he was running for president. It was crazy. But the guy who made the film, which was titled Invisible Children, that guy, that fucker's name was, when I looked it up, was Jason Russell. So
they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him.
Jason, go on.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, let's not try and dignify him. I don't know about that. I mean, somebody tried to kill him at some point.
They did. So there were survivor activists in other fields that did not have the kind of background that I did, and did not know about, and then I happened to have some kind of communication with the royal family. So they didn't know these different aspects. And so I had already been talking with these survivor activists and other businessmen and, whatever. So I formed a Once Upon a Eden chat group, private group with just us. And I started explaining to them and giving forum to the royal family to educate all these people from around the world what was actually going on. And then they were like, oh, okay. So then there was a couple people that had connection with the guy from Invisible People, and they started helping him like come down from this paranoia. He had like this, God save the kid, God save, like his own Pizzagate type of
mania. He was in a
scenario.
mania. It's called a mania. Go
He
on.
was, yeah. Oh, thank you, because I was not thinking of the word, but he was very manic. And then a couple people that had contact with him were contacting me. They started harassing his wife, things like missing around the house or misplaced, or she'd go to the grocery store and somebody would hit her cart. She'd go to yoga and somebody that she had never met before all of a sudden knew her name, and she was like, "What's this about?" And it was around the time that they were that the other activists that had connection with him were trying to bring him down from the mania. And then they got him back home. And then he was given a drug. And he just went crazy, running around.
I was going to get there. Yeah, go on.
Almost got hit by cars. And
Just
stripped down.
Yes.
Stripped down to nothing.
Yes, just to put this into perspective, basically this guy, whatever he was on, acted like Viagra, because this guy had a hard-on, because it's all on film. He was running around naked with a hard-on.
He kept yelling, "They used me, they used me."
Yeah.
So they, when he discovered, because I was like, I had, as the term now is, receipts. I had whatever was given to me that we were all working together to verify. We were able to show him that he meant well, but he was used.
Yes.
And he was like, "Oh my God, I almost started a war. What the hell?" Well, then these people, and even on live television, you could see the black sedans and the black SUVs, and traffic started being rerouted, and there was helicopters, and I'm like, okay, we're watching this on live, and I'm like, oh my gosh. There was counseling done for him afterwards.
Well, you fucking needed it. just so people know, this fucker was ejaculating on people's windshields and saying, "Wipe that up, fucker." I mean, this is what it was down to. But by the way, just to put it this way,
because they were really trying to discredit him hard.
Well, they succeeded.
They wanted him to. They wanted him to either.
But honey, what I don't get is, like I said, first off, I do want you to know that you're a good person and you see the good in others.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not validating this guy at all.
Okay, thank you.
But I am just saying what happened. But this is why it is necessary to see we survivor activists as the generals, as the leaders, because we survived all of this kind of thing.
Yes.
I mean, it's a for some people it's an everyday thing. There's all kinds of attacks on us. This guy, the times I talked to him, I said, look, just because you got your toe in the water doesn't mean that you are an expert.
Thank you.
You have to crawl out from the cells and the blood, and I get all graphic about crawling up out of the beast and, all that other stuff.
The bowels of the beast. Yes, go on.
Yeah. And I'm like, just because you got your toe in the water doesn't mean anything. And it's like,
you personally, if you've ever seen this guy, even if you never met him personally, physically, if you saw pictures of him, this guy, he just looks nuts. I mean, the guy's got a machete cleft down the middle of his fucking forehead that looks like he shouldn't have survived that. But that wasn't from any assassination attempt after he started this stuff. That was like something from before, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, it was.
And he had this crazy look in his eyes. You and I don't have that kind of manic expression which this person had permanently affixed to his face. There was something basically wrong with him that they took advantage of. I'm certain that what they did was they took this guy, programmed him, right?
A lot.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he was singled out.
Thank you.
And directed towards, and I wouldn't even be surprised if the idea of him being a filmmaker wasn't even his idea.
Thank you.
Thank
you. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things he said was that when he was brought in by the police, he said, "I wasn't in control of my mind or body." I mean, he was this like. He says, "Oh, it was the stress of promoting the Joseph Kony video that caused the breakdown in San Diego." So, just so people know, it was in San Diego, California.
Well,
Guys, yeah.
What caused him promoting Kony?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Was him being naive? Was him being a white knight?
Thank you.
Super soldier. I'm gonna save the world.
Yeah, a white knight narcissist. A white knight narcissist. Go on. Yeah.
And so, I mean, and I told him that. I said, yeah, the stress of promoting Kobe caused you to break. Yeah. Well, that's exactly why the black sedans and the SUVs were there. Sure.
Yeah. But what was it that the government, what was it, if it was Deep State that programmed him, what did they have against a black Christian warlord in Africa, Joseph Kony?
It was just that he was a tool. He was just flat out narcissistic, full of himself, arrogant, white knight.
Yeah, but that's Jason Russell. That's Jason Russell. Well, what did they have against poor Joseph Kony? You know what some of the critics said? I remember the funniest thing was when they showed...
it wasn't a Joseph Kony thing. It was... Uganda had resources that were valuable.
Right. And remember, there's another factor at play here. Uganda, under Idi Amin Dada, had a society that viewed Adolf Hitler as the great liberator fighting British and French and Western and communist colonialism. So they had a statue of Adolf Hitler in their capital that Pastor Scott Lively convinced everybody Hitler was gay, had him throw buckets of pink paint all over the statue and tear it down after the death of Idi Amin Dada, who people might have heard, if you vaguely remember, I doubt many people retain this, Peter Moon went on this tirade against, that Peter Moon really was hated Idi Amin Dada, not hated like that would require an investment of emotion, but Peter Moon was degrading Idi Amin Dada and saying that he was this joke, this clown was how Peter was expressing it. But the reality was Idi Amin Dada was the most feared man in Africa for years. This was a man that the Western world united to take down. And Idi Amin Dada, one of the reasons that they feared him was because he was one of the blacks, or a descendant of one of the blacks who had fought on Hitler's side in the Afrika Korps. As one of the black African scouts for the Afrika Korps. And there was a history of course, black Africans who collaborated with the Germans to destroy the white colonialists who were occupying their nations. So when it comes to that, there was that factor, and Joseph Kony was kind of an heir in the Christian sense to that tradition, and he was fighting against the Islamists and the communists. And I really think that the Deep State hated him for that. I do remember that when some critics who were purely Western, English and American, were looking at the Jason Russell footage, and you saw a bunch of white people doing this kind of like flash dance shit while trying to raise money.
That was weird.
Yeah. It was funny as hell. And then I remember they were saying,
"God, that time where they were doing those like." People just walking around, milling around, and all of a sudden breakout dance. It was, breakout dancing and song. It's really weird.
Yeah, absolutely bizarre. And this is while he was showing, here's all these black kids having nightmares that Kony's going to come and take them and put them in his army and shit. And then after reviewing that in just segments of it, the critics who were asked about it, they were saying, what do you think of this? And one of them said, well, I've never supported the recruitment of child soldiers before, but after this video, I'm beginning to think it's a good idea. on.
Yeah, and according to the general and the one princess, these kids, Cody had been out of Uganda for so long that the only way that kids were afraid or knew about Cody was because this guy was telling them about Cody and had them scared like the boogeyman.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
he's like, Cody was a blip. It was like, we don't even teach him about school because he was that irrelevant.
Thank you.
He wasn't relevant. They had.
Thank you.
He's like, we don't teach history the way that you do in America. We don't hash out and rehash and remember every person that violates or offends us. We're too busy moving forward and developing. He goes, that's why we're called a developing nation, because we're developing.
Yeah, thank you.
That's funny. I'm going to remember that for the rest of my life. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And this is what brings us to the similarity between him and Tim Ballard, where you've got this, what's so disgusting about this is they have to sensationalize and add the lurid aspect of it that gets all of the sweat on everybody's upper lips. You can smell it just from the people who are praising this film. But when it comes to this Ballard bozo, and there's this other film called Operation Toussaint, which is apparently a different film from this Sound of Freedom bullshit. That he's talking about OUR, Operation Underground Railroad, and basically Operation Toussaint is some other film about this. So he's really promoting himself in all of these films. This is what we used to call vanity production. So you've got this vanity production bullshit going on, and you also got this kind of element of called by God. Basically, he's saying, people are also calling him God, which makes him kind of a cult leader. There's somebody here who wrote in Slate magazine, Tim Ballard called me suddenly in the summer of 2014. And he titles his column, Called by God. Okay, at this point, this is a cult leader that you're speaking about. And basically, and the numbers, 6,000 trafficking victims rescued. That Tim Ballard is taking credit for 6,000 trafficking victims rescued. But what the people who are true victims are saying is that, so basically what this guy is saying is that if you don't have some big white guy coming to rescue you, you're shit out of luck. And this is what he's promoting.
I've been told that to my face.
Yeah, go on.
From churches where I gave my story. And I gave my story. They wrote me a $10,000 check. And they were asking me, so what organization rescued you? After I spent almost an hour promoting my organization.
Yeah.
To a church that my publicist, I had a publicist at the time only because he donated a year of his service because I wasn't going to pay him for something that I already know to do for myself and had been doing for years for myself. And they were like, oh, so you're not really out of it then, are you? I said, you know what? I guess not. I took the check and I ripped it to pieces, threw it up in the air, confetti, walked out the door. My publicist called me while I'm waiting on the bus because they had a driver for me. I was supposed to do a meet and greet dinner afterwards. No, I took the city bus home. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, according to that, I mean, I've been out for 30-something years, and according to that, I'm still in it because I didn't have a white knight to come rescue me.
Thank you. That is beyond offensive. Beyond offensive.
So, I mean, I wanted to do a Tasmanian devil whirlwind and just bull all of them down.
Thank you. By the way, I got a message from Peter Moon saying he's been trying to call me for the last hour. He says, try calling me. I just tried calling him and it says he's unavailable. So we'll try again. If it doesn't work, it has something to do with, that maybe they're intercepting it, or maybe this Skype is.
Is he back from Romania, or is he still in Romania?
He's in Romania. I mean, that would explain everything. I mean, So we're trying to call him, and he says it might not work because I hear nothing. Still calling, so I'll tell him that. So if that's the case, of course, there's nothing we could do about it. We did our best, and it's one of these things that. But thank God that you're here, Michelle, because it's so important, Carmi, that we get a lot of this out. I think it's worked out wonderfully so far. Now, Nemo, I want to thank you so much for... Nemo gave me some news that he's actually uploaded, at this point, pretty much as complete as one can get, a collection of my videos. And so this is, at this point, hundreds of hours probably at least. Our dear Amy, she brought up a DDD archive on Odyssey.com.
That's not Nemo?
That's me. Yeah, that's the... archive of your older content, and archive 2 is your newer content. All the videos you asked me to download and upload, I did it.
Wow.
From your channel.
Debo, I want to thank you for your likes and your comments on my Facebook and all the different ways that you encourage me and support me. Thank you for that.
That's fine.
Yes.
And thank you, Amy, for our conversations.
Yes.
No problem.
I want to hear about some of these conversations. I do want to. Well, before you go to sleep, honey, tell us about some of these conversations between Amy and yourself.
Oh my gosh, it feels like it was ages ago now. We talked originally about some of the things that she had gone through in her childhood. My childhood wasn't perfect either. Yeah. But it does help to be able to kind of pinpoint things when you have somebody like Michelle, who's very
experienced,
far along the path of she's really integrated a lot of the experience into a format where she can speak to people who she doesn't really even know and be able to bond to them. So that was ages ago.
Well, it helps me too, because it was nice to hear I'm sorry that we have these similarities, but at the same time, it's not a misery loves company thing, but it is at the same time a misery loves company thing.
Yes, it does. So you commiserate it, the two of you.
Yeah.
You can't, you can't really change the past. And so having it run you unconsciously, being so unaware of your own emotional reactions or responses to your stress, it's better to simply stick with people who have the ability to reciprocate to you things that are valuable.
Yeah.
And
so that's why I appreciate our conversations.
Yeah, and it's important that we all continue to listen to each other and practice our skills of communicating, and maybe even working through those conversations where you don't necessarily agree at all, and maybe there is times where it's okay to just get angry with each other and then let that become part of the past too,
or agree to disagree, and
all
whatever.
That. Yep. I do have to go to bed, though. I can check in the morning. I'm sorry that Peter's not coming on. I would like to hear from him, just to know that he's well and survives the biorhythm.
The fact that he's able to sit down for an hour in front of his computer attempting to call me shows he must be doing pretty good. So I think he's safe. Let's put it this way: he will be back Wednesday. So whether he's able to join us on Wednesday or not, I think he'll probably be too exhausted, but we'll find out. So he's going to be back at our next episode. So
very good.
Yeah. So he's on his last lap for the Romanian trip, and the fact that he tried to call us but is still not in any good Wi-Fi area, that happens. I mean, he's basically in Eastern Europe, which in some ways is a third world nation, developing, as Carmi was saying, developing. They're still developing, and
I liked how you put it. It's like we're moving forward. We're called a developing country because we're developed. remember that for the rest of my life.
Yes, and
And a military person telling me that was hilarious.
yes. And so, Amy, we love you dearly. Mwah. And God bless you. Thank you for being you, and thank you for joining us. And you believe me, your presence is always helpful. We feel such comfort from it. Okay.
You're darling. Thank you. And as I said, I can check in the morning if I can get up in time before you're off.
Look forward to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take care.
Have a good sleep, Amy.
Yeah.
Thank
Listen,
you.
Bye, Amy.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Yes. And so just the three of us now. And before I turn back to Nemo to thank him again for everything he's done. What really, how would I say it? This is one of those things that is just disturbing to me when it comes to this individual, Tim Ballard. Again, there are elements here that people are going to think is sour grapes or somehow bitterness. Look, let's put it this way. You get this guy who's a former federal agent, it's like no big fucking deal. Somebody like that can get a job with the federal government easily. I mean, he's big, he's white, he's obviously physically fit. He gets into this position and then claims, "Oh yeah, I quit because they aren't getting the job done." He is claiming he saved 6,000 children through basically going rogue. Now, when it comes to everything that I did, when it came to...
Yeah, in a short amount of time, too.
Yeah. Oh, you mean in his case or in mine? Or, comparatively speaking?
In his case.
Yeah,
compared
okay.
to you and me?
Thank you. Yes, he's like basically saying I quit basically I quit working for the feds and then I saved 6,000 kids on my own like Rambo. Okay, there is something very suspect in that. So thank you, honey. And it's
or how about I promise I will let you have a word in a minute.
No, go on.
How about the fact if you take out the child rescue human trafficking element and somebody who is militant goes into another country and kills somebody, isn't that like an act of war or some kind of violence that would make everything suspect?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I mean, it's just you can't do these things without international legal repercussions. It's just not that simple. It's kind of like
so
when
he leaves DHS.
Yeah.
Which there is a semblance of accountability, even though they were corrupt, which is what I said earlier. He leaves, and now he's rogue. There's no accountability.
Yeah.
And then he gets unwittingly, naive people to donate for his travels.
Thank you. Like all the people who contributed to the Coney campaign. Go on.
Yeah. Let's vigilante through him, or let's go rogue through him.
Yeah. And by the way, that Coney campaign was the most viral campaign of its day. It was like the most viral campaign in history at the time that it happened. And so this guy is, hopefully, thank God I didn't hear of him.
They had wristbands, t-shirts, baseball caps, and crazy backpacks.
Oh my fucking God! Yeah, we gotta hit that. We gotta start hitting that.
What? I started studying cult leaders because I am furious that these shysters get all of this. I mean, multi-million dollars. It has to start going through us. All this money that's being raised from this movie could. I know people who are facing. It's not just me who can't get. Okay, state pays for my actual doctor appointments, but the travel costs, the hotel costs. I have to pay hotel when I go to Anaheim because the allergic reactions require me to stay there to rest. I can't just come home. Home is like more than an hour away from Anaheim. So I have to be there. So if I have an allergic reaction, the doctor can meet me at the hospital. My allergist, who's a specialist in
in immunotherapy, immunologists and rare diseases for immunology can meet me at the hospital and they can study me, because I don't like being a lab rat, but it's saving my life. But being a lab rat also means that there's money out of my pocket. It's not like I'm getting paid for a study, although I have signed up for another study that I've only on my end. I'm not ready for it yet, so I keep putting them off. But that's not paid either. That's just me trying to seek help for myself.
Thank you. I appreciate your sharing that. By the way, George Knight has joined us. And that confused the hell out of me there for a second because we had 4 squares. It's like celebrity squares, Hollywood squares back in the old days, but none of you young people know about that. Carmi probably remembers it.
Yes.
But it's like we had another celebrity join us on the Hollywood squares. So George Knight, I definitely want to thank you for joining us. I do want to finish with one point, and I do want to make a point with Nemo and then turn towards you. Of course, the first thing I have to ask you, however, is how much time do we have with you tonight, George? What's it look like?
Oh, thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. I've got a good hour, I believe.
Okay, good. We want to make the most of it. We want to make the most of it, definitely. And so the point that I was trying to make to people that Michelle has already explained this, but I'll give it some further context. When I was down in Nicaragua, and this was something that was one of the most aggravating things that I dealt with when we were dealing with that idiot who, Michael Hemmingson. And Hemmingson had this own show of his own on Revolution Radio called The Art of Dreaming. And Michael Hemmingson was this sleazy author, but who I once considered a potential friend. Peter Moon may be joining us any second now. So let's see if this works. I tried to merge his call. So he is with us. So I'll remember later. Everybody do remind me to get back to that point, even if other people have to check out by that time. Peter Moon, how long do we have with you now that I've managed to bring you on? How long do we have?
Number one, can you hear me?
Yeah. We hear
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, good. Thanks.
You sound so relieved.
So frustrating.
I'm so sorry. That's awful. There was
It's good to hear your voice, Peter.
Yeah, there was no indication that you had called. So at all, there's no notification from Skype. So Skype was really fucked.
It's my Skype on your phone. I never use the phone for Skype, and for some reason my friend Krister, who's my phone won't connect to his hotspot, and I've got another friend who connected me to her hotspot, so it's like that worked.
That sounds a bit suggestive. I bet it did work.
The hotspot. Do you know what a hotspot is, Douglas?
I presume it's some kind of good cell reception area. Yeah.
Yeah. What's up? And if somebody can give you if they have an internet hookup, they can give me what's called a hotspot, and I can plug into it and I can connect to the internet via the hotspot. It's
cool.
It's something when you're in obscure areas like this. Yeah. And she's got free international service for I guess 5 days on her plan. So
wow,
this is but my friend Krister who has European service, for some reason it's not working.
So I want you to know that I just want you to know who's here besides yourself, George Knight, Michelle Carmela Saldana, Aristides, and Nemo Albano. So plenty of people here with you, but by all means, let us know how you're feeling right now.
We're in good company.
Yeah, and tell us what's going on with yourself and how you. So the next time on Wednesday, I told people you might be too tired to come on the show when you come back on Wednesday, but you're certainly with us tonight, and tell us everything that you can.
Well, I certainly am. I think that I speak to you when I was in the Judge Mountains. I don't remember.
It's hard for me to keep track. I think you did. Yeah, I think. Yeah. I believe that you were either just heading there or just reached there. But it was like it was definitely on the itinerary, and so the mountains definitely were. Yeah, go on. Just whatever comes to mind.
Yeah, I think I missed the last transmission. Because today is Monday.
Yeah, it was
Sunday transmission. Right. So I would have missed the Wednesday transmission, and probably would have made the Sunday transmission when we had actually were just taking off to the Sphinx, which we did do.
Yeah.
Change people. Had a good trip to the Sphinx. Had a good weather day, but really, I think the core of what's important here is, we made it up to the Chocolate Bina Scout Camp.
Yeah.
And that has been, this is the Dream Workshop, and this is what I'm here for.
Yeah.
And it's very important. You don't speak Mandarin, do you?
You're talking to someone beside you.
Mandarin.
Yeah.
Maggie, yeah.
Yeah, Maggie.
She speaks Cantonese fluently, but, that's not going to work for you.
Yeah, not going to work for me, but that's adorable. That's incredible. I'm impressed. I'm far more impressed at her speaking Cantonese than I would be if she spoke Mandarin. Oh, my God. Yeah, Cantonese
she's also from New York. She's
點啊？
Ah!
你係香港人定係點啊？
That's pretty much all I can say. Cantonese is a brutal language. It's one of the most difficult in the world. How the hell did you learn it?
Yeah. I am from there. My parents are Cantonese from Hong Kong.
Oh wow! Oh cool.
Actually, my dad is half Hakka, so I have some Hakka blood in me.
Oh my God! Pirate blood. Yes, river pirate.
Listen. Who is this? What's his name?
Douglas Dietrich. I told you.
Douglas.
Yeah.
Fuck that, because listen to this.
Yes.
When I was little, I was still hanging out with my dad's family. I was fluent in Hakka until I was 6 and my parents divorced and I went with my mom who only speaks Cantonese. So I might have some not dead neurons in my brain that is still able to activate with Hakka language.
Oh, cool. I mean, that's wonderful. By the way, Michelle, could you go mute for just a little bit here? We're hearing a lot of background noise. Bless you. Love you there. And
Michelle?
Yeah, Michelle Camilla Saldana.
Before I do.
Yeah.
Diaba, and it's really great to meet you.
Yeah.
And
Oh, by the way, Michelle was born
Peter.
in Taiwan. Michelle was born in Taiwan. So
I love Taiwan. I want to go back. I want to eat everything again, and I want to go hot springs.
Yeah.
And I was a manager of a Chinese restaurant when I was in high school, and I learned a little bit of Mandarin, Cantonese, and Szechuan, but I really don't know
all right,
anything
we have
anymore.
to go to Taiwan together, all of us,
Yes.
including Peter.
Yes.
And Douglas. We have to go to Taiwan and Pao Tong.
Yeah.
You know Pao Tong.
I'm gonna go mute now.
Okay.
But it's so great to hear you.
Thank you.
Bye.
You too.
By the way, Michelle, we love you.
I had no idea Michelle had been in Taiwan.
Oh, she was born there.
But
yeah,
it's an island country.
That is so bizarre. But she's not Asian.
No, she's not. No, she was born there because she was a victim of the same kind of MK Ultra that victimized, Candy Jones.
Candy Jones.
Yeah. And
yes.
So that's why. And so when it comes to Maggie, the fact that you were able to make it to Romania, how did you learn of this? How did you
It's actually my friend Leah who met Peter in Michigan.
Uh-huh.
She told me about Peter, but the craziest part is at the time, this was 1 year ago.
Yeah.
That she told me, like, I met Peter Moon, this author in Romania, and he's amazing. We should go to Romania. And at the time, I'm like, okay, sure, sounds great. But then later on, she told me more details about his books.
Uh-huh.
And then it clicked. I'm like, oh, Peter Moon sounds familiar.
Uh-huh.
And I realized it's the author that I listened to this podcast called Mysterious Universe.
Yeah.
It's just two dumb Australian guys talking about books that they read about everything paranormal. They're like, it's funny because like they'll kind of like be skeptics and like not believe, and like, but they'll like read all the books and they're so into it, they eat it up. They've been doing it for like more than a decade, and they've grown the channel so well. Anyway, so they featured Peter's books, like the MONTAUK one and the Transylvania one. So I remembered the story, and this is like my cheat. Like, I love reading, but I just don't have the attention span anymore, so I cheat by listening to Australian guys talk about the books that I would read.
I love it.
So that's how I know about Peter. And then Leah told me she met him, and then there's an opportunity to travel with him to Romania. Why the fuck would I not show up?
Oh, that's incredible. I am so excited for you. And what's it been like?
I'm sorry for all my swear words.
No worries. Yeah, honey. I swear all the
express.
time. You can swear all you want. I love it.
They're worse than that on this channel.
Yes. I mean,
I try to refrain, Maggie. I try to refrain. But I got to tell you what Maggie's last name is.
Please.
It's Lam, Lam.
All right.
Lamoyan is my name.
Okay, great.
It's a magical name,
It
the
is?
Magi and the
Of
Lam.
course. And Lam was, of course, the
So,
entity called forth by Aleister Crowley. But go on.
She knows that.
I know that
Yeah.
now. I knew about the forest, but I didn't know his name. I forgot that his name was Lam. He reminded me.
Yes. But
Yeah.
Yeah, she knew about the gray looking intelligence
Right.
or whatever.
And by the way,
So,
the individual who Peter Moon convinced me is part Joe Tai, is a person who was born in Taiwan and dropped on his head, and his dad didn't want him anymore, and because now he was damaged goods, and adopted him out to the Hakka, who obviously at first intended to hollow him out and used his body to smuggle drugs or something, but afterwards they figured he'd be more useful as labor, and they raised him to work,
No.
but he wound up going to Princeton and shit. And then so he's okay, I guess he's what he is. But he was like,
Is this kind of like the Mind Valley guy?
he's like it's a good
The
term
Mind
for
Valley.
him. Yeah, he's like a valley of the mind. All right, yeah. So, but honey, going back to you and Pete. Yeah, go on, Pete. You were talking about.
What I want to say is we've been doing dreams, and it starts off by dividing people into astrological groups and sharing their dreams with each other, and then redividing it under the Mayan calendar sigils and whatnot, which is something, it's not so important even that I understand it, but that the dreams people are correlated and aligned with their dreams. And of course, we dream every night. We kick stuff up. We talk about it in the group. There's ancillary adventures to the cave and whatnot, and this, that, and the other thing. But in the process of one of the gentleman's dreams, that he dreams very extensively, and he was kicking up stuff that was echoing the Artilect and echoing certain aspects. So that gave me cause to talk about the Artilect and sort of what had happened with the computer at the Presidio, and it came up organically, and so they got a 20-minute overview on, and this is how Maggie learned about you.
So, can I speak?
Go ahead.
I do have recordings of each of our Dream Circle meetings.
Great.
And I intend to post them and possibly transcribe them so that anyone, with permission from the Dream Circle, it can be shared to anyone who's interested.
Yeah.
What do you think? I'll ask permission.
Yeah, I think we should review what they are in case there's something that's a little too personal or private for somebody.
We can also redact anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, and I talked about, so you were introduced to the group, and people were quite interested.
Yeah.
There's been no follow-up on that theme, just because it hasn't come up again, and it would become perhaps a Douglas Dietrich-centric group, which it's not,
Understood.
But anyway, it was introduced.
Thank you.
Maggie's going to get her morning coffee, just so you know. She
God
might
bless
be
her.
able to hear you, or
Yeah.
whatever it is. I'm sorry, but whatever it is.
Douglas?
Yes, honey?
Douglas?
Yes, Maggie.
Douglas?
Yeah.
Are you sticking around in this incarnation for a few years still?
As far as I intend, yeah. Yes.
Okay, good. So we'll meet. We're gonna meet, okay?
We will.
In person, and
We
we'll
will.
jam.
Excellent.
All right,
I look
cool.
forward to that.
Talk to you later.
Yes, look
Okay.
forward to that. Thank you so much, Maggie. So she's an angel, and very glad you were able to introduce us. And yes, you've got to make it happen so that we meet, and I have no doubt that that'll happen. So go on, Peter, with what else is going on
Yeah,
with you.
she lives in Madrid. She lives in Madrid.
Excellent. She could help us maintain more effective communications with Marina Sarin. But go on. Yeah.
Well, that's a thought. I haven't introduced her to even the idea of Marina.
Right.
But yeah, she does come to New York periodically because her mother lives there.
Ah, okay. Excellent.
Yes. So, but anyway, I think what's the most interesting thing that came up for me vis-a-vis, well, let me just say about the dream. We've been doing the dream workshop, and it's just there's a lot of learning process and involved in dreams, and there's just incredible things that have happened. And I guess we had a sort of a peak period a couple days ago, and last night was kind of different because we had, I guess, the first, I guess what you call acrimony in the entire group, and that seems to be resolving itself.
Okay.
But it's all okay. It's all part of the process because it's human life.
Yeah.
Not everything is copacetic.
Right.
But what was most interesting is it came up in the conversations following one of the dreams that one of my friends here was mentioning something about Randy Weaver that I'd never knew. Randy Weaver was, of course, the guy whose, I think it was daughter and wife were shot at Ruby Ridge.
Oh, at least. Basically,
remember
the
that.
majority of his family was wiped out at Ruby Ridge. Yes, go on.
Yeah, but he was the target, and I did not know this, but he was the last of a group of Vietnam veterans who were chipped.
Okay.
And he was coming forth to tell the story. I'd never even heard of this.
Interesting.
Had you ever heard of it?
No.
So you haven't heard it either.
No, I've never heard that in my life. But it's one of those things that I'll take into consideration. It sounds pretty hard to believe, but, there's plenty of things that you and I know of that are hard to believe. So, I'll take it to it.
Well, this is the thing, because it smacks of Aquino.
Yeah, it does.
They are Vietnam War veterans who were chipped.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And
yeah.
And I'm saying, like, wow. And I thought, like the Phoenix Projects is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, wow, this bears further investigation.
Yeah.
And it's like he was going to come forth and talk about it, and it's just, and I think there's stuff out there on it. It just got conveniently swept under the rug, even in conspiracy circles.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So I thought you might know something about that, but that was just, and he hears all sorts of stuff that, I mean, just he takes it in routinely and hears it. It's not like he's pounding the pavement to make people hear about this stuff, because he routinely hears it in his job. Working as a subcontractor to certain government agency. And this, it's just such absurdity circumstances that we live under.
Yeah.
When we go into your work, it takes the veil off of all this bullshit.
Thank you.
With the satanic underlie, but it's hard to face.
Yeah.
Hard to face, hard to confront.
Yeah, most people can't face it at all.
And whatnot.
Yeah, they shut down. Yeah. And so please, by all means, go on. One of the things that we were just exposing both Carmi, Michelle Carmela Saldana, and myself, was, of course, this new idiot who's out there just making a name and obviously a fortune for himself, named Tim Ballard, who's trying to claim he saved 6,000 children from sexual trafficking. And, of course, we were pointing out the fact that he's portraying himself as someone who is saying your government can't do this. It takes someone like me breaking from the government. He's supposed to have been a former Homeland Security agent who quit the government and then decided he was going to save all these kids on his own, and is basically making a career for himself off of this crap. And it's
well, this is the same old story. This is what routinely happens.
Yeah.
It's the same old story.
Thank you. And
but now, I want to digress. Okay.
Please. I mean, you take us to a much more relevant place
where
you're at right now. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. I want to digress, and I want to introduce you to my friend who owns and runs the camp, German. Okay. This is my friend Douglas. I don't know if you heard us talking about Douglas.
Hi, Douglas.
Hi.
Yes, he runs the camp, and he speaks pretty good English.
Yeah.
And do you have any questions for German?
Oh, German, tell us a bit about. Yeah, of course, German. Tell us a bit about whatever you want to talk about. Honestly, my questions would be,
the camp.
How do you feel about everything that's going on with Peter and Maggie and all these wonderful people? We're just so glad that you're able to give them the space in which to communicate with each other, and hopefully it's been a good experience for you, and share with us whatever you think is important to share with us about this experience, please.
Yes. It was very beautiful to be here.
Yeah.
And I feel a lot of energy around, and I work a lot here to develop this place. And first time I try to give the place for the scout, but in this moment expand the place. It's the answer for others type of activities.
Yeah.
This is my opinion in this moment. I'm happy to responding of others' needs.
Yeah.
Yes, and he does a tremendous amount of work to keep this place running, using a sickle to cut the grass, which is quite extensive, twice a week. It works his ass off.
Wow.
And doesn't sleep much, do you?
Wow.
And I want to invite him a day here, if you have time.
Yeah, he's inviting you, Douglas. Of course.
Oh, thank you. Of course,
you have to bring an entourage of protection.
Yes.
Or infrastructure.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd probably have to bring a team with me just to feel comfortable. I always have a lot of human buffers. So that your invitation is appreciated profoundly, and I love what you do for the Romanian Scouts. Honestly, I'm so glad that they're still around, and that the organization, of course, Peter was describing running into them at the bottom of a hill at one point in his last visit or the visit before, and
that was my original visit. How I discovered the camp, and German had mentioned the Philadelphia experiment, and so what did you say? It's like I'm always here, German. You said you always feel like I'm always here.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
I'm sure German.
German? Yeah. If he feels like I never leave.
Yeah. Yeah. It's honestly the spirit of Peter Moon is always there. He helps to look over the camp.
Yes. Yes, it's here. And my scout, because we have some workshop together with Peter, and Peter learned the scout to write a book, have a beautiful time together, and for my scout, it's like a point in mind. Say, okay, I meet this person. It's very beautiful. And Peter, it's I don't know, my brother in this moment.
Yeah.
Yes, and we hope to get David Anderson up here next year.
Yeah.
He met Heather, so So, we have to. I'll let you finish breakfast.
Yes.
I know you have to finish
Yes,
breakfast.
yes, thanks a lot. And well, my
See
English
you.
is poor for express all I want to tell. But I am so happy.
Oh, I'm
Bye-bye.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy
Thank you,
too.
German.
Just to speak to you, German. Thank you so much for your time. Wonderful.
That's a little taste of the camp here, there, and of course he works very hard. And he's got to go back and cook breakfast now.
Understood. Understood.
Because sometimes Maggie and the other women will pitch in and do stuff. A lot of co-support, which occurs in a place like this. But now we're in wind down mode because today's our last day.
Yeah.
And we'll be taking the bus back to Bucharest tomorrow. And bus driver tells us it's only 9 hours. He's got 9 hours, otherwise he's in trouble with rules or whatever. He can only drive the bus for 9 hours at a time. So we have and there's a big traffic issue because it's what do they call it? Santa Maria Day. There'll be all this traffic.
Yeah.
Santa Maria is like, Tuesday, the 5th. It's the 15th, by the way. The Kamikaze Day.
That's right. That's
And,
right. Thank you. Just so people
So
understand.
it's like we got to rustle with traffic. We got to grab a sandwich at their equivalent of the gas station stops, and we'll maybe get an hour to go into Hot Springs. That really takes the edge off of the 8 hours. But it's a lot of fun, talking to Maggie and different people. This wonderful, wonderful woman. I mean, she kind of helped change my life. I'm going down to help her with the groceries. She's the girlfriend of my driver Daniel, who I've known for 10 years, and he got he's learned all sorts of strange things from me. He's a very aggressive student of spirituality and whatnot, and he's a physical trainer. But anyway, his girlfriend was bringing the second bus driver up, and she bringing food back, and I went down the hill to help her, and she's just her name is Happy in
Delightful,
because all her friends call her Happy.
Oh wow.
Oh God, yeah. And so she's like she's empathic. She time travels in her dreams. She's a lucid dreamer.
Wow.
And muy simpatico, and speaks impeccable English.
Wow.
And she says, I want to get to know you better. I want to I can tell what so she can like see the future and see the past. So and then she says, I want to massage you. And I get
cool.
This incredible massage, And so it's like, so it's like, so she can tap into you. But she'll be like a permanent friend of mine now. And it just, it was a remarkable realization of certain things that, she shares with me. Very unusual person, and in a very positive sense. And then there's this one guy, Ulian, who, he's here every time I come. It's like he wasn't here. There's no reason for him to be here. There's no scouts here per se. There's a few of them drifted in, and I, next thing I see him on the bench. I said, "What the hell are you doing here?" It's like he comes every time I come. He was arguing with his wife. They were driving 50 kilometers, 10 kilometers one way back and forth. They finally decided to come up here. He didn't know I was here.
Yeah.
He just seems to come every time I come. And
well, that's synchronicity.
I told
yeah.
Yarman, I said, you better tell him he better start reading my books. Last year we were playing chess. This year we were playing ping pong, and he's a character. He helps the scouts, and but he just shows up. He lives way down in Constanza, which is like about a 10-hour drive, I think. So it's amazing the people. Now, there was a very interesting woman that I met this time who has a store near Sarmisegetuza. And when I say near, it's probably, few miles, 5 miles, 10 miles away, whatever it is. And she told me something very, well, first of all, she was supposed to meet me or contact me about 10 years ago. She was born in Toronto, so she speaks regular English, but she also speaks Romanian. Her parents are Romanian. And I guess in 2012, she tried to get in touch with me through Alan Steinfeld, who she knew, and it just didn't happen. So then she moved here, went to Sarmisegetusa, found out all this incredible stuff, and opened a shop there, just had a baby. And she's very interesting because she can talk, she understands the, American mindset, even though she's Canadian, and she understands the Romanian mindset. And, Maggie's coming here too.
No, I'm just gonna pop.
Okay, all right. She's been talking to other people. Anyway, she told me that she had written this paper for her master's degree about how to fix Sarmisegetusa, how to repair all this stuff. And what's happened is, much to her dismay, a Norwegian faction in Norway. I learned from my Swedish friends that Norway is very rich. I didn't know this. Not the other Scandinavian countries so much, because of oil.
Yes.
And that they have funded this incredible renovation and plan that was based on her master's degree to renovate Sarmisegetusa. But people were complaining about the energy there. All of our group.
Yes.
Yeah.
I complain too.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your complaint. It's been accepted.
I don't want to go again ever.
But let me tell you the reason, Maggie.
I don't ever want to go again.
Okay,
Did you hear me?
I heard you.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
I heard.
Yeah. But let me tell you why. Because Theodora was here last night and you saw her. But she said that the whole place it's the whole front. They're doing the renovation, but it's being used as a massive money laundering operation.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And I didn't know this. And so it's like, this is what would be done with any sacred site is to, now it doesn't actually really change the actual, structure of anything. I mean, except it's just the energy. It's like the whole thing is being misused. And so, and she said, she came here like 3 or 4 times, and I can't tell you the rugged journey it is to get to this camp.
Yeah.
And she came, she said, the energy's good here. Of course, she wanted to meet me. And like we've become, lifelong friends now. And I'll be, well, I didn't know her before. Just like I didn't know you, Maggie. Yeah, now I do. Maggie is quite a character.
Yes.
If you couldn't tell, she's quite a character.
Yes.
But in any case, but anyway, this area, she says, where I am now is very unspoiled, and it's not likely to be spoiled because there's only so many farms, and it's not like they're going to be sold. With long traditions, and I had once had a dream if I had, donatable cash, that I would, put up a facility down by Atlanticron. But then I realized, what would I only go in it? It would have no use, except once a week.
Yeah.
When I could walk around in it and act important or something. I don't know. So I said, what are you going to do in a building like that? You see what I'm saying? It's like it's an idea. It's a gesture. But it really doesn't do anything. So I told Gehrman, I said, if I did, I'd do it up here, and it'd be more of a small facility because he has different cabins and whatnot that are very rustic, and we do have heat, hot water for the shower, not for the dishes, hot water for the shower, toilets, and which make it, it's still camping, so it's, not luxury, but it is luxury for camping. So, so I said, if I, build something here, and we're also uniting the World Genesis Foundation with the Choclavina Scout Camp, getting the ham radio. This is the plan. And I'm also trying to integrate it with the Law of Time, which is Stephanie South's nonprofit organization. So it's like integrating all of these three things, and it's very possible because they all have similar agendas,
Yeah.
which is to help children, help humanity, help and dreams. Dreams are a big part of it, because this scout camp was German's dream.
Yeah.
He bought it, I think, for about 8,000 euros a long time ago. He had to build a road up to it. I mean, he has to truck stuff up here, have scouts help him bring him the tiles, whatever he's bringing, and it's like construction. And the roads are very bumpy. And one of my friends who's an engineer was just telling him how to get, basically chutes and pipes on the side of the road to help and protect the integrity of the road.
Mm-hmm.
It takes, time and money, more time than money, and sitting down and doing an engineering project. He had to, run a new water hole to get water here, which came up in the dream as well. That's how we found out. So it's like, very, I guess, what's the word? Self-generating, and a lot of hard work that goes into this place.
Yeah. And
he's here. He's also got a home in Hunadora, but it's a lot of work. It's been a very interesting trip.
Yeah. Yes. Always is, but it always is.
Yeah. And our driver is here, Daniel. I'm talking to my friend. We're doing a YouTube broadcast, and this is your first exposure to any of us or Choklavina. He speaks good English. But what do you think of the scout camp? Just tell my friends.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Daniel. How are you? We're here in America. We'd like to hear about how you feel about everything.
I just have a walk. The bus is about 2 kilometers down.
2 kilometers down, yeah.
Yes, yeah. I go to the bus, check it, and a nice walking. Morning training. Like.
What do you think of the scout camp, though, here?
The camp. I grew up at the village, not in the town.
Right.
And for me, this is usual. This is
typical.
Yes, it's typical for me. But this is a very nice place. It's quietly. You hear just the cow, cow, and it's a beautiful place to meditate, to socialize. So.
But what village did you grow up in?
Near Bucharest, about 100 kilometers.
South, north?
South.
Okay, I haven't been down there at all.
Yes, we will transit.
We won't go. We won't be going south of Bucharest.
South, near Pitești.
That's north of Bucharest, isn't it?
North.
North, south. What's the difference? I know where that is. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, appreciate that, Daniel. Yeah, and so not trained
because
in
many
public
Romanians.
Speaking. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Many Romanians grow up in the village or whatnot.
Yeah.
And they come I got to finally meet a girl from Bosor.
Ooh, he dropped. So we got some glitching going on there, which is not surprising.
And I didn't think anybody spoke English there.
He's back.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we're back. Yeah.
You still there?
Yeah, you glitched for just a moment. So, but we heard what you were saying. Yeah.
Anyway, I got to meet a young girl from Bosorod, the nearest village.
Okay.
I said didn't know anybody spoke English there, and she says, "Oh, all the kids do."
Interesting.
But because they go to school, and they go to school to the 8th grade in the village, and then they have to take an hour bus to Hunadora when they get into junior high school, or I guess they call it gymnasium, where they go into the high school years. So I didn't know that. And she says that she didn't like it because the parents don't want to change. They want to just keep things going the way they're going. And now she appreciates the village because she says everybody helps each other. It's like a community. If somebody's hungry, they'll get fed. So they live together as a team. So she's 23 years old. She's a physical therapist, but she appreciates where she lives, whereas she didn't before.
I get it.
So she was she was very, she had not heard of the oriflame phenomena that I've talked about in the past, which I thought was interesting because people I know who live further away have heard of it. But the oriflame is these sudden flashes of light that come up from the ground. And what I learned from a movie director who was here, a Romanian guy who's a friend of my other movie director friend, he said that they occur not just on holy days, they occur frequently. And they occur, well, I don't frequently, but one person's seen them 20 times, but they're not confined. So I learned a little bit more. And of course, it would be a great joy to see one of these things. And perhaps we will, but it's just phenomena. And so much of what's happened with me has been focused on in the last, week is the dream workshop. And, now I'm kind of thinking of just getting home and getting back into the rut. Everything becomes kind of glamorous and shiny and all these new people. And then, you got to go back to the rut of life or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or the routine. Doesn't have to be a rut, but routine. I've been very comfortable in my routine.
Yeah.
Part of which is talking to you every Wednesday and Friday.
That's
and
right.
Of course, working on the book.
Yeah.
There's, but there are things to see. There will be people that I'm with here that I will continue to connect with and build a network or augment what I'm already doing. Changes. And, right now we're in Venus retrograde. Today was the 14th, yesterday. This is the last day of the biorhythm. And by the way, I didn't mention this. The first 2 nights, the 10th and 11th, I felt earthquakes. There were 2 earthquakes, and I was feeling them. And I was basically the only one to feel them, but this is typical. When I was in Shasta, there was an earthquake. And I just realized that, I felt an earthquake in Shasta when I was there. I was the only one to feel it. And then, of course, the waitress said, there was an earthquake here. Not exactly here, but I could feel it. And then there were the 2 earthquakes. I did verify that they were over 2 on the Richter scale.
Yeah.
And one was a big 4-point something in Serbia, which I was told is close enough to have felt it. But I mean, I felt these things were rumbling, and then there were aftershocks, and I felt like the inner earth was talking to me. And this was stress release, kind of opening up the biorhythm.
Yeah.
But so much of it after then focused on dreams, and that's it's somebody will dream of this and dream of that. And one of the things that came up, this was actually I will only share this part of the dream because the other one gets kind of personal and one gets kind of weird. But the third part of the dream, I'm at the Presidio. But it's not like, first I'm in San Francisco. And San Francisco in the dream does not look like it does in real life. It's similar. And I'm walking down a boulevard, and on the left I see my old friend Rocky. And Rocky, when Rocky appears in a dream, because of his name, it's like things are rocky. And I said, he says, you can't walk all that way. I had this idea I was going to walk up, up the peninsula all the way. I said, you're right, it's too far.
Yeah.
So then I keep walking, and I'm at the Presidio. But the Presidio, these are houses at the Presidio, and it's kind of a cul-de-sac. And I said, these houses are very expensive because of where they are. They're well structured, they're put together, and I'm wondering, who lives in these houses? How could you get one of these houses? And all these people come out of the last one, and they're kind of vocal and kind of obnoxious, but not super overly obnoxious, but obnoxious. And I don't feel very safe around them. And then there's this kid appears, and he's got a little baton or bat that he could hit people with. And then all of a sudden I have a baseball bat.
Cool.
Baseball bat.
Yeah.
It just appears.
Love it.
And it's much bigger than his stick.
I like it.
Everybody sees me, and I said, I said, don't worry, I'm not going to hit anybody. I said, I'm not going to hit anybody. I'm like making, because they kind of calmed him down. And then the little kid comes after me, or a little small person, and he says, he's got a canister of Super Beats, and he says, I got Super Beats for you, Super Beats. And I said, no, okay, I already got some. I don't need any. And that was that. But see, I brought it up in the dream circle, and so Super Beats kind of became a joke. And I walked down with my Super Beats. I got my Super Beats because I forgot to take them that night.
Yeah.
And then, actually, Maggie, just this morning, she was going to give me a hotspot, but that didn't work out. Whatever. It was early in the morning. I was talking to her because she was up.
Yeah.
Everybody woke up early today, and she said, she came to me and she says that the Super Beats, it's the beat of the heart.
Yeah.
Super Beats, it's the beat of the heart. Yeah. And I said, well, it's the heart of the beat, which is the beat of the biorhythm. And they used to monitor the heartbeat of the earth at Montauk. Duncan did. Yeah. So it's like this biorhythm is the heartbeat of the earth, and it's like you have to. See, I'm talking about super beats. This is what we have to get in rhythm with, is the biorhythm, which ties to all the stuff that we're working with the, the Judaic apocalypse and stuff like that.
Yes.
I did explain that to somebody. Oh, who did I talk about that to? I was talking about the Helizon to my friend Nicole.
Yeah.
Nicole was on there, and she really enjoyed that interview. I forgot, with Nicole.
Wonderful.
And so we're sitting there on the last day of Atlanticron, and I'm telling her, they're waiting for the boat, and I'm waiting. Basically, I got a VIP ride back. I never had that before on Serene's boat. It's like a modern boat. He took me, so you don't have to. Fast ride across the river. But anyway, we're waiting, and I'm telling her husband about, the Helizon and the Artelact, and I guess she said, Peter, his name's Peter, he says, Peter said you're a very good storyteller, because he was just listening, fascinated by, some of the stuff that had happened with Taiwan and the Presidio, and it was very interesting.
Great.
But he found the story very compelling, and of course I'm just giving the short version, in 10 or 15 minutes, sitting there, waiting for a boat ride.
Yeah.
So it was neat. That's who I talked to, and I might have talked to somebody else about it. Yeah. It's kind of hard to contextualize all this stuff. That's why the book is so important.
Yes. But the fact that you were able
Maggie
to...
is all...
Go on. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, the fact that you're able to communicate what you have and that people seem to comprehend what you're communicating is astonishing. It's a credit to your communicative ability. Go on. Yes.
Well, that's why I'm working with you. Yeah. But Maggie is also was an art director for a publisher, so we haven't even talked about that. Cool. I said something to her last night. Oh, I said, I didn't know you were married. Because she, and she says, you don't know anything about me. You don't even know me. Yes. Well, I do know kind of a lot about her, in a way.
Yeah.
But, I think that's about all. I don't know if I have any more, unless you have any questions.
Oh, well, the question is, when you were at the Sphinx, so this was something that originally, of course, our lovely JoJo and other people wanted to see that Sphinx. You didn't even originally have the Sphinx in your original itinerary, but thanks...
That's correct.
Yeah, and thanks to JoJo and another lady, I believe, you integrated it.
My friend Chad. Yeah.
Okay.
They wanted to go, so
and neither of them were able to come. Yeah, neither of them were able to come, but you had at that point committed to going there. So when you did go there, was there a feeling of missing them, or what they missed out on, or anything else? What came to mind?
Well, there is something to report on that, and basically, I think. Before I left, or where I last, Chad had sent me a picture of a piece of equipment, radio equipment that had been on the USS Eldridge. And he said, this is what they used to control the USS Eldridge with. And I just said, thank you. I didn't tell him. I said, well, Preston Nichols had, dozens of those type of machines from the USS Eldridge.
Right.
It's like he's going, okay, it's not controlling anything now.
Yeah.
But it did, perhaps. It's like, and then he also sent somebody a message that, and I think there were some pictures which I didn't see of somebody who was there at the same time we were going around to all these areas and caves around the Sphinx. I'm not even interested or curious of where they were, but they had the what they call the gendarmerie around them, the policemen that are, got guns and are guarding these areas, and as if he was saying, aha, 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 there's something here, but I can tell you, so what? These entrances are not significant, because they're not the entrances you would get to anything. It's sort of like, okay. And what I did is I went between the Sphinx and Babele, this stone structure, which means old women. I went between the two structures. 300 meters beneath is where Radu has said that the chamber is, and I just asked for permission to enter. Mm-hmm. That's the first time I've ever done that. And just like I did with the cave. And the next year I came in the cave. So that's, and of course, we went into Yalamita Cave, which to me is, they've now put stupors. It's a deep cave. You go in about, a mile or something, and it's all steel structures, and it used to be wood, and now it's lit up. It ruins the experience, in my opinion.
Right.
So it's much more touristy. Ooh. But it was a good trip. I'm going to have to run now.
Understood. Well, we're so glad we were able to talk. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe it depends on how I feel Wednesday. I don't know. If I can be on Wednesday, I'll try, but I'll be more interested in getting home and sleeping. I got to run right now.
Understood. We love you dearly. Bye for now. Take care.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Peter.
Yes. And so that leaves the rest of us, and I want to thank you all for that, joining us with Peter and being such a good audience. And I want to, of course, return back to where I was in train of thought. And when it comes to the train of thought that I was on, it was
Michael Hemmingson.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, bless you. I couldn't get that out without you. And Michelle, you can unmute now. I realize now that a lot of the noise was actually coming from their side, not from you. But for some reason, I guess because you had your audio on, it was echoing through whatever you had on. To a small degree. It was making your box kind of vibrate, so to speak, on the Skype, but it wasn't you at all. Though, Michelle does live in what I consider to be almost kind of a hostile environment. Not hostile, but hostile, and I do mean that in the sense of the horror film franchise Hostel, Hostel. She does live, as far as I'm concerned. I have this image of they're in beds with curtains separating them, like in a hospital. That's how I think of the place where she's living right now. By the way, I don't know if Carmi, you there? Let's test you. Like, when she went mute, she might have went to sleep, though I think she's really a night person. But anyhow, when she was talking about that family that was feeding her, helping her with her meds, medical situation, all the rest of that, I was going to ask if I could be adopted as well, but, that temptation soon passes. Back on train of thought as far as I can get. We're going to say that when I was dealing with Michael Hemmingson and bringing up my time that I was in Nicaragua, what was so outrageous about him, and I do want people to understand that at one time I viewed him as someone who would be like an ally and a friend, and I really sympathized with a lot of what he was doing. He was kind of like a softcore pornography historian, and so he was actually trying to collect in various books the paperback pornographic book covers. And I had spent a lot of my youth illustrating paperback pornography book covers. So I had an instant affinity for what he was doing. And I purchased ultimately some of the books that he had published on collections of this kind of art or illustration, which otherwise would be completely lost. And he even covered some of the histories of softcore pornography authors that made it onto the paperback bookshelves of fairly normal distributors. And so one of them was this guy whose sister burned pretty much all of his collection of his books, and because his books had such small publication runs, she pretty much destroyed the availability of them to humanity, period. And people might think this is no great loss, but they don't understand that, as far as I'm concerned, this is an art. Erotica is an art, and it's not just the illustrations, but the novels as well, the writing, both. And some of this, as far as I'm concerned, can move people in ways that other people just don't understand. So I, thought that Michael Hemmingson would be a rather sympathetic person. But the more I got to know him, the less I found that to be true, which was really fucking sad. He was not sympathetic, and yet obviously, as our dear Carmi was trying to explain with my own situation with the young girl who was to become my son when she became of legal age and used her savings from prostitution to get a sex change, we basically had a situation that, a lot of people couldn't find tolerable in terms of they would pass a moral judgment on it. But in the case of Michael Hemmingson, I'd have to say his situation was different from mine in such a way that I found it repulsive. He basically had a young daughter that his wife wanted custody of, and his wife was Mexican. He had married a Mexican woman. He had had a child with her. They had had a divorce. She had relocated to Mexico. I don't know what the fuck was on the mind of the judge. Probably that the judge probably thought that the child would have a better future in America. But the child wound up in his custody. And he was openly bisexual and having orgies in the home in front of his daughter. So that is, at that point, just as far as I'm concerned, that is something to be judged. And so his wife was, not surprisingly, hostile to this arrangement and had sent some Mexicans that she had employed to, and I'm happy to report, they successfully kidnapped the daughter and brought her down to Mexico. So I'm happy to report that abduction went off successfully. And now he, of course, had been quite open about the fact that he was never going to go south of the border to rescue his daughter because he knew that they would kill him. Meaning anybody. I mean, you're talking about some openly bisexual pornographer. He's basically behaved openly like a sleaze bucket, published photos of himself drinking and with prostitutes and the like. Now, I also do this, but, I'm not somebody who holds bisexual orgies in front of a child either. But if he went down to Mexico, there's nobody who would have been sympathetic to him. Neither the underworld nor the authorities would be sympathetic to this individual. And yet he died in Mexico. And that was because ultimately he tried to start a flame war with Michael Aquino and myself. He was a co-author of a book on the Temple of Seth that was supposed to be nonfiction. He was writing it with Don Webb, who's been around forever, and was supposed to be the heir apparent to the Temple of Seth. And that was, of course, in competition with what Aquino originally envisioned to be myself or Peter Levenda. Now, ultimately, of course, I proved unsuitable for that role by Aquino's own definition, and he had to choose between Peter Levenda and Don Webb. My understanding is that Peter Levenda ultimately won in that contest, but Don Webb is definitely, for all intents and purposes, the high priest of the Temple of Set in practice. Peter Levenda is more involved with the cult of the Kings of Edom. But when it comes to and yes, they are different for people who don't understand. I'm not going to go into those differences right now. They don't really matter, or they're not relevant to this particular thematic. But when it comes to Don Webb, he wound up intimidating Michael Hemmingson, so that Michael Hemmingson produced their co-authored book as a work of fiction, quote unquote, about Satanism, like some kind of satanic thriller, as opposed to promoting, publishing some kind of exposition, even if it were, say, a detached exposition. He didn't even do a detached exposition on the Temple of Set. He just produced a work of fiction instead. So he chickened out, and yet was trying to start a flame war at that time, now being acquainted with members of the Temple of Set, now being acquainted with Michael Aquino. He tried to start a flame war between myself and Michael Aquino. I warned him he would pay the price with his life, not that I would do anything to him, but that they would. And they ultimately did. And they took him out, and they dragged they beat him to death. Then they dragged his body, basically drove it probably in a car trunk, almost guaranteed, 100%. They just stuffed him in the trunk of a car, drove him into Mexico, and dropped the body there, where the authorities, they didn't give a shit. They just said he died falling down a stairwell. And this, of course, was impossible because of the nature of his injuries. He was beaten so terribly that his family could not display the body at the funeral. So obviously nobody gets in that condition from falling down a fucking stairwell. That would have to be a magical fall where you're like falling down, multiple flights, 20 stories, and, you keep rolling like the magic bullet that killed Kennedy and shit. But anyhow, Michael Hemmingson was offending me while still working at Revolution Radio when I was trying to bring up my time in Nicaragua by asking me about, first off, he presumed that I was in combat. He presumed that I was there as a mercenary. And he kept trying to, quote unquote, out me by catching me in some kind of lie by asking me, like, oh, on which side did you fight? What contract did you hold? And I'm like, dude, I wasn't a fucking mercenary, and I wasn't serving in combat in fucking Nicaragua. So when I was in Nicaragua, I was there with this young lady I fell madly in love with, who had a body built like a brick shithouse, and she was a listed communist, which got me on a watch list with the U.S. government and probably fucked up my career with the Department of Defense right from the get-go. And so it was one of the biggest mistakes I made in my life, but I was thinking with my dick, and I was happy to meet this communist chick's, really Catholic parents. And, of course, everybody is Catholic in Latin America. They were in those days. The communists were Catholic. But her parents were not communists. They were just Catholic. She was communist, and she was atheist, but she wasn't going to tell her parents that. But when I went down to meet them, I was exposed to the true horror of what it's like. This is what we were trying to get into with Carmela, the difficulty of, say, for instance, foreign law, because parents were coming up to me and just saying, they'd notice I was checking out their daughter because, it's tropical, they're Latin American, the Latinas develop really early, and they mature quickly, and so I was checking out the girls, and while I was down there, parents would notice that, see me eyeing their daughters, and I'll have to explain the culture behind this because most people are just going to automatically think I'm lying, or they're just going to think that these parents are satanic or awful or evil. Nothing like that. Could be further from the truth. These parents would come up to me and say, you like our daughter? Take her. By all means, you can have her. Take her. Get her out of the country. If she stays here, she's going to be raped anyway. It's either going to be the narcos, the terrorists, or the police are going to grab her and rape her before she's even of legal age. She's going to be, at one point or another, defiled by just anybody with a gun who's going to come through here. So, by all means, get her out of here. You can have her. Take her to the United States. You can, believe me, you'll have our blessing. And I was confronted with that again and again. These parents were concerned for their daughters and wanted the best for them. All they wanted was for me to get their daughters out of there. It was a nation in civil war and social meltdown. Now, you have no idea how tempting it was to say yes in any number of cases. The impossibility is getting them out of there. You're faced automatically with, how do I get a child out of Nicaragua? And first off, it's illegal. You'd be guilty of abduction. They're not of legal age to marry. It's, in the end, you basically would have to be wealthy enough to just hire a mercenary army to go down there and fly them out with a helicopter. Honest to God, it's unless you get married to them down there, at which point you're required to stay down there for a period of time, unless you bribe enough people to get out of there. The cost would be either you have to be rich or you have to be exceptionally violent. It's one of these cases where you're literally going to pull a Rambo, which is, of course, just fantasy. This is just reality. It's not some movie where if you're going to like do something like that, you've got to go through either a boat where you're going to take them through the Gulf of Mexico, which turns you automatically into a pirate by international law. Or you're going to be engaging in going through multiple borders through hostile territory where any number of policemen will kill you and take her along the way, or gangs, or etc. It's just, you're trapped in a no-win situation that, yeah, sure, you can win it if you dedicate yourself to an operation that you're going to invest a good deal of your life into at that point. It's like something I couldn't commit to doing and wouldn't. And of course, this basically, this came to the attention of the woman that I was going to marry, and I was explaining to her I was in no way trying to cheat on her, that these people were approaching myself, but ultimately it was something that came between us, one of the factors, so that we ultimately did not get married. That and her communism, her ideological communism. But all of that aside, Nicaragua, for those of you who don't know, went communist ultimately, and now they're part of ALBA, which makes Nicaragua a colony of Cuba. So for those of you who don't know, Cuba lost its sponsor in the Greater Soviet Union with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then became a colonial power unto itself, with a military that had an enormous history of combat experience in Angola. And to the point where at one point in Angola, there were more Cubans in Angola than there were native Angolans. That's how involved Cuba was in Angola and that war in Africa. When they came back, all of those troops, they decided to put their talent to use by conquering the rest of the Caribbean. And what they did by organizing ALBA, originally under the sponsorship of Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, using his oil money to support his idea of a colonial empire by allying with Cuba and Nicaragua and Bolivia and a number of other very poor Latin American nations, bit the dust when he died, and then Cuba took over. Now Venezuela is a colony of Cuba as well as Nicaragua, and with that, Cuba has access to a potential canal, a second canal through Nicaragua. That would be a new Panama Canal sponsored by the Russians and the Communist Chinese, and they've got all the Venezuelan oil that they can suck up dry. So all that being said, that's just context for the difficulties in getting a child out of a foreign country. So when this bozo, Tim Ballard, says he's going around the world rescuing 6,000 kids from foreign countries, based on what I've just articulated, how can you not see through this lie? It's like, can you imagine anyone?
It's impossible.
Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! I mean, can any one of you imagine yourselves? Okay, so Michelle, did you hear anything I had to say?
Yeah, I did. And
Excellent.
He's subject to the same laws as everybody else.
Thank you.
Otherwise, he's a kidnapper too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
There is a lot of logistics that goes into all of this. It's not a fly-by-night thing.
Thank you. It's not something you can just say, I'm mad as hell and I'm righteous and I'm gonna do this. I don't care how big and white you are. But you know what I noticed is the actor who portrays him in the film is smaller and less muscular than he is. I mean, this guy
just came across a site of like a visual of an actor today that looked so dead on, spot on for Tim Ballard. I don't know the guy's name, but it was striking. It was like, well, why did this guy play Tim?
That is.
They look like they could be.
Maybe he had a sense of moral conscience. Maybe he had a sense of moral conscience, or maybe they were actually related, and he knew that the guy was full of shit.
The marketing is that Tim handpicked Jim.
Okay, so he handpicked the actor to portray him. Why would he handpick a guy who's smaller and skinnier than he is? What's the... Is that so the common man can relate? That must be so the common man can relate, because the common man cannot relate to Tim Ballard. He's built like a fucking NFL quarterback, or
right?
Yeah. It's so, honey, do me a favor. Aristides, Nemo, have a conversation with Michelle. I'm going to take a short break again, and I'll be back. And thank you for rejoining us, Michelle. You have no idea how much I've... So did you hear when I apologized to you? You weren't the source of the noise. Yeah. It was So, yeah, did you hear the jokes I made about I have this image of you living in a hostel where you're all in, like, hospital beds separated by curtains and shit? I don't know if you...
I have curtains because I'm extra, but we are not on top of each other like that. I mean, I'm sorry, but I am a cheapskate, and I will go through inconvenience. I could be a Barbie girl too, but I would rather go through inconvenience to get my goals. I could do that, but I could also be very Barbie girly.
I don't know if you caught the part where I said that I was hoping the family that takes care of you would adopt me too, but...
Actually, there was cases where they have. You know them, but just don't say who they are.
Okay. You and I will talk privately. Not that I want to be adopted by them, but you know, just for the sake of...
I know, right? They're so special, though. I mean, I call them super givers.
Cool.
I call them super givers.
Cool.
They're awesome like that.
Yeah. We could consider that potentially the name of a new pathology. That might be considered a mental illness, to be too much of a giver. You're kind of like that, Michelle.
No, they're I wouldn't call them too much, because they do know when to say no.
Okay.
Which because sometimes I worry.
Okay.
Like I make sure that I absolutely need something before I contact them, but it turns out that if they need to say no, you know, they do, which I'm so thankful for.
Yeah, okay. And that's important too. I'm going to tell our man Mark H to jump on bandwidth now and join us, but by all means, the center of attention is yourself, Michelle. Take over for a second while I go. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. And you know, thank you all for being here. Honestly, I'm just so glad that it's worked out the way it did. And
it's been a while since I got to visit with y'all.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And okay, so I'll be back. I'm gonna go mute, and all of you take it away. Thank you so much.
Have either of you ever been to Nicaragua or Cuba or whatever?
I've been to Mexico. I've been to Haiti.
Fucking, how bad was Haiti when you went there?
Oh, it was pretty bad. And they were still reeling from Papa Doc and Baby Doc.
Was that after that earthquake, the massive earthquake that fucked them over?
No, this was in 1990, 1989 and 1990 I went. But it was... Yeah, it was back then. I think the median daily wage was in some area was $2,
God,
$2.50, something like that. Maybe $3 in some areas. But it was pretty harsh. It was very harsh there.
Why did you go there?
I went. Oh, so Peter was talking about lucid dreaming and some other things. And when I was 12, was I 12? Yeah, I was 12. I had a very lucid dream that from Pennsylvania was a bike race, and wherever we ended up, that, I mean, call it very colonialistic, but wherever we ended up, we were to live there for a time. And I had gone to sleep asking God to show me what plans he had for me, because up to that point, I had spent the past couple years just going over whatever strategy worked to please my mother for that day and to keep me out of the basement or keep me out of a cupboard or any punishments or whatever. So, but I had read a Bible scripture that had said, I know the plans I have for you, plans for hope for a future. And that God, and another scripture that said, God doesn't do anything unless he reveals his plans to his prophets. And then another where it says that he sings over us and he tells us the things that he wants to tell us through the night. And I said, well, I need all of this because, and then I heard, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'm like, oh, geez. I was so used to strategizing what my next day was and being very happy that I even made it through that day that I never contemplated about my future. I was just going from day to day survival, even as a kid, because my life was so violent. And here I was able, it was like my future was, wow, does that mean that I'm going to live? How long am I going to live for? And I heard again, what do you want to do for your future? So I was like, I would like to be a teacher and I would like to be a nurse. And then I had this dream and I ended up in Peru by a dock. And it was so vivid. It was so vivid. And then later that week, there was people from New York and people from Ohio, and they were new to my town. And I was like, are you Michelle? And I was like, yes, who are you? We believe that God sent us here for you. You don't have anybody to talk to, do you? Like, no, what are you talking? And I was freaked out, but at the same time, I was relieved because I felt like somebody, I believed them. And it turned out that it was true. And they did change the atmosphere of the town. And it became less of a prison for me. And they did help take off a lot of the load. They served as kind of distraction for my mother. They provided alternatives for me to just to have room to breathe and not be so imprisoning and stifling where I was. And anytime anybody spoke negative about me, they were like, no, that's not her. That's not her. And during that time, I became shortly after that, became a Bible, studied to be a Bible teacher, and started working my way out of organized crime because I had buffers now. It's not what I wanted to be, but I now had people to buffer me away from those who wanted to keep me in that world. And they also established their own businesses, and it was good to have them around. And what happened was, over time, I became safe. I felt safe to tell them that I had this dream. And then they started helping to facilitate me leaving the area and going on these trips. And so one of them being Haiti. And that's how I ended up going to Haiti. And while I was there, I was naive, and so was this other girl. She was in 8th grade, and I was headed into my junior year, headed into my senior year, and she was in 8th grade, headed up to 9th grade. She was much taller than me. She was close to 5'11", and I was like 5'1", 5'2" at the time. And we were taking a picture in a cornfield, and then we walked out of the cornfield and we went into this church to do some dentistry. And it was really strange timing, and it was kind of out of a movie, where the dentist and I were working on this young man, and he told us, "You better do a good job because my father's the voodoo doctor here." And I was like, "Oh, well." I looked at the dentist. I said, "You know what you're doing, right?" He goes, "You know how to pray about these things. Pray." I'm like, "What?" I said, "Why are you scared?" He goes, "Believe me, we won't make it out alive if I mess this up." And I said, "Well, we got God." And it was really strange because it was a role reversal. Where in my hometown, these people were my buffers. They were relying on me in Haiti to be their buffer. And while we were working on him, on his, pulling teeth and stuff, the witch doctor came and said, "What white devil was in my cornfield? Where are you?" And then we locked eyes, and he goes, "You." And he grabbed me by the arm and he pulled me out. And I said, "I'll go with you. Let's walk and talk." He's like, "What?" Because he was like, "I'm going to kill you. You defiled, this is," and then somebody explained to me through a translator what he was saying. And what he was saying was the cornfield was sacred, and it was land and corn that he had offered up to one of his gods, and I violated it. And so did the girl, but she was nowhere to be found. I was. And so I started talking to him, and he asked me, he goes, "Why aren't you afraid?" And I said, "I have some questions." So we discovered how much we had in common, and it was because of my violence and violent upbringing, and because of the ceremonies done in the woods in my hometown that I was participant of. And I had done my research before I went there. I knew what gods and stuff was going on. So, but I also knew what Bible scriptures to use. So I did a lot of research and a lot of prep work before I went to Haiti. So I said to him, I said, "Well, is there any way?" I didn't try to recruit him or try to, proselytize to him. I just asked him, let's see what we can do to make peace with your God. But I'm not going to apologize to your God, because actually God says wherever I walk belongs to me. And look at all these other places that I walked with you and walked even before we met. I mean, are they not upset? Which God owns this place and which God owns this place? Are they not upset too? Is he the only one upset? Well, you have to live here. I'm leaving, so let's make peace so you two could stay at peace. And while we were talking, he was like, "You know what?" I mean, we went back to the cornfield, and we stood there for a while. And I said, what is your God telling you?" And he goes, "It's okay that you're here." I said, "Because I respect you and your God, it's okay." And he goes, "Yeah, but he is angry that you're not going to worship my God." I said, "Okay, why would I said, when I shop, I'm still like this. When I shop, I find the manager or the owner, and I ask them to help me. Why am I going to go to an employee who doesn't really care?" And I explained to him about what Douglas calls a bicameral mind, I think it's called. But the instance when I was 10 years old that I believed that I heard God audibly. And I said, if the Creator reveals himself to me, tells me he's my father, why am I going to go to any other one? And I said, and all the other ones have treated me so harshly, have hurt me so bad, but every time I would go to Father and just cry or need, I felt him. So why am I going to go to one that's lower when he's created us all? And honestly, everything I've read, they're no different than us, except that they don't have a body. And he goes, out, we got to leave now. And we went back to it was only like 10 steps, but we went back to the road. Just then, this, I think it was a boar or some kind of animal, came charging through the cornfield. And he goes, what you said is truth. It spoke to me. It's truth. But the God didn't like it. So I guess we just don't. He goes, but now I have a lot to think about and I'm afraid. And I said, well, then let me pray for you. And we sat, we cried, we had a lot to. And I felt so understood there. It was so good for me to go. It was, I think, for the first time in my life, this guy that just killed animals and threatened people and even killed people in the name of his God. We cried together. I was like 17 and he was like in his 40s or something.
What particular god was he worshipping? What was the name of it?
I don't even remember right now, to tell you the truth.
Right.
I saw there was a young girl there that she was a zombie. And we went to this orphanage, the pastor that I was with. So I want to tell you guys, it was like I had all kinds of weird things happening to me. And even while we were in Haiti, I had never been. The pastor that took us, he had been the pastor for my hometown. He had been going back and forth for years. He was well known there. I showed up and there was people in these remote villages shouting my name, going, "Get out, Michelle, get out. Carmela, we hate you. Get out of here." And it terrified me, but at the same time, I knew what was going on. And you know what I wasn't terrified about the activity with these people. I was a teenager. I wanted to fit in. I didn't like and I was also very concerned about what everybody else from my hometown was going to tell people, because they had already said, she's a witch, she's this, she's that, all kinds of negative things. And I kept looking to the pastor. I'm like, oh, this just solidifies what people think about me when I go back home. I'm not gonna be able to live there. And he's like, you're fine. He goes, this is just where God has taken you. This is your reality. This is how far God has taken you. He goes, I love this because you're living more like Jesus than anybody else in this group. So I met a young girl. She was 16 like me. she kept walking, just zoned out, and then she walked up to me, got like inches away from my face, and let out this blood-curdling scream, scared the bejeebers out of me, and then she's just...
Where was this?
In Haiti. I
Okay.
told you this story before. I told this story on the air too.
Oh, I just got back. So go
it
on.
was
Yeah.
when I met the zombie girl.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's a zombie girl story.
Yeah, you remember I've been through a lot. I do a lot of
that's
drugs.
true.
So go on.
I just, but you do remember a lot of my stories. Sometimes more details than I do a lot of the time.
By the way, Mark
so-
H has joined us, and I want to introduce you to
Hi,
him.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark is our fixer
Hi,
who
Mark.
works with the gambling industry, and Mark joins
Yeah, we haven't talked
Aristides
in a
and
long
Nemo.
while.
Yeah, yeah.
How is everybody doing? Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, we welcome aboard. Michelle is sharing with us her Haiti experience. Haiti in the Creole, land of mountains. Go on, honey.
Yeah, and Mark checks on me from time to time whenever he's on air. He asks me. I don't ever forget this, Mark, and I thank you for it because even during the time when I'm not on air, I think, did I do something for me today? So thank you for that, Mark.
Oh, my pleasure. It's good that you think that. That's amazing. Thank you for doing that.
Not very many people ask. Douglas is one of them. From time to time will ask how I'm doing. There's a check-in. There's my adoptive family. There's a friend of mine from the UK that will ask me from time to time. And a lot of people I'll just say, oh, I'm doing good. But you guys are very, very careful about how I answer and very thoughtful. I mean, it's not like I just say, oh, I'm doing good. I really think about how am I or how have I been at this time? Because with you, Mark, it's like, yes, did I do something? Or maybe I haven't done enough for myself. With Douglas, it's like, have I worked through my spiritual stuff that I need to work through? With my adopted family, it's kind of around it, like all of this stuff put together. With my friend in the UK, it's where am I mentally and emotionally? And where am I in my goals in life? Because he's actually a motivational speaker for other motivational speakers and for like a confessor for world leaders, or they bounce ideas off of him before they actually implement or could take them to whatever they need to do to start making them into law and the way of life for everybody else. So he checks in with me from time to time. He's actually the one when I said earlier that he was the mutual friend, and I ended up praying and talking to the world leader about his loss. So it's, yeah, there's a few other friends that everybody else, I'm like, yeah, I'm doing good, which is not a lie. Overall, I always do well because that's my way of getting back at hell and all the negativity and keeping my mind sane. But there's certain other people that I just respond to more thoughtfully, mindfully, and on a deeper level, allow myself to be a little bit more vulnerable or accountable to.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Thank you guys for that.
Thank you. Yeah. So go on, honey. And by all means, any of you, Mark, anyone else wants to respond to that, please do.
I would just say that's an incredible thing, and to be able to sort of step out of your day-to-day routines to acknowledge the fact that you do, everybody does need this attention for themselves. And it is not a bad thing. It's not a negative thing to want attention. Doug has mentioned this before. I know Brooke has. As people, we need this stuff to nourish ourselves the proper way. And it's really, it's become sort of like a negative connotation, when we check in with ourselves. Why not check in with yourself once in a while, and check how you're thinking of things. Check how are you dealing with your day-to-day events, those kind of things. And I know it sounds sort of silly, but if you really spend a little time for yourself, you like you say, you do so many amazing things, but carve a little bit of time for yourself during the day where you do something, whether it's watching the sunset, and just really meditate and really just get down to the feelings that you have. Try to make that like a normal routine, and you'll obviously what you have inside of you, which is so beautiful and amazing, is just it'll just keep nourishing and keep blooming more and more. So it's amazing that you've noticed these things, and you don't just take it for granted when you hear things from other people. And when you hear from Doug, and when you hear from your friends checking in with you, because that's a blessing. And it says people that really do care, people around you care about you, and that's a reminder for yourself to care about yourself the most, so that everyone around you can benefit from the healing that you do for yourself as well, Michelle.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Along those lines, an amazing thing happened several years ago, probably about 2010. I was having the change in temperature from, I was taking a shower, getting out of the shower, and it was like summer or sometime in the fall, but it was still probably like Indian summer when the days were hot, the nights were cold.
That makes sense.
So I had the window open. So the temperature, or like there was a gust of wind that came into the bathroom, and the change in temperature set off an anaphylactic reaction. And I had a stitch of nothing, but my inhaler was like a next room over, and I had to cross the hallway to get it, plus walk the length of my bedroom and the bathroom to go get it. So it was like walking across 3 rooms to go get this inhaler that here I am, I can't breathe, and I really think I'm going to die in the most vulnerable situation.
Right.
And I just hugged my body and I said, I thank you. I don't. At first, all I could do was just pray in my head, and I just like, I thank you. This is our last. If this is our last breath, I want you to know that you've been through a lot, and I thank you for being in my body. All of a sudden, I was able to take a gasp, and it was like swimming through water, like the pressure when you're walking and wading through water, at least up to your chest or your neck. So that was the sensation I had. I was actually using those motions with my hand, like pushing the air away, like you push water away while you're wading when you're so deep into the water. And then I made it over to the inhaler, and I took, of course, I took the medicine, and I took also the medicine I needed for the allergic reaction, for to calm down the histamine reaction. But that sparked in me something amazing, that I could affirm my body, and my body would actually feel better.
Mm-hmm.
And I was also learning some stuff where I've talked about this, and there was on radio and other podcasts and Survivor podcasts, and there was a time where I was a contributor to a health magazine called Recovering the Self. So I've addressed that, what the day that happened when I had one of the worst anaphylactic reactions, and learned that all my fainting spells were actually situations where I died and was brought back, and was a very sci-fi life that my body was living, and that I was like, I live in this body. How can it have different memories other than me? And sure enough, it had different memories and experiences that I did. And so I started treating my body as a sister. I would say my sister friend, my vehicle, my home, my permission to live on the earth. But I also added sister friend, my sister. And that's how I treat my body. It's like my best friend. And it's changed a lot in over the years, how I make life choices, and a number of other when my children were small and young, even though I was estranged from them, all my life choices were my sons in mind. And even when I was dating and I became engaged, during the years that I still had pretty solid communication with my kids, they had to be interviewed by my children. And even though my children lived across country, my children had some pretty tough questions for them. Mm-hmm. And it was pretty amusing, but it was also very I was really each person that went through that, each guy that went through that, I was so touched and so amazed that they were willing. Only one said, you're really not going to say yes or no until I talk with your kids. You're going to let your kids make this decision for you. I said, no, they're not going to make this decision for me. They're going to have input and consideration into the decision, because you're not just marrying me, you're marrying them as well, or my life situation, and their life situation. And he goes, oh, okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense. But then when my kids, when it became clear that I had my body had a separate history and experience than me, I started also making life decisions based on my body, what it can and cannot handle, even if I get Social Security, even if they didn't like it, they were like, you need to, I would get phone calls saying, you didn't go to this doctor appointment that we assigned for you and made for you. I'm like, yes, because I didn't go because going on the bus is dangerous for my body. And I already, I don't care about it. I said my problem is allergies and my immune system. And you wanting me to go have my eyes checked, I already took care of that. I have glasses and contacts, thank you, that I paid for. I don't need to go to the eye doctor. No, I don't need to go to the hearing. I'm not getting on the bus or 3 or 4 buses just to appease you. They're like, well, that looks bad for your hearing. Like, don't care. I'd rather stay in my body. It's not gonna put a strain on her more than I need to. Somebody one time was like, you canceled the screening that we had with this doctor who says whether you can be continue or not.
Like, yeah, it's not conducive. My body is hives today, and will probably be like that for the next few days, and I'm not going to risk going to the ER for you. And so do with that what you will. And then for the next 4 days, I kept getting phone calls with, like, if you don't come in, we're going to cut you off. And I'm like, I will deal. I don't want to. I will deal. I said, but do you realize when you put this kind of pressure on me, some of this is parasympathetic and emotional. So you putting this pressure on me does not help my health at all. Just allow the process of my body to do as she wants to. But then there's other times where I'm like, body, can you just please not be a diva? Can you please stop acting like you're too good for the world? Because I get invited to go to Hollywood events and all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, I say no to them. And now I live just blocks away from things, and I'm like, I could show up. But no, my body wants to be diva. I let her be diva, because she's really not. If I need to do something, plus now I'm 51. My entertainment needs have changed, and most people.
I like that. Go on.
Most people do things from the computer anyway, and I like that when I do go out, people still mistake me for my early 30s, my mid 30s.
You do look very young for your age.
Yeah, and you know what? Unfortunately, a lot of that is because I stay inside.
Yeah.
So I don't have sun damage.
Yeah, the sun doesn't bake you and parch you. Yeah, it's you're lucky in your own way.
And and also I'm at that age where I don't give a flying fuck or a flying fig about whatever anybody. And even when I was threatened with prison time, I'm like, well, you think I'm living on tax dollars now? Well, 3 hots and a cot, I really will be. You know what? I'm okay with that. I don't like that I'm not going to get the medical care. But you know what? I live indoors primarily anyway. So prior to COVID, I traveled across the country, and I even went, I said, I traveled so much. That's why I was in and out of ER. And now that I'm being still from inside, and I don't need the ER, and I don't need hospitalizations, you're penalizing me that I'm actually being a responsible person and not abusing my body or having life. I'm not having actual normal life. Well, what for me is normal life experiences, because I was traveling throughout the year up to COVID, and like almost even six months out of the year or more. Mm-hmm. And I've been to so many ERs across the United States and Greyhound stations. So I'm like, but at this point, I don't even care. And I've been having so many dreams that I'm in, especially as it gets closer to the trial time. I'm the one representing myself, so I've been picturing or dreaming about me in the trial, and I'm sitting there going, so it's like, this is Saldana, this is your life, and I'm like, that's not my life, but if you think it is, okay. Not the first time somebody's invented something about me that does not exist, and it's very interesting. Or, but
okay, just tell me what to do next, and judge if you think I'm acting like disrespectful and not effective. It's because you and I are both human beings, and you just have a different education and different life experience, and you're not. You get to work a job that is conducive to your body. Me, we still haven't figured one out yet. Or if you had not moved up my trial for another year like you just did, I mean, because I'm not supposed to have the trial. I'm not supposed to have this trial for another year. They moved it up a year, and I would go ahead and because I've been working on creating myself the multimedia company, and the people that I'm talking to in Chicago. So I helped some people out in Pennsylvania with some spiritual work, and now I got a church going on in Pennsylvania. Helped some people in Chicago and saved a woman's life, and now they want to support me and somebody else in developing programs that are more conducive to the higher level of seriousness for organized crime and people who fall through the cracks that are not they're like, we have domestic abuse centers and we have homeless shelters, but we don't have anything that addresses the woo-woo weirdness, and we probably need that. I mean, because they're very rich people, and we managed through me lucid dreaming, saving the one daughter sister from being sacrificed in a cemetery, being killed in a cemetery.
Right. And this was recently, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about this.
Not much to tell, but now they're like, we'll support you. You come out here. We'll drive you to the hospital. We'll we'll run your errands for it. I mean, I got rich people now wanting to be my chauffeur, wanting to help me run errands, cook for me, and clean for me because I saved the life of their daughter / sister. And then support, because they're like, we had nobody to turn to. We had to go outside of the state to help us. And, there's a lot of people in our demographic that need help. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because this is the demographic that I work with. It's very rarely is it like a neighbor down the street, or somebody who could just go to a domestic abuse shelter or could go to a homeless shelter. The people that I get, they can't. Like I said, I am a last last resort resource, or for the fact if somebody is high up, like maybe in fame, maybe comes from a powerful family, or there's just something that they just can't, for whatever reason, go ahead and call the police or call 911. It's they have to go over and above, or be over above to be discreet. But yeah, I stumble upon people also, like case in point, the girl last week when she was like, we have the same shoes. Or when I'm traveling. There was a time where I was traveling and I ended up being a roving reporter for Douglas. Anytime I had to stop and Douglas was on the air, he would check in with me.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, oh. Or I would leave some kind of comment on Facebook and Douglas would go on the air. He's like, everybody, this is what's going on with Carly right now. And one was, this was funny, very insulting but funny. When I travel, I don't wear any makeup, and I don't care if my hair is unkept. I don't care if I've traveled in the same clothes for 3 days, as long as I'm comfortable and my body is not, needing to go to the ER. So, but I don't look like unpresentable either, or homeless or whatever. I mean, people will still approach me and be around me. You know, ticket counter people, security will still help me. I don't let myself, go all that.
To the point where you look like a bag lady, yeah.
Yeah, I don't let myself that. I keep comfortable, but I don't allow myself to let go. So, but this particular day, I'm at I think it was in Tennessee, wasn't it? I forget. I'm at this bus station. I have 11-hour layover. So I decide I'm going to edit my website. And while I'm there, there was this guy there. The whole place is supposed to be shut down, but this homeless guy comes in. And he's rambling through the garbage. And he kept going, making that click, trying to get my attention. And I told him, I said, you're going to leave me alone. I'm not here. Because you is here. Like, you think you see me, but you don't see me. And he goes over to security. He goes, is that girl there? Security goes, yeah. He goes, oh, okay. Holy. And he goes, you was here. Security said you was here. I said, you're not supposed to be here. So I told security, why are you not telling this guy to leave? Because it said no vagrants allowed, no begging allowed. So then the guy comes up to me and he goes, what is you doing here? And I said, I have a layover. What are you doing? Harassing me. and he goes, is that work? I said, yes, my computer works. I said, I'm working here. He goes, no, you're not. And he goes, oh, she's pretty. She's not you. I said, that is me. He goes, no, she is she. You is you. Oh. And I was like, thanks a lot. Then he goes, if you give me a BJ, I'll tell you where you can get some soup, a sandwich, and a cot.
Oh, wow.
I like, so I put the computer down and I was like, since security won't do its job, I will. You get the fuck out of here in the name of Jesus. And I chased him out. Security comes over. He goes, oh, was he bothering you? I said, now you are. Do I need to get you fired? Get the fuck out of my face before I say, in the name of Jesus, get out of the building. And he looks and he goes, it actually is my time to leave. And I said, I said, when is your shift? What is your next shift? And he goes, in about 8 hours. And I'm like, damn it, I'm here for another 10 hours. I said, you know what? You're not allowed back here until after I leave. He goes, what? I said, you're not back here until after I leave because you didn't do your job. I did it for you. I said, so you owe me a sandwich or something. I said, no, you're not allowed to leave until that restaurant opens and you buy me 2 fish sandwiches, a French fry, and I want a milkshake. He goes, I get off in 5 minutes, lady. I go, no, you don't get off until that place opens and you get what I said. So his supervisor comes and he goes, so-and-so is going to be late. I need you to stay another hour. He looks at me and goes, what the fuck? And so I told him, I said, if you want it to go well with you for the rest of the night and when you get home and the rest of your shift, you're going to get me those sandwiches, French fries, and milkshake. He goes, yes, ma'am. He did. He did. And then he looks at me and he goes, is it okay? You know, he paid for it right there at the register. And he looks at me and he goes, is it okay I could leave? I said, well, how do I know? It's up to your supervisor. He goes, oh my God, you're scary. I was told that yesterday, that I was scary. And I was like, I'm not scary. I said, sharks are scary. He goes, no, you're what scares the sharks. And I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. And the guy just laughed. He goes, I knew you would take it as a compliment, but it is true.
So, honey, what about in terms of let's see what else happened that you should relate while we have this opportunity with you, because a lot of times in the past, of course, you were concerned about them, you know, your surroundings.
Everybody's sleeping. I'm outside. There's no flies.
Yeah. Great.
But I took my medicine. I'm like very medicined up. I was too tired to sleep, so I got a couple hours, and then the first half of our conversation when you first called, I drank a 32-ounce iced coffee. So
oh wow!
Plus, I normally stay up at night anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so with the what happened the one time you shared a little bit of it with us. Are you comfortable sharing any more developments? There was some asshole who was taking notes last time or a few episodes ago when you were on my show. I mean, you know, when you were on my show during by a few episodes ago.
He's still here, but
he was trying to exploit it for a film, basically.
So he went back to his regular work schedule, and just very, very quiet. And he went back to his regular work schedule, and so it was like, because there was nothing there anymore to see, and I got my privacy back.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, because I was like really he came back the one day and he was like, so you gonna be on air today? I was like, no, because you invaded my privacy. So no. I said,
so he was literally waiting for you to get back on air so he could take more notes towards whatever script he was writing.
Yeah, so I had the inclination that this was what was going on. Only because while I was, when we would talk, or at least my end, I could hear him like end conversations around the time that we were talking, or anything that they had been listening to without their earphones was now quiet, and it was just like you could feel, when you could feel the intentions sometimes.
Yeah.
So, and the few times that I would get up, and I would notice, that they went from looking at me to now busying themselves. And I'm like, okay, it's nothing that I could say, you're doing this, because there was just going to be denial. But yeah, when it looks and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So I could have you
thrown out for invading my privacy, but at the same time, I'm invading your privacy to a degree because I'm talking about conversation. You know, these are. It's not like this is normal conversation.
No,
you know,
not at all.
not quote unquote polite conversation. You know, this is sometimes we end up talking about stuff that make up nightmares or just
So Mark H, are you mixing cement over there? Or?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was about to send Michelle something real quick. I was just typing something. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
and by the way, Michelle, I want you to know George Knight has joined us, and you know, so hopefully he'll have a little bit of time now to catch up with us verbally. But go complete your thoughts. By the way.
Okay. Yeah. So my attitude is, I will take charge of a situation just so I can have control of it, even if a situation is not my fault. I won't take the blame, but I'll be okay. So survivors have this issue of, and there's always like, oh, victim blaming. Okay, there's victim blaming, and you don't want to victim blame or victim shame, but there's also seeing areas where you could take responsibility, because if you could find areas where you could take responsibility, that gives you the upper hand for control. So it's like seeing a crack in a room that's like fully closed, or seems like totally black and totally closed. Is there an area for the light? Well, if there's no light in that room at all, or there's no light in the situation, oh, I must be the light. I'm the crack, I'm the light where okay, I can do something here because it's coming out of me. I can do it. So that kind of attitude. So I'm like, and plus I did have the research projects and the writing projects that I was working on, which just ended up snowballing or being replaced for a while by the spiritual programs or the spiritual situations. And then I went back to the research programs and the writing thing. And so, and then it just was like me getting ready for my, for my trial and stuff. So, and then he was like, well, when are you going to be on again? I said, whenever I'm on again. Oh, okay. Well, you don't know when that is? I said, you know what? I have no problem with anybody listening to whatever is on the radio or on the internet, because you know what? It's free reign. It's public domain. I can't stop you from accidentally accidentally on purpose Googling me or finding out any of this stuff. But when I'm here in the house, I'm Mama Michelle. That's how you guys see me. That's how I want it done.
Yeah.
Whatever you know about me, I don't care to know what you know about me. I like the lie that you probably don't know anything about me other than whatever I tell you. And quite honestly, I am pretty transparent with a lot of people. And if I think somebody needs to know something a little bit more in depth about me, that it's going to edify them and their situation, I will give it to them. I will, even if it's not something I really want to share, but if I think it's necessary at that time, for whatever reason, I will go ahead and overshare, quote unquote overshare. But if it's something like, so I stay pretty transparent, and it's true. I'm the oldest one in this house. Everybody is like a good almost 20 years younger than me, 15 to 20 years younger than me. So there's times where I see them going through something, and yes, I am at that age where I'm like, well, when I was your age, or I might want to consider, I have my gray hairs. I earned them. I celebrate them.
the other day, I styled my hair a certain way, and I was like, oh, I have more gray than I did. Like, I didn't realize I had this gray. And thanks to Kelly Osborne, who started, for whatever reason, making her hair gray in her 20s and 30s, I can still look like I'm 20 or 30 years old, even though I'm pushing 52. So the men that I said that to just looked at themselves like, what? And the other one, and one of them looked at me and says, you actually think about that stuff? And I'm like, well, yeah. And I'm very happy to be me. And I did a little girly hair flip and just like bounced out the door. And they're like, okay, and I'm like, there's one other female in the house. I think the last time we talked, Douglas, there was probably about 4 or 5 females in the house. Now it's just down to 2. Oh. But I have lived in houses, in one house where there was 22 men or 22 people, and I was the only female.
Wow.
And sometimes the men will come to me, even in this house, and say, how do you handle being the only female? And I'm like, what are you asking? Actually, how do I, or am I? Is it, am I doing okay, or how do I actually? And the one says, like, when I lived in the 22 with the 22 men, the one says, no, how actually? And I said, do you think I'm going to give you my secrets of how I keep you all in line? And he goes, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. And he's backing out of the room. And I looked at him and said, I just mother you guys. That's it. I'm your mother. And he's like, none of us see you that way. And I got to leave now because my head is messed up. I said, that's the other way. Whatever's going on in your head has nothing to do with me, but I project to you, mother. However you translate that, that's on you.
Yes.
And he goes, okay, that is really, he goes, am I messed up? You know what? I got to go take a walk. And I'm like, see, I don't control you guys. I control me. And then I expect you guys to control you. Well, I said, that's how that works.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah.
Thank you, honey. That's delightful, and it's so true. It really.
But
so
you figured, well, you figured me out a long time ago. Whenever I would tell my street ministry stories, it was like you love to fuck with people's heads. Like, yes, and the worse they are, the more fun I have.
Yes. Yeah.
There's been times where you were like, Carmi, I have this guy. I'm like, please let me, please. Let me. Thank you.
Yes.
And then the next radio transmission, Douglas is, so tell us what happened when you had a conversation with so and so. Like, oh yes, let me tell you. But at the same time, when people are gentlemen, I make sure they're celebrated, because I don't think men get enough credit for all the challenges, and there's not enough resources for men for the challenges. So, yeah.
So thank you. I mean, you're an angel. So, giving George a chance to speak. Well, he has some time. How much time do we have left with you, George? Thank you for showing up, and share with us, first of all, any impressions you might have or responses to what, of course, our lovely Carmela has been sharing with us. And, segue from there.
I would like to know what you've been studying recently, George.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Michelle. Thank you, Douglas, for having me on. And I've got a few moments, which is very much appreciated. So I do appreciate you inviting me on, Douglas. And I'd always like to try and stick to my word. If I say I'm going to come back on, I'd like to make sure, at least I attempt to come back on.
Thank you.
You know how the world is, just my everyday duties. If anything could arise at any moment. Michelle, no, thank you. And I just want to say, how are you doing, Michelle? Like, I'm, constantly, sending my prayers out to you, and you're in my thoughts, fairly often. It's nice to have you on the show and just to catch up with you. And it's nice to, have this opportunity to speak with yourself because,
Overall, I'm doing well. I'm holding it together, but I expect that after September, I'm going to have a proper nervous breakdown. So I will not be surprised because it's been a long time coming and it bursts out a little bit like the pressure valve from time to time. But I do stay in good spirits and do a lot of artwork and, the creativity side to balance out everything else. But I am really about due to be, Hal's Flying Castle, that old woman that she's mush. And I will revel in it because it is well deserved. I think I earned it.
I
will pull back. I will pull back and reform from it. But I have had to be stalwart for a long time that it will be, I think, a relief that I'll be mush for a while. I was from January to recently. And that was the other thing was Social Security was like, you got to go to these doctor appointments. I said, I'm not done with my nervous breakdown. And when I am, then I'll be responsible again. And I would hang up.
So, darling, we've got that to look forward to. And I pray that you're not on the verge of a nervous breakdown, George.
No, I'm all right. Thank you, Douglas.
Yes, thank God.
As stable and sane as I can be.
Yes.
With everything.
Yeah. And so what I want to do, because you and I, we're going to try and talk privately and catch up. I desperately want to do that. It's been, I gave everybody pretty much a warning about how busy things were going to turn this month because of being, it's Japanese Halloween right now, and it's going to be so until Wednesday. Going to be pretty much involved with that, and then involved immediately after that with the beginning of the Chinese Ghost Month. But I'll give some more cultural details on that later. Spoke about it a bit in the past. But definitely, I am excited that George Knight has had some developments that I want to find out more about. What I do want to ask George right here and now, so we don't forget it or lose track of it, is when you do reach out to John Warrington at some point, if that's possible, please let him know that we were speaking of him at some length in the latest episode concerning his brother, some of the struggles he's been going through, and that by all means, if at all possible, try and talk him into joining you and I, separate from you and I speaking privately. I'd like to have a three-way discussion with you and I and he, because maybe that will be somehow more possible to set up. Every time I've been trying to talk to him into speaking on Skype or something, he says that for some reason he's doesn't have it available, or it's not working for him, or he no longer is able to load it or something like that. So it's been odd. But like I said, he's still supportive. He's still allowing me to publish my promotional banners on his page. So he's obviously not an enemy, but something's happened where he stopped uploading my episodes for about a month by now. And so we just want to make sure he's okay. And I do want to speak to him with you. And I do feel he needs some attention. So that being said, go on with any developments going on with your work, your family, anything you want to talk about, including just current events that you feel we should be paying attention to.
Thank you, Douglas. And I've just had a look at my my calendar, just look at my roster schedule for next week, and it's next Wednesday that I'll be able to join you for the entirety of the transmission. From the time I wake up, obviously when transmission starts in specific daylight time, it's obviously too early in the morning. I mean, it's like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning here in the UK when the show starts. But as soon as I rise, around about 6 a.m., I'll be able to join you. And so, we can do the entirety of the transmission from that point onwards. So, looking forward to that. And everyone's great. Thank you for asking, Douglas. And we will. And the weekends are quite. It's hard for me to get any time to obviously speak privately with yourself for myself, because it's just family time, and so all my time is it's all succumbed during the periods of the weekend, so it's hard to. But probably this week, during the week, at any point, because of thank you for just explaining that you're busy. You've got a busy schedule this week, proceeding into the following week. So we'll try and find some time at some point to have our private discussion. Yes,
right.
Just to update you. But really appreciate that, Douglas.
Of course. I mean, something that I've been trying to make happen for a while, but you're definitely, I'm definitely glad to have you on Wednesday, and that'll certainly give me a break from talking if you're able to speak. And hopefully your wife doesn't drag you away this time. That was cute. Last time he was on with us, it happens. So go on with and what's going on with you?
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And just something interesting just to share with yourself. Last Friday, we every engineer, every 6 months, every year, we have this half a year and an annual check of all our equipment we use. And the man who works for BT, we get along really well, and he was asking me questions. Of course, he's one of those someone who is trying to seek alternative information, try to seek alternative, try to make sense of the world around it, which is the best and the most appropriate term to use to describe people who are without insulting them.
Well, I think a better way to describe them that wouldn't insult them would be that they're seeking the truth. They know they're not getting the truth, so they're seeking facts. They're seeking straight facts, so they're not getting straight facts. So that's the way to express it. Alternative information sounds like a fallacy. It sounds like alternative history. It's like you're making up, here's a contra-narrative. It's just a story. So, just use the term truth and facts. So go on. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, and so he obviously we had our what we call an easy test meeting. So he checked all my equipment, and then he really didn't want me to leave. I was his last appointment for the day, and he wanted to get onto the subject of ufology, and he did ask me. Well, he said he referenced a video that he saw on YouTube where you had and he didn't obviously give me any citation or any, I don't know where to look for this information, but he said that he saw a video where you had a Soviet, a cosmonaut or a Soviet agent talking with a former National Socialist member and a American agent or American government official. And it was a discussion apparently in a video. I don't know which decade this was produced in or where it was recorded. So I don't know. I have to ask him to please present the link to myself so I'll be able to review it myself. But it said about, you believe that the Americans landed in 1969 were the first man to walk on the moon. We were there, and this is coming from the National Socialist member, whoever it was. I don't know who he's on. He just refers to him as a Nazi. He just said a Nazi said, we were there from 1935 onwards.
Yeah.
And of course, then once he mentioned that, then I knew, right, I'm going to then break everything to him. And we spoke for a good hour. And I mentioned he obviously has some sense and some knowledge of Operation High Jump. Of course, I had to put it into context for him, into a perspective they would understand. Because he also was referencing about all these ancient archaeological artifacts that produce all these murals or illustrations of these exotic vehicles that are presented, and he was obviously
these are these South American stones, I believe. Right.
Absolutely. And obviously I have no idea where he was referencing it from, so obviously I was just going by what he was saying to me, so it's hard for me to relay or express what he was saying.
Understood.
I put things into perspective. And at that point in time, because obviously I was linking the two Operation High Jump to the Roswell incident, and the one thing, my downfall, at my name and shame and disgrace, was I forgot the name of the bomber group, which now I can ascertain it's the 509th Bomber Group.
Right.
The only atomic bomber wing in existence. Their mission statement was they're the only atomic bomber wing in history that could deploy a atomic bomb.
At that point in history is what they were claiming, right? But by the way, just out of curiosity, the name of the stones that the guy was referencing were probably the Ica stones, ICA. Is that the term he used? Ica stones?
Ica, yeah, but most probably, Douglas. He didn't even
know the name. He didn't even know the name.
Yeah, he just didn't even paraphrase it, I'm afraid. Yeah, nothing like that. It was just, it's this is what people. I get obviously frustrated, but I can't express it when I'm having a dialogue with these people. And so I had to put things into perspective for him. And obviously, I mentioned about this is what I explained to him. I showed him because he was asking me, well, how do you know this? I mentioned yourself and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, and I showed him a picture of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, and I said he was deployed during Vietnam, during the Vietnam conflict, and I said when man started walking on the moon, the Army retracted Michael Aquino from Vietnam because Sergeant Melvin Brown, who was there at the Roswell incident, looked under the tarpaulin of underneath the hood of the Humvee or the Jeep, and saw the bodies. And I explained, I have the video uploaded on YouTube where he described them as Asiatic looking. These look like Asian Pacific Islanders. They had yellow skin at that point in time. Their skin later on turned grey with rigor mortis. And I just explained that was the whole cover-up with the Roswell incident.
Right.
And I said it was Colonel Michael Aquino
The term to use with Michael Aquino is that he was recalled. He was recalled from Vietnam. Just so people know, the reason Sergeant Melvin Brown was so important was, of course, he was part of the United States Army. In other words, he was under U.S. military control, but at that point, of course, he was deep into retirement, was no longer even part of the Ready Reserve. At the time that he saw men walk on the moon and started talking to his family, so they really couldn't do anything to him. So they were recalling Michael Aquino for damage control. But, I'll bring up some other aspects that are important to bring up. One of the things that was pointed out was that the Roswell Fire Department, which actually handled the bodies at Roswell, the firemen clearly stated they were Japanese, just so people understand that was out there. And so there were other people that had said that in the past, but all of it was just ignored. Nobody really paid attention to them. But, at the time of 1968, the Army realized this could get out of hand. So go on, please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And all this is relevant, and this is all the things I was relaying to this individual. And I did say we will go over it in much more substantiated detail in the future. But yeah, no, absolutely. And this is all the things I was referencing, including beg your pardon, Douglas. I'm receiving a phone call right now, which I might have to I might have to depart. Yeah, and then I will try and rejoin you momentarily. If not later on tonight, then in obviously this coming Wednesday's show.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for having me on, and it's so important. I'll carry on the conversation on Wednesday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and try and rejoin us if you can. Otherwise, she'll be with us Wednesday. Love you dearly.
Good hearing your voice again, George.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too, Michelle. And I've got a lot of things. Yeah, it's very important. I can't wait to carry on this discussion on the show. Thank you, Douglas.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And so that's our man. And we are also, Mark H., maybe you can tell us. I do want you to know that Mark H. is very modest. He is not giving himself credit like he should be. And the credit that he needs to give himself is he's actually the person who brought up that, it's very healthy for people to seek attention, that, in the end, everybody needs attention, and it's not something to, it's used as an insult where people say, oh, you're just an attention seeker. and they will try and make somebody sound as if they're awful because they're seeking attention. And Mark H was bringing up the fact that it's not awful. It's just something that is natural and healthy. And so I want Mark to know that Brooke Gibson really appreciates that. Really appreciates that you said that. Yeah, it sounded like I was leading my way up to an insult, but no, she really has told me in private conversations how much she's appreciated Mark H saying that. Of course, we can take it from there.
Because everything in balance.
Yeah.
And if you don't say what you need, you're not going to get it.
Yeah. And
even as a child, as a baby, as like young, early living beings, if they're not touched, if they're not nourished, they die. That goes along throughout the rest of your life. If you don't have that kind of compassion, care from others as well as yourself, you will become sick. And it's a very important thing to be able to nourish yourself in that way. So I appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much, Dogs.
Yeah, of course. And so, and back to Michelle, thank you for being patient while George Knight was able to be with us. And, so when you tell us a bit about whatever you're comfortable sharing, and if you don't want to discuss it at all, you don't need to discuss it. But, of course, there was the young lady who was a friend of yours at the time. Then there was a bit of her falling out with myself. She was Korean, and she was involved with the movie Eden. So just all of this Korean chick's politics aside, which were, I thought, quite stupid in the sense that this Korean chick who I met through Michelle Carmela Saldana, I never would have met her otherwise. I just want people to know that regardless of this young lady and the bizarre experience I had with her, which I'll explain just in summation very shortly, she was involved with ultimately a film being produced titled Eden. And if you ever look that movie up, you're never going to find it because the title is so generic. Eden, all you're going to find is biblical shit, right? So you have to look up Eden human trafficking. So if you look up Eden sex trafficking film, probably even better. So that is actually a film that I would call required viewing. Now, in terms of the girl who inspired that film, she came under heavy attack, character assassination. People called her a liar and everything else because she's not a big white son of a bitch built like a football player who can claim that he quit the federal government. And the more I read about this son of a bitch, the angrier I actually get, because I find it so offensive, so insulting that this individual is making the fortune that he's doing by the bullshit that he's pulling. I mean, he's on this podcast now called Team Never Quit. I shouldn't even advertise this fucker shit. And he's basically the father of six.
So he changed it from URL.
From wherever it was,
because it was OUR, and now it's
he's left that OUR. Whatever's happened, he's dumped it, probably because of lawsuits. So
a couple weeks ago he was doing a podcast for the OUR.
Oh, okay. So whatever's going on with them, I don't know the politics.
I've been following this.
Yeah.
I've been following this fucker.
Okay, yeah. So whatever the politics are, they seem to be quite convoluted because, a lot of the reports I'm getting just looking up on the internet is that he completely severed with them. So if he's back with them, God knows what the fuck is going on. Probably because they decided to get together and make more money. But anyhow, he's a father of six, and I like the way they describe him, following a calling. Ballard, a father of six, took a leap of faith and walked away from a 22-year career with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Okay, let's get this fucking straight. If you've been there for 22 years, you're retiring. You're not walking away. You're not quitting. You're fucking retiring. Okay, you take an early retirement. You can do that with the U.S. government. In fact, they encourage you to do that. In most cases, they try to push you out as quickly as possible for reasons that don't even bear going into. It's just mostly has to do with just budget reasons and shit. So this fucker is claiming he quit when he retired. And so he's getting a full fucking pension. There's no quitting here.
I would have more respect for him if he would just say, like a lot of these people from the alphabet do, they retire and then they become
private investigators and shit, or security consultants,
investigators, rescuers, or I'm not going to disclose who, but I have a team that I work with, and they're very humble. They're very honest and humble, and I'm not the only one that they work with. They're what I like about them is that survivor activists are the generals, and they, even if they want to go in whole hog like Rambo, they ask.
Well, I mean, this is what pisses me off.
What is the actual mindset we should have? What's the actual approach?
Well, I mean, first off, the way they already express it shows that he can't be doing what he's doing at all. First off, and I do see another site here where they say, oh, he spent over a decade working as a special agent for the Department of Homeland Security. Okay, 22 years is not over a decade. That's 22 fucking years. That's over 2 decades. So you got one site saying one thing, another site saying another. That aside, the guy has 6 kids, and they mention, of course, his beautiful blonde wife, quote unquote. So you've got this guy with a blonde wife and 6 kids. He's not going to be going all over the world saving 6,000 kids. That's basically his own kids times 1,000 by order of magnitude.
That makes him irresponsible. And if I were, I would want to resent him.
If his wife would, if he was doing this shit, his wife would have every reason to divorce the son of a bitch. Like that, the guy's not going to be home. Especially if he's with a bunch of child sex slaves. If you were a wife with 6 kids and your husband were running around constantly rescuing child sex slaves, would you not be concerned about his sexual proclivities?
Because he's leaving her and the kids vulnerable.
No, forget that for a second. Aside from that they would be the target of revenge hits. The fact that. Okay, I mean, maybe you're too good a person to get what I'm saying here.
No,
am I coming through, Mark?
I already said, I addressed, I addressed Conan, what Aaron Conan, and I already said Tim Ballard is a lot like that. So,
thank you. By the way, you're conflating the names. Coney's the warlord, and the fucker's name was Jesse or something, who was the crazy guy with the machete scar. Who Jason Russell. Jason Russell.
And Aaron Cohen is the guy that CNN had.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Joseph Coney, the warlord, as opposed to Jason Russell.
No.
Okay, because they're easy to conflate too. So thank you. Yeah, so no, thank you, honey. I mean, it's like
and would leave people stranded in countries.
Yes. Yeah.
Daryl Hannah had contacted me the one time, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I love Facebook because anybody could contact you." And wow, what she contacted me for? She contacted me, and she's like, "I heard you were." Another mutual had said. But this other mutual is Tiny Stars, and he's not doing this anymore, but he had an organization, Tiny Stars, that he would have retired people from the alphabet, and they would research, and they would build up cases, and sometimes they would do extractions, but everything was legit and responsible, and paper trails, and helping build up legal cases. They were doing things for let's be bravado and for ego. It was all very legit and systematic. So she said, I heard about this through him, and don't go with Aaron because this is what's going to happen. Like, I have no intention of going with Aaron, but he left her in a lurch where it just created a really bad situation. And if it weren't for her to be able to call her husband, which she was going through a divorce or a separation at the time, she called him and that he got her mother, and they went, I forget now. The last time I told you this story, I said what country, I think, but now I can't remember what it was, but it was
No
Southeast
worries.
Asia. And they saved her. They got her out of jail. They managed to get her medicine to her. It was just a bad situation, very bad situation. Left her in a lurch like that. In the meantime, he's like, rock star, and he's one that has no financial worries. Like, I would tell him all the time, anytime that I talk with him, if you really wanted to do something against human trafficking, and you have all these loads and loads of money, why don't you support a couple survivor activists? Or why don't you set up programs where you are? Why, I would try to give him those weren't the only two practical solutions or suggestions. I gave him a lot of suggestions, and he's like, no. I said, oh yeah, because you can't get glory and fame and attention and draw it away from us. He's like, oh, somebody jealous? I said, you haven't gone through any of this. So I said, he's lost both of his parents, which, I don't wish that on anybody. But I'm like, the most grieving that you've ever had to do was losing your parents. And what other grieving have you done? And then he was like posting star charts and all this other stuff. Another one who does this is Sasha Stone. Sasha Stone's latest escapade is that he's setting up a village in Mexico. Okay, Sasha Stone has a house in Bali, now Mexico. There's a couple other beautiful places that he has different houses in. The latest picture came up on my newsfeed a day or two ago. There's like almost 30 women in this picture, couple kids, and him. The men on the thread, get this, the men on the thread were like, Sasha, where are the men? Well, you know what? It looks like you do have some help, but you're building buildings, so you don't have really male muscle power. I'll come down and help you. And he's like, sorry, we're not taking tourists right now. It's only for investors. Excuse me, all those women and one man and a couple kids. And I'm like, the visual doesn't even look good. That thread, there's a lot of he's like, I remember when my friends died who were fighting for children's rights. And I'm like, yeah, they did. I remember hearing about that. But he's like, to take away from some of the accusations, because there was people just outright saying, the visual on this doesn't look good, or some of the men like, I'll come down and help. And instead of saying, any of the women would volunteer, and he's like, we have room for you. And then the men would volunteer, and he's like, we're not taking tourists. We're not open for tourists. It's just strong investors. We're open for strong investors. That's what, all the jobs are filled. And then somebody else on the thread was like, double standard. And I'm like, no, shyster. Oh, but I can't. But I'm not spiritually developed enough, so I didn't even bother to make a comment on his thread as much as I wanted to say shyster. I didn't want all the, ridiculous unnecessary negative attention and give him, you know, what's happening with Tim Ballard when the legitimate survivor activist talks on daytime talk shows or news shows. It's like, don't you want to help rescue children? But if you survived it and you're an adult and you work in legal courts, well, then you should want us to talk about this. You should support Tim because he's bringing awareness, and that's helping people, all this awareness. Well, I've been wanting to have educational programs and a resort for families and, number of different things. I just recently found out that a building that my brother had purchased for me was given to my mother, one of my abusers. And now I know why they don't want to talk with me, because I'm sure he's embarrassed, but I understand he needs to keep the peace. And she don't want to tell me. I knew about her studio for a long time. I just didn't know where it was. And I was trying to make peace and say, be support, try to lay out an olive branch and support her and promote it. And she was like, no, it's okay. It's okay. Well, I happened to accidentally stumble upon the fact that it was the building that my brother had purchased for me. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm doing a fundraiser just so I can go to the doctor. And okay, it's okay. That's life. I will have what I need. And happy to say, yes, Rearranging Hell is coming together. We're further along, coming together. Michelle Carmela's Arts, Textiles, and Multimedia is also coming together. So all I need to do is whack out the trial and see what happens from there, and I'll be able to fully jump in. But right now, it's what's keeping my brain from going insane. And it's a survival tool. So after the trial's over, well, I'll know what it is after that. But I'm like, whatever. And that's why I've been studying. Netflix has How to Be a Cult Leader. So I am studying that. I am studying it like it's a college degree. I am studying all these other shysters like it is a college degree. I'm going back to all these dictators and world leaders and studying them, not because I want to know why people are so willing to give into these fraudulent people so wholeheartedly, and then when the people are earnest and true, it's like, you must be lying, or you've got to be kidding, or so what?
Well, they instantly attack them. It's
it's like, it's like the doctor who was like, so you have regular anaphylactic episodes and are on life support. So what? I got stung by a bee once, and I'm 85 years old. I still practice. Excuse me, but yeah, sometimes I'm on life support. And he's like, but you're here, aren't you? Yeah. I want, look, I don't want to go in debt for hospital bills. Can we just at least work that part out? No, you're living off of taxpayers' dollars, dear. Okay, whatever.
Madness.
It's okay.
So this trial coming up, tell us what's going on with this. This is you're on trial for what again? I mean, you've explained it before, but you might as well.
I've been collecting since 2011, and I was approved right then and there at that hearing because the judge said that my medical records read like a sci-fi horror movie. And he was going to not make me wait 2 weeks because he didn't know if I was going to walk out the door and maybe die just by walking out the door. So I've been collecting since then. Well, I've been accused by some of the medical experts, mainly my general practitioner and University of Southern California, that I am seeking attention through as a grifter or self-inflicted Munchausen. So one of my friends who's a psychiatrist, he's like, hey, let them say that you have self-inflicted Munchausen. You can call that a mental illness, and then therefore they still can't deny you, or you can reapply under that. You can tell the judge that when you're at trial. I said, okay. He goes, there's an argument for that. Like, okay. So I said, but I don't have self-inflicted Munchausen. The medical records have shown over the years that I have at least bad bone marrow. I said, what diseases are bad bone marrow? He's like, excuse me. So we're going over all this stuff. So past couple years, and I brought this to the different hearings that Social Security made me go through. I have no more hearings. I have no way to extend the benefits, and I have no way of appealing. So this is me. I had finally dragged it out, and this is now Social Security saying enough.
Yeah. Okay. And
we're going to tell you what we think of you and what we think is going on, and then we'll tell you what the judgment is. Prove us wrong. But their mind is pretty much made up, but I'm supposed to prove them wrong. So that's what this is. And for years they were telling me, you're going to pay this money or go to jail, or prison, actually, because I looked it up. It's 5 years of federal prison. It's a white collar crime.
Hey, you get 5 hots and a cot and full medical care. And...
That's what I told him. Medical care in prison is really horrible, but I'll still get 3 hots and a cot. And that's what I told him. I said, if you think, I've told every single one of them that have pushed at me, if you think I'm living off of taxpayers' dollars now as a free person, and you want to work at McDonald's or Foot Locker, I showed them that I then I stopped pushing it. They think of me as like my brain. My brain is pretty mush by now. But they were like, you don't have anything beyond high school education. I said, I have some college. They're like, oh, do you? I'm like, you know what? No. Let's just put the bar down low. They're like, well, what did you do today? I told the one lady, I said, well, before I got here, I helped to write a rebuttal for a law. And she's like, I said, do you know about this? And I had my phone, and I showed her the websites. I showed her my name was there. And I said, here's the research. And I said, so I do have a brain. Plus, I've been working on the arguments and doing the paperwork for this to get me this far in front of you. And she goes, without a lawyer? I said, without a lawyer. And she goes, so you're basically just doing a keyboard warrior conspiracy theory thing. She starts writing those. I said, you're not writing that. I said, you know what? No. if it helps extend this, and she goes, we've been assigning you appointments to go see a psychiatrist, and you haven't gone. Why? I said, because the one that I went to at my primary practitioner's office, and I was seeking counseling for myself, I ended up counseling her because after 45 minutes, my story made her cry. And then I was counseling her. Do you know why? I train police, I train mental health workers, I train doctors and nurses, and she's like, so delusions of grandeur. I said, sure, go ahead, whatever helps to keep this going.
Awful.
Sure,
Yes.
go ahead.
Abusive.
You want to think? I said, there's people who are worse than you, people who are less than you, and people who would not even allow you to enter the sidewalk anywhere near their building, that think worse than me than you do, and they do so in high esteem to me. So, and she's like, what? I said, yeah, when your enemies think so low of you, they think high of you, that's who I care about. She goes, that doesn't make any sense. I said, I imagine in your world that you get to go home and hug your kids. It doesn't. I said, but I have enemies that think so low of me, but they'll call me. We'll talk. We'll help each other out. We have discussions, but they'll try to do me in, or I'll see what I can do to get them behind bars. But yet, if their kids are messed up, or I need advice in another case, I'll call them up. And she's like, and what work do you do? I even showed her the Once Upon a Eden page.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, oh, okay. So you take donations? I said, it says very plainly, we do not, very, very plainly, several locations on my Once Upon a Eden page, I do not accept donations. We will tell you where to best, we'll direct you best where to donate. And so we network with 501c3s. We are not one. And I said, you know what? It's okay. You judge me any way you want to. Think of me any way you want to. Because this is a world, you know what? It's people like me that help you just go, wake up, go to work, go home.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you can compute. And you know what I discovered? The majority of these people, they don't know about these health conditions. They don't know anything. They know paperwork. They know what's expected of them. They're paper pushers. Paper and pencil. That's all. Paper, pencil, car.
Oh, by the way, Mark's. Go on, Mark.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just like to interject, just to touch on what you're saying. That's exactly what they are, but mainly it's because they've all been given positions because of who they are and who they know. And it's sort of like a military, what Douglas talks about, or even the DOD, where it's just a big shit piled up on each other, and everybody is just, it's all incompetent people, and it's all about who you know, how you know them, and everyone shuts their fucking mouth. And as long as they do that, and it's fine. So especially, what you've dealt with, that's what they need to continuously justify their job by being dismissive of you. So it was a constant battle, but that's all it is. It's just a constant battle to try to dismiss people to justify their job. If they can't justify their job of being incompetent, they won't have a paycheck anymore. So that's their whole job is to be the best possible liar and manipulator as possible. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, the ones that they are lying to the most are themselves. The one woman that I had the hearing this time last year. So I walk in there with a walker and my little medical kit with the nebulizer, all the medicine the emergency kit. And that emergency kit, well, if it's a mild reaction, it'll take care of it. But if it's a serious reaction, it buys me like maybe anywhere from 20 minutes to a couple hours in the ER. So she's like, so, you're 50? Like, yeah. You expect me to believe that? Your birthday? And she goes, I'm 50. And honestly, I thought she was in her 20s or 30s. I honestly thought that.
maybe her lack of maturity.
And then when she looked at me, and she goes, I find it hard. I said, oh, really? We're going to do this? We're going to mean girl right now? I said, do you really? I said, okay, let me put my counselor hat on. I said, instead of doing the trial here, or the hearing here, let me put the counselor hat on and ask you, why is it that you look like you're like late 20, like maybe 26, 29, and you're mean girling to me right now? And she goes, you really think I do? I said, yes. I kind of was like, oh, great. There's going to be a 20-something-year-old who is not going to be able to relate. I said, hidden health conditions, thank you. She's like, well, why do you not look healthy? You don't look sick. I said, again, hidden health conditions. And look, I said, I gained a lot of weight for a flea bite. I lost more than half that weight, but I still have a good amount to lose. I got the walker so I can continue walking and walk farther so I can push myself. I said, but you want to see me walking around? Believe me, to walk from here to there, I said, this is what's going to happen. And so I told her what I expected. And I said, and you're going to do it. And she goes, you can't take that tone. I said, I paid taxes for a lot of years. And I don't care how much money y'all say that you paid thousands or hundreds of thousands or what. As long as I'm on the planet and God is my provider, not government, but God, and He creator is my creator, my father, I'm going to tell you what to do. And this is what I expect. And I said, and if the jealousy demon, the green eye little demon, and whatever else is influencing you, well, I survived such abuse that I earned the right to tell even them what to do. So I'm telling all of you in this room right now, including you, ma'am, this is what I expect. This is what's going to be done. And you have the expertise to make sure that it gets that way. So I'll wait. And she goes, I have questions to ask you. I said, you have no questions to ask me because you wasted my time being a mean girl, and acted like a 2-year-old. So I know that at best I have like maybe a 15-year-old, anywhere from a 12-year-old to a 15-year-old trying to dictate my life. No, I don't allow children to dictate my life. So you're going to pretend that you're an adult right now, do your adult job, and I'll leave out of here when I'm satisfied.
She did. She even gave me 4 extra days to get some of the information I needed. And then she told me what phone numbers and what questions to ask. I mean, she's like, I never had a hearing like this before. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you haven't. And she goes, why are you able to do this? I said, 1, greater is he that's in me than anybody in the world, including you. It says he who's in the world. That usually means the devil, but I just include you too. And I've done so much. My professional life is done through me being a minister, which you don't want to acknowledge. Maybe it needs to be that way. And you have such low expectations that all I have to do is say boo and you jump. So you did it. You gave yourself over to me. Hey, maybe I do have some cult leader in me. So yeah, and then that started it. Or then I just started calling up the office with all the questions, but she told me, you're going to have this many appeals. And then she goes, I will be so happy when I find out that you went to jail. I said, don't you, jail? Is it jail? She goes, well, actually, I think it's prison, but I'll be happy. I said, oh, I'm sure you will be, because, well, you're a mean girl.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
It very much is, and it was. And I even said to her when she was trying to ask me questions about what job I could work, and she goes, "Well, your education says that you can work at McDonald's, and you've worked a McDonald's job, or Foot Locker." I said, "I've also been a teacher. I've also been an administrator." And she's like, no, I think, I'm like, oh, no. She goes, we don't want to tax you. You know, those, it says that your cognitive skills are challenged because you had a stroke and expressive aphasia. So if you just have to push buttons, and most everything is AI now, and Foot Locker, you'll be in a room by yourself. You won't have to talk with anybody.
What is Foot Locker? I mean, is it this food franchise? I've never even heard of this shit.
Oh, Foot Locker, a food franchise. Foot Locker is sports shoes.
Okay.
Sometimes jerseys and sweats, whatever else.
So why would a person be locked in a room by themselves?
She's like, you can do the inventory, do the back inventory.
Cool.
So, like in the meantime, I'm like, I do stuff. I do stuff on my computer, and I'm like, you know what? I just need to push everything, keep everything pushed back, so I can continue to get my training, and then we'll crank it out. And then when I got back from UC Irving, I had called Social Security a few times, and they were like, no, it looks like the fall of 2024 because we're that behind. I was like, what? It's just, yeah. That lady was like, yeah, let me check. She goes, I cannot say definitively because that's not how we are, but I can give you, because I really pushed. And she's like, because I laid it on thick. I was like, please, I don't have a lawyer. It's just me. I'm like, I don't want to be homeless. I don't want, this, that, the other. I said, this is what I'm working towards. And she's like, that is so admirable. Let's see what we can do. So she's like,
yeah, in your region, this is how far back we are. So, and then I call a week later, and I kept calling once a week, and she's like, yeah, it's still fall. And then she goes, you know what? It looks like somewhere between August and September, no later than October. So, of 2024. And I was like, that helps a lot. Thank you so much. And then it was like a few months ago. My adopted brother, he's like, I have mail for you, but I don't want to give it to you because I think it's going to, well, I'll give it to you over the weekend. I think you're not going to do good with it. And we'll check on you to see if you left your bed after you get this letter. I'm like, what? It's that bad? He goes, probably is.
This is the adopted brother who spent time in prison, right?
No, not that one. No.
Oh, okay. You've got. Where do you pick these guys up? I mean,
that's not my adopted brother. That's my actual brother, the one that you interviewed.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. How's he doing these days?
He's doing really well. He's doing like very, very well.
Yeah. Last time he wasn't allowing me to put my promotional banners on his page because they were just too edgy for him, and I was like thinking, damn, the fucker's so mainstream now. He's delivering presentations at the Rotary Club and shit. I figure that he's gonna run for president at some point, from the big house to the White House. Yep, go on.
Is he nearly as important as me? I think not.
No, not in the least. Sorry. So go back to what you were talking about. This is your other adopted brother.
His opinion is not nearly as important as mine. You have my unconditional love.
Thank you.
Well, there are times where I have given you the love for, but it was all in love still.
Yeah. So your other brother's saying this is so bad, he figures you won't make it out of bed when you hear this news.
Oh yeah. So it was true. I read it. It was so bad that my alters were talking to me, and my alters had not talked to me in a lot of years. My alters were talking to me in my dreams. And even prior to that, earlier that week, I had a conversation with, as I mentioned a couple podcasts ago, I had talked with my dad, and he was so inappropriate that I wanted to just do a Freddy Krueger. And a couple hours later, when I went to sleep, my alters, and I had not had not come to me in years, they were like, you're not contacting him ever again, never again. And it was like,
that should be a given. They didn't need to tell you that.
Yeah, it already was a given. But I mean, there was like pieces of me that have not
Stockholm syndrome pieces.
Yeah, that just wanted absolutely clear that Stockholm syndrome should be severed completely. There was like, don't even try to there, like, no explanation, just sever it with the meat cleaver right here. And in the dream I was like, there is no need for this. I hear you all, and I've already made up my mind, but I appreciate you all coming forth and doing this intervention that is not necessary. But even one was like, oh, thank God, as long as it's like absolutely abundantly. I said, it was as soon as my stomach started churning, and I said, I hung up on him, didn't I? I said, I think the hanging up on him was a sign that I like totally butchered the cord there, like. And then a couple days later, I get this letter, and I'm like, holy, I mean, and this time it was just a few altars, and it was a dark room, like a poker game. There was like a round table, a pendant light, and I could barely see anybody's faces, but they were there. And finally, and I was like, the one that was kind of like the mafia vibe of me leaned in, because I was like, I have to find a lawyer. I can't do this by myself. This is just, and I said, this is just so overwhelming. The government is just, and that one leaned in and said, when the fucking hell did you start letting the government tell you shit, squat, anything? Are you forgetting your education and where you came from? I said, that's right. That's right. My grandpa, not even an 8th grade education, and he was paying, he was paying politicians out of his pocket. That's right. That's right. I'm just same as that judge. He's and that personality was like, job done, and leads back into the shadows. I woke up with this mindset of like, I got this. I so got this. Whatever they say, I don't even care.
Yeah.
I just don't even care now. But I do.
I know you've got this. But go on. Yeah.
The pressure valve will. I just found out 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago, that for the public, there is a medical library that's free, open to the public on the internet, but you can also go into hospitals and into teaching colleges and ask them. You don't even have to be a student, but you could ask them if you could use their teaching, if you could use their library, or if they have a section of the medical library open to the public. So you could build your own cases. Where if you can't find a lawyer but that's what it's for. It's for people who need Social Security. It's not for you to pull a WebMD or anything like that. It's for people who, for whatever reason, either can't find a lawyer or can't afford a lawyer, because a Social Security lawyer for myself, they all wanted to be paid up front. $350 to $5 something up front a month. Yeah. But that doesn't even count there was like one of the cheapest lawyers wanted $550 plus $25 to $35 an hour. And when he told me what he was going to do for me, like in the prep work, like I'm doing that already by myself. And he's like, yeah, but can you argue your case? I'm like, you don't understand. I only live on $36 a month for food stamps. They just this week.
By the way, the food stamps fucking suck. I get like $28, I think, on food stamps a month, which is like, it's like, what the fuck? Why do they bother? Go on.
I get $1 from CalFresh, like the CalFresh, whatever. I get $1 a year. And last December they took that away. I was like, what is this? The year before that it was $10, but now that it's I'm like, I don't even care. Yeah. They're like, well, you could refute that. I'm like, I don't even care about this stupid dollar. So but yeah, so this is where I am with everything. Well, my friend in the UK that I said that checks up on me, he's an international corporate lawyer for major corporations as well as governments. Because remember, everybody, government, like BRICS and stuff like that, those are all trade agreements. Those are all contracts. So he's a high high knowledge, very knowledgeable in some of the highest.
The example to
international
use would be NAFTA. Most people wouldn't even know what
Yeah.
BRICS is. Well, the conspiracy freaks are all into BRICS, but yeah. use
BRICS is NAFTA.
yeah. BRICS is NAFTA for the bad guys. Just go on.
yeah, basically. So, when I told him where I was mentally in regards to the trial, he was like, "Yeah, that's it. Just you got it."
Yeah.
It's the same thing that I would argue, or I would expect somebody to argue. He goes, "If I were protecting somebody, this is what I would argue. But if I were trying to protect the corporation, this is the pushback that I would give. And you are already seeing it from all these different sides." That's the wonderful thing about being multiple, is that you're able to see things from all kinds of angles that you normally wouldn't.
You mean being multiple personality disorder?
Yeah, because you're like a little consensus. You got like a, it's this meeting of the minds instead of mind. It's like having a whole bunch of people. I call it, when I was director of the shelter, there was this woman, Virginia, that as soon as she, it was 24/7, she'd even argue with herself in her sleep. And so she would come to the breakfast table, and I said, "Virginia, the hotel shuts down when you're at the breakfast table." And she would quit just in a snap, stop. And they're like, "How did you do that?" Like, "I want peace and quiet while I'm eating." They're not allowed to talk. They're just not. And she would sometimes fall asleep. She would it was like she was hypnotized. She'd slump over and then she'd wake up. And I said,
it's like Brandon Young with his brain injury. He's got effectively narcolepsy. They fall into, go on.
Wow. Wow. I was like that when I was depressed once.
Yeah.
I couldn't keep my eyes open for anything.
People don't even need a date rape drug around you. You sound like the perfect date.
I've gotten drunk over milk. I can handle vodka. I can handle whiskey. I can handle tequila, any hard liquor. But sometimes milk will get me so dizzy and spacey because I am lactose intolerant.
Right. Yeah.
That it'll affect me that way. But yeah, she slumped over, her head kind of slumped down, and then I said, "It's just Virginia. Only Virginia is allowed here at this table, and when you're in this building, on this property, as a matter of fact, it's Virginia. The rest of you, however you need to assign yourselves so she can function and thrive, that's what you're going to do. But I'm only dealing with Virginia because that's all I can handle." And I said, "And you guys are not going to bring out my altars."
I love it. Yes. Her altars start talking to your altars. We're all in deep trouble. Yes.
That happens. And you should have seen the look of all these college kids. I'm only 29 years old. They're like anywhere from 21 to 28. But they're still out of, from home to college and haven't been launched into the world yet. I've lived all this life and facing divorce and having to still put my life together, and I'm running this shelter. Plus I'm running an international women's and family and children's rights ministry, and dealing with my own mental health. And we were sitting around this huge round table, and I see all these heads snap at me and just shoot me this look like, "What? What?" I'm like, "Oh yes, guys, I am not just the president. I am the client too, because at that time there was the hair plug.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was the men's hair club. Yeah, I'm not just the president. I'm also a client. Yeah.
So I'm like, yes, girls. I am the client as well as I'm the president as well as the client. And all the time they were walking on eggshells. They're like, "Are you okay today?" I said, "Do you want to try me and see?" Like, oh, everybody was just so. But eventually they got to know that I was just me. No matter what, I was me, and I've had a agreement with my altars for a long time that anybody who talks to me is talking to me, Michelle Carmela. Anybody approaches this body is dealing with Michelle Carmela, the person that God created, the one that was named on the birth certificate, the wholeness of me. Even if all my fractured self, in the early days, it was such a struggle to have a conversation with anybody, even if it was mundane, because my altars were just fighting to the point where I could feel them fighting. I could even feel like my eyes twitching, and I looked like I was a robot thrown into the water and malfunctioning, and I could feel it, and I could see the reaction. They're like, some people were trying to ignore me and just keep going on to the conversation, and some people they didn't care. They didn't care because they were narcissists and they were just going to keep talking and plug away. Very rarely was it somebody who didn't care because they were interested in being my friend and helping to nurture me through it. It was basically people who were just going to make me deal. But the people who didn't care and nurture me through it would say, "I see you're not feeling well right now. Let's sit down. Let's sit down and have a moment." And I would calm down, regroup, and then we would continue. They didn't understand. A lot of them didn't understand what was going on, but they cared. They had compassion. And they could see that I was clearly struggling. If it looked like I was, and I could feel my body twitching and whatever, but I had no control because it was just a whole bunch of whatever. But it was recent when that letter from Social Security that they were going to up, and which they have, up my trial, and that phone call with my dad. It was the one with the mafia guy and the other poker players that I looked at them and I said, "Are you part of my parasympathetic nervous system?" It just came out. It just came out, and the one smiled and said, "Yeah, we were wondering when you were going to get this." I woke up and was like, "I'm going to look this up because this makes sense." And because, we do say that there's certain organs that or certain diseases that coincide with thoughts and feelings and frequencies and stuff. So, it just made sense. But I don't think there's other than the alternative medicine, I don't think, modern acceptable medicine has really done definitive research on it. But yeah, it makes sense to me that it would be like that. And then I was like, well, thank you guys. And and cool, you know. And I was like, okay, I got even a revelation out of this, and I can work with it later. Because my intern out of Chicago, my former intern and now colleague out of Chicago, you know, where I had told Ian, and I told Douglas, and I told you all on the show, hearing about the research panel that I put together about autoimmune diseases having to do with childhood. And the white paper came out, lupus, and then they just kept going with all the other, a bunch of other autoimmune diseases. And I find out that there was clinics formed out of it. And the reason why I didn't get any credit was because a good portion of their funding came from the UN, and they knew how I felt about the UN, and they didn't want me to fight, you know, possibly fight the idea of getting funding from the UN. Or so they were probably right in doing that. I'm not going to say either way whether they were or not. I do know I'm personally conflicted, but I'm glad that the clinic or the hospitals exist. And now this revelation about alters and parasympathetic nervous system, it's one of the things that I want to explore, and have been touring with, especially after the trial. But it's one of the things that I would like to examine to the nth degree through the horror movies that I've been working on and plan to produce. Because I think that's another level of horror. I mean, you know, when you're fragmented and you have to deal with life that way and what that is. I mean, a lot of really great horror movies have come from that premise, but think about the premise of your fragmented mind and your body coming against you like that, and then you have to work through it as a team, or how do you thrive? So that's a good horror movie, but it's also a good how-to and educational empowerment movie, you know. But I think a lot of good series can come out of that alone. I mean, if child abusers can manipulate the public and say that they know how to manipulate the devil and cast out demons through Annabelle, but yet they're keeping a 15-year-old as a sex slave. And, you know, they have Annabelle, The Conjuring, and everything else. I mean, why can't I make a legitimate horror movie from the other side of that?
Okay. And so
I have revealed a lot of predators who are preying upon the public and survivor activists, and just the situation itself. There's a lot of people that are making profit from this situation while they're being monsters.
Yeah, yes, quite true. And I'm glad that you're helping to expose that fact. And so, all that being said, how are you holding up?
6 or more tonight, didn't we?
I'm sorry, say that again.
We named at least a good 6 or more tonight, didn't we?
We did, darling. We did. And
see, all we had to do was just sit on the phone and talk. We didn't have to go out and go out of our way and guilt public and manipulate. But you know what? I'm going to study, because I am going to learn every strategy so I can turn it back on them.
Okay.
I want the predators to be where I am.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that profoundly.
Really do.
So, honey, I'll probably start monologue soon enough, but these three gentlemen have been listening in rapt. I want to give them some opportunity to ask you questions. By the way, Nemo, if you can hear me,
yes,
yes, that what you used for DDD Archive 2, that photograph, that was when I was really bloated on antidepressants. At the very least, use this perhaps.
Want me to change it?
Let me give you something to change it with. I think that what we can do here is just go press the enter button. Maybe that will kind of help curtail some of the awful bloated look that is on that particular image.
Fireball.
It's actually something that I did for one of our conventions that Lori and Ann Fenton had set up a long time ago. So it actually comes out, as you can see, quite well as far as I'm concerned, and takes away that horrible bloated look that otherwise is
okay.
I
never thought it looked bad.
Most people don't, but I do. It's just a personal trip. Maybe I'll give you something else later, but for right now, this would be a nice replacement for
I'll
that
change
one.
it to that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, and it does say nice to see you. Such being said, Nemo, deeply appreciate what you're doing beyond my ability to express, and hopefully we'll find out more of what's going on with John Warrington. Personally, I think that, with the kind of life he's led or been kind of boxed into, it wouldn't surprise me if he fell prey to a kind of very deep and clinical depression. But he seems to still be posting once in a while, so that's important. And so such being said, Aristides, Mark H., Nemo, any questions for the lovely Michelle? And we'll kind of wind it down, and then I'll go into monologue for a bit until, Our Lady Amy Como might wake up and join us. Unless, of course, we could take advantage of this, depending on how Michelle's feeling. I mean, no one seems.
I wanted to ask her if she utilizes any talismans or occult trinkets for spiritual purposes.
So, honey, do you use any occult wards? Any kind of wards for a kind of shielding?
There are a few scriptures that I use. And I also go, I will do the real heavy stuff. I'll go into I'll lay down. Sometimes I'll fall asleep and sometimes I don't. Totally relaxed state where it's like I'm sleeping. The shielding I do is I rely mainly on the Bible. There's Bible verses, and I'll read them. I don't follow Western Christianity because Western Christianity is just shit garbage, worthless. I did not even learn that from the entity that revealed himself to me, who I call Creator and Abba Father. I learned probably 4 years of reading Old Testament before I even read New Testament. And what I read was everything where it was what we would call the occult or the spiritual practices of the different cultures. So Once Upon a Eden does is I familiarize myself with the different shamanic practices all over the world. Even so, I still use the Bible, but why I familiarize myself is because I have clients that the Bible doesn't mean anything to them. The Bible's my protector, but for them, they need to relate where they are. So, and then I might move them up a different level. And my attitude is, if you are being so bombarded by the dark and your light isn't even working, then your God is not working for you. So you have the right to change gods, and let's work through this. Or better yet, which is better yet, I think, is you find a way that you and your God are working together that maybe you didn't know to exist before. So I'd rather that. I would rather that. I don't try to proselytize or convert anybody, because the thing is, there is certain technology that works per region, just like there's certain laws per region. That there's certain laws that work here in California that will not work in Pennsylvania, that make no sense. There's certain laws in Pennsylvania about, for instance, snow removal in Southern California. It wouldn't work. It has no place, right? Because it's all sunny here. But there's beach laws for water, beach, and industrial and everything else that does not work for Pennsylvania, but it works for here. So it doesn't matter the technology, because gravity is gravity. It either creates you use it for a roller coaster, water slide, or bungee jumping, or cowabunging into the pool, or you can push somebody off of a bridge or a building. I mean, it's still going to be gravity. Things fall. Money is money. These spiritual laws are spiritual laws. It does not matter. It matters in what motive you use. So are you using them in love and allowing Creator to have freedom and uniting with Creator? Or are you being an arrogant, selfish son of a bitch and acting like a keto? And if that's the case, well, then you're binding yourself up and you're binding God up. And you're going with a losing team. How stupid is that? How stupid is that? You know? And there's plenty of times where, like recently, Legion came to me not through me, but through one of the people that I'm helping. And I said, well, you're very pleasant in this one. and usually you're a pain in the son of a bitch. And I said, okay, well, as long as you behave, we'll tolerate this. And then there was one that was lesser and tried to attack me, and I said, Legion is too lazy, so set you to do it. Do you really want to? Stopped it. I didn't have to say in the name of Jesus, go back from whence you came, because I have had enough training that is hard earned to know that demons are very legalistic, but they also they're fallen angels. Well, they're still under the covenant. They know the covenant. They know the laws better than a lot of humans. They hold to the contracts. The reason why they show themselves is because if there's a weakness in the person, and the person does not know the contracts and how to apply the contracts and the spiritual laws and everything else, it's almost like another shadow government. It's almost like another economics and politics. So because I know how it works, and I don't show fear, and I apply, but I don't have to go all religiosity about it. These are my boundaries. These are your boundaries. If this person needs you, because something that I talked about before on Douglas's podcast especially, is I saw a man die from a heart attack because an arrogant pastor would not stop casting out the demon. And I told the pastor, the guy needs him. The guy is holding on to this demon. The demon is his comfort right now. He's not strong enough. He's not built up. He does not trust God. He does not trust you. And the guy was pleading with me with his eyes, and it just finally saying, help me. You know, he was pleading like the fly, while this guttural tone was coming out of him. So 2 voices at the same time. This pitiful crying for his life to be saved because he felt himself dying. And this guttural demon, even the demon was telling him, you're killing him. Go ahead. We'll find a host. Hey, well, you're arrogant enough. Pride goes before the fall. I'll enter you. How about that? The guy died. The guy died. In front of a whole crowd of people, the guy died. And I told the pastor. The pastor was like, we know that you're a witch. You just don't want him saved. That wasn't the case at all. I was like, you're a bigger warlock than I'll ever be a witch because you're murdering him, and now you fought. So when the guy did die of a heart attack, I looked at him. I said, how does it feel that you murdered somebody like this? You have witnesses. And how weird and sci-fi and horror movie all this is, but you have to live with the fact that, I said, isn't there a scripture that says don't let anybody lay hands on you suddenly, and if you're a novice, don't practice things that you don't know anything about? Well, good job. And so that's the attitude I take. But there's even a demon. One time I was doing a house cleaning in Australia. I'm here in California. But you know what? This spirit is big. Your body travels. And if you also know how to operate within these spiritual principalities and all, like I said, it's a whole other world government system. You know this thing, you could travel through it. But there was this one murderous spirit, a lying spirit, and I told him, I said, I pulled up on my computer a picture of an anglerfish, and I said, you know, Legion asked to go in the bay into the pigs, and the pigs went in the water and died. How about I cast you into this anglerfish in the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest part of the world? How would you feel about that? And you know what? I had so much cooperation. It was like things were coming to me really fast, and not just answers that were profitable to the family, to me, to help the family, but the family was getting revelations. I didn't say, thus saith the Lord. I wasn't quoting scriptures. I just said, I just imagined the demon sitting next to me like an unruly little kid that needed extra attention, and said, look, you cooperate with me, we'll work out some reward. You don't cooperate with me, this is the body you're gonna inhabit for the rest of your life. And at least in hell, there's flames, there's smoke, there's sensations. But if you want to be in a situation like this, we could do this. Recently, the multiple personality and the Legion that revealed himself to me recently is in this body of this huge hunking football player of a man who could have squished my head really easily. But instead I was like, no, you will not behave this way. Not here. Holy Spirit rules. And that's important for me. Mm-hmm. You can do whatever you want, but Holy Spirit rules, because I need my mind clear. And there was one of his altars trying to pull out some of the very whorish altars from all the way past into my teen years. And I was like, I remember them, and you're not gonna pull them out, because nobody should shit in their own bed. And then he went, oh, you know what, that's right, that's logical. All right, I'll leave you alone. Respect. Thank you for sharing me your boundaries. And I'm like, and if you need to talk to him about anything, you do it while your body's sleeping. You all can argue with each other while you're sleeping, but you're not going to manifest or act out at all adult when you're in this house. And this is the last time you threatened me. No, I didn't threaten. I said, don't even play me, because I can order you out right now. And he's like, didn't I just tell you that I would get you out? I said, yeah, you really want to challenge that and leave you all homeless? Because there's been a lot of people through this house. And I've been here for 14 months. Who do you think is going to last? You want to challenge it? Let's go. Didn't have a problem. As a matter of fact, the next day, or a few days later, the guy's talking to me. You know, he saw me. He was like, can I tell you about the day that I had? I said, sure. So he's telling me about his day. And then that arrogant son of a bitch alter came out, and he goes, when he's done talking to you, I'd like to buy you a drink. I said, okay, but you're going to let him finish what he's saying. And so that was that. And then the maid person came back after a few hours. He goes, he had me walk to the store to buy you a drink. I thought you hate him. I said, I hate his behavior. I said, all this is still you, right? And I'm just correcting your behavior. And if you want to call that behavior a name and give it a persona, that's your right. So, and that's true. There's a lot of ways to see a person with multiple personality. And I see myself as all those ways. But in the grand total of things, I'm Michelle Carmela. And Michelle Carmela is the one that the whole world that answers to the whole world, answers to God, and that's how it'll always be. Everybody will deal with me. If there's any parts of my personality, my character, and whatever it was, whatever name you want to name, whatever, the hat, the hats I wear, the emotions, and if, persona, whatever, that's just me thinking. That's just me thinking. That's just me dealing. He's not there yet. He's never had anybody talk to him about that kind of thing. And those kind of perspectives. But that also goes back with your question about, or in relation to protection and talismans and different modalities and stuff, because there's just Once Upon a Eden supports shamanic practitioners, and you see shamanic practitioners take on different personas, their body changes, their tonality, sometimes their whole body will change, because they have allowed themselves to embrace so many different levels of the spirituality and all the, so many different intricacies of what it is to actually be a living person. So I am open to it, but at the same time, the Holy Spirit is very much my protector. So that's one other time when I was on air on Douglas's show, somebody asked me, several times people have asked me what talents, gifts, abilities I operated, or what modalities or technology I call spiritual technologies. And it just depends on what the Holy Spirit will give me at that time to do. So one time there was somebody that I was dating, and I felt so strongly that his parents didn't know him well. and I really wanted his parents to hear from me how I see him. So his mom had long ago passed away, but I had this dream, and I wrote everything down, and I read it to him, and he goes, my God, I had never met his mother. She had passed away, never seen a picture of her, didn't know anything about her, but according to him, what I wrote, her name, everything about her, was if I had known her for a long time. Then later, same thing, when I was thinking about his dad. His dad was alive. His dad is in another country. When I described everything, he goes, oh my God, that's like if you were in the house. And I said, and your mom and dad were both there? And he goes, yeah, because if you were going to talk to my dad, my mom would have to be there, because that's the only way my dad really listened to anybody, was he would look to my mom for the fight, before he would formulate his final answer or acceptance or, make his mind up. My mom was the one that he consulted with everything. And he goes, yeah, you were there. Well, he's a Buddhist. I'm not a Buddhist, but he was a Buddhist. And he was very astute and well-trained in astral projection and all that other stuff, even though he didn't know how to do it. And he goes, how do you know this? And I said, we're not going to get into that, but I've been doing it since I was a toddler. And then I've been operating it ever since I know to do it. So for me to operate in the spiritual as well as the physical is like breathing. Breathing is a very spiritual as well as physical function. I'm sorry, it was a very long-winded answer to your question. Mm-hmm. But I hope it was thorough. I hope it did answer the question. I don't, if I actually need a talisman, if somebody gives me a talisman or something, I won't reject it, but I will hold it, pray over it. If I need to keep it, only because I'm discerning to see if I need to keep it for myself, or is it for somebody else? And am I keeping it in safekeeping until it gets to the actual holder? Also, because I believe in energy transference too, so I want to make sure that the energy, it's clean, or that I'm cleaning it, all that. But also, I learn about different people's religions and modalities, so I can help them, empower them first through their religions and modalities before we move on to something that they might have to augment with.
And any other questions from Mark H. or Aristides? I mean, don't all talk at once.
No, I don't have any questions. I just love hearing Michelle talk, and just it's good to listen to what she has to say, and it's great that she has this avenue to speak some great truths and some awesome intent. So that was a great question that Nemo asked. So just want to thank her for that.
Thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And in terms of obviously we don't want to go too much into detail here because of privacy issues.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
There are times where I come across, another reason why I study is because, why is there an echo?
It's
another reason why I study is because, so I know how to approach like there's studies like
Zeus is called something else in another religion, or I think there's one video I saw one day like how did Zeus become El or Yahweh, something like that. It's just interesting, those kind of things, but it's also I will pull in experts from other, like, so the we'll go back to Australia, the family in Australia. So they're and I have their permission to use their case for educational purposes like this. Their heritage is Scotch-Irish. So I was, in my prayer time, I was seeing these different sigils that made no sense to me. And I was looking up myself all kinds of different symbolism and whatever. And I was finding things that were close, but not anything real specific. So there was one person that is a practicing warlock, and he's like, I don't want to have anything to do with Christians. You know, a Bible, if you teach the Bible, live by the Bible, don't want to have anything to do with you. You're tiring, boring, not powerful, milquetoast and all that. But I'm like, so I send him this symbol, and he's like, where did you find this? Where did you get this? And so I told him, and he goes, wow, you're doing it? I said, yeah, I just need to know some information about this, and I'll handle the rest. He's like, well, let me know how it goes. And he's like, respect, respect, because that's where he is. That's the modality he uses. I happen to know he operates in love. That works for him. There's modalities that Douglas operates in that I won't operate in because I don't have those experiences. It's not what the Holy Spirit wants me to do. I'm not trained. Everybody has their own suit of armor. Like going back between David and Saul, when David had the slingshot to fight Goliath, and Saul was like, here, use my armor. No, everybody has their weapons that they're good with. So, but it's okay to familiarize yourself to know what's out there, but it doesn't mean that you got to, not everything's going to fit you. But there's creator, love, and there's indifference. There's enslavement, and then there's empowerment. There's freedom, there's imprisonment. There's conniving, son of a bitch, manipulation, and then there's love, acceptance, and freedom. One of the stupid things down at Skid Row that men will try to do, say to seduce a woman is, I have TV, I have a shower, I have my own apartment, I have food. Whenever anybody approached me like that, I was like, congratulations. You got the basics of life, and you managed to do that in hell. Congratulations. Do not actually, I don't even live here. I help people get where you are, but you already did that yourself. I get to leave and go to Sanity. I get to leave outside of here and go to Sanity. There's worlds outside of your boundaries here, but congratulations that you are where you are. Where people are, allow them to be, allow them to grow where they are, how Holy Spirit wants them to grow. Sometimes the demons are there to train people, or like anybody who comes to me for a cleansing, whether it's that's what I call exorcisms. I just call them house cleansings, whether it's a body or an actual figurative house, or a region, or whether the region be a neighborhood, a house, a neighborhood, or a city, or in Haiti's case, a country. I explain this to everybody. If your house is messy, there's going to be bugs. Well, if your spiritual life is off kilter, there's going to be some negative activity. And you know what? The altar of this guy that gave me the hardest time, and he wanted to buy me a drink and did. When we sat down and I had a drink with him,